What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, home of the worst traffic in the United States of America. I believe it. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We're in a tent in Ashburn, Virginia. Commander's training camp inching to a close here. The last 2 days of camp, today and tomorrow. Good morning, Brian Mitchell. How do you do?
What's up, JP? I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
Well, B, I've had a hell of a morning.
You have?
Got up early, went for a walk. Papa wanted to go for a walk. I said, all right, I will do that.
How long did you walk?
About an hour, 45 minutes or so. Wore a weighted vest. Papa was judging my vest because it's actually Lauren's.
What color is it? Pink?
No, it's black.
Okay.
But I think
checking.
I might need a more weighted vest.
How much weight was it?
I don't know.
5 pounds, 10 pounds?
I think it's at least 10. He thinks I need a 20-pounder. He said it should be 20%. It should be 10% of your body weight, which 10% of my body weight is not 10 pounds. So I need to discuss with my beautiful wife how heavy that was, but it was good.
I would think she had probably 7.5 to 10.
I think it's 10.
Yeah.
It might be 15. It felt heavy to me. I also realized when I got home I was wearing it not only inside out but also upside down. So I needs a little work. He wanted to go for a walk at 6 a.m. I didn't give myself a lot of runway. I set my alarm for 5:56 a.m. So I'm learning. I'm growing.
It's things that you are trying to learn today you should have known when you were 12.
Yeah, there's a number of things that have happened in the last 24 hours that are new to me. I said it on this program, so I'll own it. I swore.
Your name is what now, Pat?
I swore to the people that I would never go number 2 in a porta potty, and that record got shattered this morning.
Old Pap over here.
Not exactly the most pleasant experience, but nature calls, dog. Jaden had to leave the sideline, go use the bathroom on Monday night.
What's the old song? When love call, you better answer. When nature call, you better answer.
Things happen. Things happen in this world, all right?
Oh, yes, brother. It absolutely does.
Another thing that almost happened would have been a first time for me. I had a chance to beat you at golf yesterday.
Yeah, you did.
And 16 and 18, I put it in a trap.
Yeah.
And
you don't like to listen to people. When people give you good advice, the problem with you is if you were to have a caddy, I think you'd be wasting your money. Because he'll tell you to do something you wouldn't do it. Because Mike told you, hit the 6 right down in front.
He didn't know the club selection. He just said,
I don't care.
You're better off with less here.
Well, you hit the 5. Left into the trap.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is what happened. Shout out to Mike Kelly, the Naval Academy golf course. It's a wild ride out there, man.
We went to a golf course, and we did not expect to see a full-out, we saw like a track meet.
Yeah, dude.
Landfill. It was about, I would say, total 50 to 75 young Naval Academy ladies running.
The cross-country team.
So the cross-country team, and I'm talking like the hole is 455 yards long. They're basically running around this thing, and I'm not talking about jogging. They were running. And they did it how many times each? About 9 to 10 or more?
100.
The guys were up and down the hills all around the damn golf course. But you go to a golf course, there's all kind of crap going on over there, boy. It was amazing.
It was a lot of fun. It's one of those courses I'd like to play again, knowing a little bit more about it. Like on that 8th hole, I thought I hit a good shot, and I didn't realize the green just falls off a cliff, and then you're like on the side of the road.
Most of the greens fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun, though. Thanks to Mike Kelly, the Annapolis Touchdown Club, for hosting us. We had a great time. I thought I had a chance of beating you right until I didn't. And that was just straight up, not strokes and stuff.
You get another chance.
We'll have other chances. But you couldn't get off the tee yesterday.
I don't know what the hell was going on.
You rarely are having struggles off the tee.
Yeah.
Great day, fun day, though. And now we're back in Ashburn, and a lot of things have changed in my life. This morning, I went for a walk with a weighted vest. I had never done that. I used a porta potty sitting down. I had never done that.
Who told you you were going to have to do it one day?
You.
I say, yep, you're going to be sitting there, and old nature going to say, yo, what's up, dog? And you going to say, damn, I got to go. And you went, I'm not going to do it. No, I got to do it.
He's like, what? What? I was like, I got to do it. Another thing happened to me this morning. I try to be vigilant. I try to not get got, B. I try to live in a world where I don't get got. Mm-hmm. And I got got. There's an account on, I guess, Instagram.
Somebody fooled you this morning?
I got fooled.
You got caught, huh?
I got got. And it was so some dude, I can't remember what the account is, and I deleted the post. So I'm not gonna credit the account. But you got me account. So I saw this post this morning. I want to let you watch it, although now you'll know because I told you I got. Let's see if it comes up as we're in a tent with no power. But some dude posted a highlight and said, "Can you believe this is Tress Way in high school?" And it was a punter that got snapped a punt deep in his own end zone, but the punt got, like, the snap was bad, so he had to field it off the ground, and he's immediately under pressure. And he breaks like 2 tackles in the end zone, gets out of the end zone, so now it's not a safety, continues this crazy-ass run, breaks like 4 different tackles, goes from side of the field to side of the field.
I've seen that one before.
Eventually gets out in the open field. House calls it. Would have been like a 109-yard, I guess, run, right? And this was at 7:08 a.m. And I texted.
That way the vest was messing with your brain.
Doug, yo, I texted Tress. I said, bro, this is incredible. How have I never seen this? And I sent him the highlight, and he just replied, dude, that's not me. And I was like,
I've seen that before.
I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, man, I should have just told you that was me and let you go with it.
Because you would have started the show and had a whole hour about it.
Hell, I'm doing it right now, even though it wasn't him. So I've gotten got. I walked with a weighted vest. I had to use a porta potty.
The man that preaches about bots all the time, you got caught.
I got caught slipping, B.
Yeah.
Landfill, I thought you'd like to know how my morning went. I know you missed us. Well, we're back. Getting got in a tent in Ashburn. I wonder if this confluence of weird events that has happened to me today, Brian, if that means that's the day.
Mean something?
Does it mean it's the day Terry signs and this thing ends?
I thought you would probably go there and say you got with something like that.
No. That I would at least vet versus Tress's wild punt return that wasn't Tress.
That's funny as hell to me.
Yeah. It was he was just like, dude, that's not me.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was great. Do you feel like this could be the day? Let's start here. Do you think Terry will practice without the contract being done or whatever?
I'm thinking that is probably the next motion in this whole thing that's to happen. That's probably going to happen before something happens.
So, I mean, if it is to happen, then today's the day. Now, it's kind of rainy, misty out here. I don't know if they're actually calling for real rain or if it's just this weird mist we've lived in now for like a week, it seems. I don't think that will impact their plans. You like to say, if you're going to play if you're going to get ready for football, you got to.
They may have to practice outside, right?
Yeah. How big of a deal do you think it'll be when Terry is back on the field?
I mean, it's going to be a big deal to a lot of people. It won't be a big deal to me. I mean, once he's back on the field, it's time to get out there and start working. I mean, like I've always said, once you're on the field, you have to be all in. You can't go out there half-stepping and whatever. That's when things go wrong for you. So I believe that once he's on the field, Terry's going to do what Terry does.
I agree with that. I wonder if today's the day, and I wonder how people will react. You'll hear from Dan Quinn at 1:30. If I know Dan Quinn, the way things have gone lately, I'm not expecting him to be quite forthcoming.
Give you an answer?
Yeah. I wouldn't expect a ton of information there. Never know. Maybe he will be. There's also this Brian Robinson thing kind of hanging in the air here. It seems very clear that his time in Washington is done.
Yeah.
And
That's what it looks like. I mean, and the thing of it is, nothing you can do about it. I mean, if that's what's going to happen, then now the focus goes to the people you keep. Will they go out there and be able to produce and do the things they're supposed to do? That's all that matters at this point. Where he goes and what transpires and what you think about this, that, and the other, and then all the people that was loving him, now you want to hate on him. I think that's trash. But the ultimate thing is, at this point, you move forward towards September 7th. That's what's most important at this point. Having the proper 53 guys that you're going to end up with 46 to 47 out on the field and try to go out there and win a football game against the Giants.
we do have a little bit of breaking news.
Okay.
I got an email this morning, press release from the Washington Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
And as we do, we relay this information. We are at Commanders Park, Coach Gibbs Drive, Ashburn, Virginia. It's got a new name, B.
What is it?
The BigBear.ai Performance Center.
Okay. Oh, we knew that was coming.
BigBear.ai, I guess.
Big Bear is a company.
A leading provider of mission-ready AI solutions for national security and critical infrastructure, today announced a multi-year partnership with the Washington Commanders, under which BigBear.ai becomes the naming rights partner for the Commanders training facility in Ashburn, Virginia, now named the BigBear.ai Performance Center.
Mm-hmm. That's a mouthful.
In addition, honestly, if we could just call it Big Bear without the .ai, it kind of rolls. But it seems like they're BigBear.ai.
If we say something about it, we going to Big Bear.
Yeah, I'm all right with Big Bear.
Yeah.
It's better than Commanders Park, because I still just call it Redskins Park. Don't tell me.
Yeah. But it was NovaCare for a minute. wasn't
Yeah,
it?
we kind of just call it the park most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was NovaCare for a minute. And no, NovaCare's Philly. It was Anova.
A Nova, yeah.
So I guess Anova's out. More information here. In addition, BigBear.ai branding will be featured across the 5th floor suite level of Northwest Stadium, at suites entrances to the stadium, on the team's practice jerseys, and on other key assets. So
Well, you got a BigBear.ai.
BigBear.ai on the practice jerseys is going to be a lot of run for BigBear.ai, because all the B-roll that gets shot out here,
We'll be showing.
every Twitter clip of Jaden Daniels throwing into the nets, you're going to see BigBear.ai.
Every time you see a practice.
BigBear.ai will continue exploring opportunities where the company's technology and expertise can enhance the fan experience in ways that align with the organization's shared goals and the framework established by the NFL. How about this? I like this. This is from Kevin McAllenan, the CEO of BigBear.ai. Ready, B? Mm-hmm. BigBear.ai is going on offense, and this partnership exemplifies our strategy. We're stepping onto the national stage with one of the NFL's most recognized franchises, an organization that shares our deep dedication to innovation and excellence. How about this? I don't know what this deal costs, right? Mm-hmm. I'm guessing it costs, let's just say $100, just for round numbers. I'm guessing it's a lot more than that. Of the things BigBear.ai gets their name on now, we're now at the Big Bear Performance Center, which I can kind of get down with. I like that. They're got their signage at the suites. They're all over the 5th floor of the stadium. And then the practice jerseys. Of the $100, how much of that investment is because of the practice jerseys?
Probably 80 to 90%.
Don't you think? I think they
Because
might take the naming rights, but
Because the thing of it, you get it. You got every station. You have every position. So you get way more run out of that than you do just seeing it up on a building somewhere, or at the front entrance. Because the only people coming here are normally people that work here for the most part.
that you do get.
You get a lot of run on that.
Yeah. Now, if I was BigBear.ai, I'd want to slap a big old Big Bear logo on that bubble.
It may be coming,
It might be.
but still, even having one on the bubble, when you turn on TV, in this area, 4, 5, 7, 9, and all the other smaller ones around. And whenever you pop it on the NFL Network and the ESPN and all, anytime the Commanders are practicing, it's all shown. It's all over the place.
Right. Well,
I think you get way more run out of that.
The practice jerseys.
Yes.
Dude, do you know what is some of the most watched video content on the internet? Seriously, probably on the internet, but at least in the NFL portion of the internet.
Practice stuff?
Jaden Daniels throwing into the damn net. Seriously. And Jaden going to have a Big Bear logo on there.
Mm-hmm. They put a Big Bear logo on the net.
Yo, they should put it on the goalposts, paint it on the field. Oh, dude, so they sent me I got some renderings, B. It's rendering season. So it looks like, on the backside of the building where the players walk in and out, where there's cameras constantly, at the top of the entrance there. All right, here, I'll show it to you.
What you think they're going to be doing?
BigBear.ai Performance
Guess what they're going to be doing right there? Press conference.
Interviews. Right.
Yeah, it's going to move from over on the side where it was. It's going to move inside.
And then they got it in the bubble.
So when you're doing stuff inside, you normally get that.
Right. And then they got it on the building,
On the building.
All right, shout out to BigBear.ai. You know what, Brian? I don't have a favorite AI critical infrastructure company. Now I do.
Yeah.
Bang, Big Bear.
Bear.
1 seed.
There we go.
You vaulted up the list. Yes, Landfill. Oh, he was saying, got it. I don't know. We're going to Big Bear. I think that's a ski resort in California.
It is. I don't know if it's in Cali, but I know it's a ski resort.
I believe it's Cali. I could be wrong. What is Big Bear's stock price, you think, B?
I don't have a clue, though.
Do you think it jumped this morning on this news?
Normally when you're making a huge investment, it's depending on how much money's going to come back that makes it move up or down.
Well, it didn't. Based on my research, you could buy one share of BigBear.ai for $5.35.
You might have to go buy some,
Maybe
Jay.
we'll buy some.
Hey.
Earlier this month, it was up at like $6.14.
If we can buy it at 5 and it goes about to 10, we good.
Buy the dip, baby. Buy the dip. Speaking of the dip, our friend Mike Kelly, who hosted us in Annapolis yesterday, texted me, you should have laid up, dude.
You should have listened.
Doug, I wanted to put it tight. I was trying to close you out.
All right.
And how about the lie I had in that trap? I had 1 foot out of the trap, 1 foot down below.
But you got to, if you didn't, one thing you didn't do, you did everything right except you didn't turn the shoulders. Turn the shoulders, it comes right out.
Yeah, gosh.
Yeah.
Great day in Annapolis. Now, I live in Bethesda. Brian lives in Centerville. But if we wanted to move to Annapolis and sell our home, I know who I would call. His name is John Leahy.
I would call John just like Barbara did. Barbara had inherited a North Chesterfield home that was in complete disrepair. And that's exactly why she was so eager to sell it. Dee, an agent from the Fine Living Group, was committed to making that happen for Barbara, in spite of the fact that it required a 2-hour commute for her, both ways. Initially, another agent was involved, only to see a deal fall through 2 weeks later, due to a disagreement between both parties. From there, Dee made all the difference. She quickly found a buyer who was the right fit, one who understood the condition and value of the property. It wasn't an easy process, but in the end, everybody walked away happy. Who says there's no guarantees in life? Check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on his website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs.
That's not the only thing John offers. A lot of times moving is stressful. Everybody knows it, man. Actually, my buddy Sam's wife, Maureen Weaver, posted something about they just moved into a new house, and she's like, man, you kind of it's like having a kid. You forget how stressful it is, but it's so worth it at the same time. That's what moving's like. It is stressful, dude. And whatever it is, whether it's divorce, death in the family, you just want a bigger house, let John Leahy and the Fine Living Group make that easier for you. Let them remove the stress, get you the most cash and the least stress. They've got buyers ready. They've got mortgage bankers they can set you up with. They can help you in a time of need. That's why I'd go with John. 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com. or just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The New York Jets are exploring outside avenues to improve their wide receiver unit. According to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, the Jets are among several teams monitoring the trade market for potential wide receiver additions. She also mentioned the San Francisco 49ers and the Minnesota Vikings are among the teams that are making calls regarding the position. And if teams were going to call the Giants in hopes of grabbing quarterback Jameis Winston, apparently they are out of luck. Assistant General Manager Brandon Brown said the organization has no intention of moving Winston, even after rookie Jackson Dart impressed this preseason and with the arrival of Russell Wilson. This August only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Dum dum dum. Bum bum bum.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Don't stop till you get enough. Out at Big Bear Practice Facility, Ashburn, Virginia.
Yep.
The Dolphins have activated Darren Waller. Was kind of retired for a minute.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see what he has left. I'm also
Daniel Jones made him retire, and then now he got a new job.
Jonnu Smith was really good in Miami last year, especially the second half of the year. I had him in fantasy. He was a beast. They traded him away. He's in Pittsburgh now. Going to be interesting to see what Darren Waller has left.
Remember I told you about that retirement thing? You're thinking about it, you retire. Well, he did retire.
Yeah.
Now he's back. Because he had some personal issues and things like
he
that.
had personal stuff.
So the thing about him is, has he overcome that? Because I just think that, that's just a long road, bro.
Yeah. And to me, it'd be one thing if the Dolphins acquired Waller as a flyer. Like, all right, let's see what we got here. Mm-hmm. But to acquire him and to get rid of Jonnu Smith seems like a lot of faith in him.
Tons.
That I'm not sure I share.
Not at this present time.
But, that's Miami's problem. We'll see what happens in Madrid. Miami does have an undrafted free agent named Pharaoh Brown at tight end. Anybody named Pharaoh is all right by me. B, we got situations. We got the Terry situation. Mm-hmm. We got the B-Rob situation. We got the Jets poking around, apparently, for receivers. Mm-hmm. We know the Patriots. The Patriots general manager came out and said, "Yo, we're happy to deal a first or a second."
Yeah. Depending on who it is, he may do a first and a second.
Now, this is not.
He was talking about. He didn't just specify a position.
Right. And there's a lot of potentially stud players around the league available. Hendrickson, maybe Parsons. Did you see the Schefter report that he's not sure when it will happen, but he does believe Dallas and Parsons are headed for a divorce?
I believe they are too, but when that could be? That could be some years from now.
2 years, yeah.
I
mean, they could. He's under contract right now. Then you could tag him. I mean, presumably that's what Washington could do. Nikki Javala, friend of the program for The Athletic, had a story this morning about Terry, kind of just like an update on where things are. I want to talk Terry and B-Rob. I want to get to this B-Rob thing because I know that there's a little bit of news about teams that could be interested in him. But here's the Terry stuff from Nikki. One person with knowledge of McLaurin's contract negotiations said the veteran receiver has asked for more than DK Metcalf, who signed a 4-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers earlier this year. Mm-hmm. That's not necessarily news. We kind of knew that. I don't think they're going to 30. I think 29 might be as high as they go. Mm-hmm. I've been told that. I've been told we're not going to 30. I'm reading again from Nikki. If McLaurin is seeking more than Metcalf's $33 million a year in average annual value, that would put him in the top 4 among receivers. If he seeks more than the $60 million Metcalf is guaranteed, that would land him in the top 10 receivers among guaranteed money. If McLaurin is using Metcalf's deal as a benchmark based on percentage of the team's cap, the Commanders' wideout would be asking for more than 11.8% of Washington's cap in the average annual value, which would be at least the 5th highest percentage among receivers, according to SpotTrack. If you're worried about the AAV, it's not going to happen. If you're worried about the guarantees,
possibility,
I think you can get there or get close. If Metcalf's guaranteed 60 and we can get you to 57, is that not a place we can land?
When you broke down Metcalf's deal, after 2 years, his guarantees are gone.
Yeah.
You got to be careful with that. And I think, listen, man, you have every right, everybody has every right to ask for what they want to ask for. But the ultimate thing is it possible? You know what I mean? Is that number you're asking for a possible number? Because once you realize it may not be a reality, then you got to start thinking about the absolute best you can do. And I've said that over and over again. That's the thing you got to start figuring out. Is it okay? Is it possible? Can I get this? And if you believe you can, you damn sure go for it then.
Well, the biggest question, I think, with Terry becomes, all right, man, like, you know what their deal is. If it's not what you want, are you willing to just play out this year? And maybe they come to an agreement, like, all right, we won't tag you if you just show up and play out, right?
Yeah, it has to be in writing for me, though.
Sure, and I don't know that would be, right?
Yeah, I would not ever take nothing like that just by word of mouth.
But the tag is
no matter who it is.
Right, the tag is an option for the team next year. And I circle back to Terry's.
My question would be, what would be the average next year? What would be the tag number next year?
I will try to find that out. Maybe White Brian can track that down for us. I think they're saying $28 million next year is the tag, according to Over the Cap. So that's what they're offering, right? Roughly. Say it's 27, say it's 28.6.
I don't know what they're offering. I know I've seen multiple rumors. I don't know. So the whole thing about it, if that's what they're offering, then you might want to start thinking about it.
Now, would you be willing? Would you have the guts to play this out and want to get to free agency and be convinced you get more in free agency, knowing that next year you're turning 31 and the age thing's a conversation now?
But if I'm free next year, I have a better chance of getting more money when I'm on the market, no matter if I'm 30 or 31, whatever.
If you get to true free agency, I agree with that, just because the cap's going up and think about, the reports of what New England tried to offer Chris Godwin, who's been hurt and is about the same age, and he decided to stay in Tampa. The flip side for Terry is last year, like, because of the touchdowns, it seemed like this crazy season. But if you just look at catches and yardages, it was completely in line with the rest of his career. He averaged 65 yards a game. It was the touchdowns that, if you want to be a hard ass in contract talks, the touchdowns are the outlier over the course of his career.
Yeah, but the thing about it now, we have something different. I finally have a quarterback now.
Yeah.
Who knows how to find me. So, whatever the outlier is on their side, they can say, you can throw it back in the face. Well, now I'm playing with somebody better. I'm playing with somebody legitimate. If you look at his numbers, what he's done over his 6-7 years, a lot of that stuff hadn't been done. And he did it with pedestrian quarterbacks. You know what I mean? So it says a lot about what his capabilities are, too.
I agree, man. I agree. So this Terry situation is murky. The B-Rob situation seems far more of a done deal. Mike Garafolo, I believe this was on Good Morning Football, or NFL Network anyway. Mike Garafolo is a widely respected NFL insider, and talking about what teams are interested in Brian Robinson.
There's interest, and not just like, oh, his agent or his marketing guy told me there's interest. I know there's interest because as I've reported this, I've heard from teams who are saying, what happened there? How did he fall out of favor? Does he want a new contract? Yeah, eventually he does, but this is a contract year, and right now, given this situation, my understanding is he wants the best possible situation for him to have the best possible season, Ian, to set him up for a payday this offseason as a free agent. So right now, all about fit for Brian Robinson. I believe he's going to have a new home. If it's not via trade and they got to cut him, he'll have a new home in short order.
And if I'm B, That's all I'm worried about. Am I going to be able to get into a good position? And if there are multiple people interested, then cool. Like I've said it before when I was playing. You always come to a point where everyone deals with the moving on to another team. But as soon as you realize that there's not only one team out there, you're better off. Because listen, I know what fans think, and fans think and feel what they feel. But as a player, you have to understand. Because most time when you get on one team, you get so tunnel visioned that you think, I can only play one place. No. You got
league.
32 landing spots.
It's a big world out there.
And once you get that mindset, then it's not as hard to deal with this stuff. You want to be in a certain spot. It would be best if you can play one place your whole career. But that don't happen often. So the mindset has to be, what else can I do? And if you have other people interested, it's all that matters. No matter what the hell the naysayers say or the haters or the fans or whatever, when they want to start hating on you that used to love you yesterday. Long as you know you can fall and land somewhere else, good things can happen for you.
Yeah, man, it's tough. Like, regardless of, it's not just pro football. You know what I mean? Like, if something goes wrong for you at your job and you're an accountant or a plumber, like, you got to try to find another job with another plumbing company or another accountant's office.
And then guess what? It may be the rival one. The one you've been going against all this time, guess what? You might be right there with them now.
And it might end up better for you.
100.
I think it's a really interesting situation with Brian Robinson. He hasn't missed much time, but he has dealt with injuries and been not 100% a lot, I would say. Mm-hmm. He's had some really impressive games. He's had some duds, but he's dependable. He's a big, powerful back, 6'1", 230. Never going for 1,000 yards, always going for about 800. Scored 8 touchdowns last year. Did go for over 1,100 yards from scrimmage back in 23. He caught a lot of passes that year. He went for like almost 400 yards receiving that season. Was that Howell, right, in 23? They ran a bunch of screens to him. Remember, I think he had a big play in like Seattle. I do think it's interesting that Washington is so convinced to get rid of B-Rob. I do think he's the most dependable back they have, but I think you could draw a straight line from the ascendance of Bill, of Corey Krosky-Merritt, to the upcoming departure of Brian Robinson.
I just think that Bill hasn't done enough for it all to be on Bill. This must be something that they had in works already. I don't think he's done enough for them to be saying, let's get rid of this guy because of what we saw so far.
Let's look at what teams are possible destinations for B-Rob. Is somebody really going to trade for him? Who would it be? If he gets cut, he's going to get signed within hours. Is somebody actually going to trade for him? Let's take a look at what the betting markets say could happen with Brian Robinson next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. On Tuesday, August 26th, is FanDuel Features Day, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your favorite season predictions. So take a flyer in the MVP race or who's going to win the Super Bowl. Can it be Lamar Jackson? Can it be Pat Mahomes? Can it be Jaden Daniels? When you start looking at the Super Bowl possibilities, the Ravens are number one out there for everybody. Could they finally get it done? Or you can parlay your division winner, dark horses. Mark your calendars. This is your day for hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures best now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Got this tweet from James S. J. Schnei. Said, and this is a good point. He said, the best thing that happened to the running back room is Bill being suspended last year. I don't necessarily agree with that, but the point I think he's trying to make without the snark is think about how fresh Merritt is.
You would think. Either fresh or he may not be well prepared for to go 17 games. You know what I'm saying?
That's another fair. Yeah.
So it's like, I know they look at it as, oh, it's fresh. You could be, and you could not be.
So sportsbetting.ag has given us a list of teams most likely for Brian Robinson to land. Now, Landfield, they didn't specify if this is via trade or just to sign him, correct? Because I think the trade market would be a little more interesting. The top team, according to betting experts, to land B-Rob, San Francisco 49ers.
See, and that's,
they like power running out there.
It seems a little odd because normally their running backs are they're one-cut guys that also catches a lot of balls at the backfield. And I've always felt that B-Rob catches the ball, and they just never threw it to him, but he can catch it.
I wonder if that is – if you remember the Niners last year, obviously McCaffrey was hurt most of the season, and they just churned through like 100 backs after him.
Who was the other guy that came in last year and started running it? He ran terrific one night. They had Elijah Mitchell there, but he stayed hurt. They finally got rid of him. I think he's gone now.
Yeah. And I think Jordan Mason might be the guy you're talking about.
That's it. Yeah.
He is not there anymore. The backup to McCaffrey at this point is Isaac Guerrero, then Jordan James. I could actually see that because you get a real, not only a real viable backup to a dude that has dealt with injuries a lot. McCaffrey's played one full season in the last 4 years. But he also B-Rob gives you something different than McCaffrey. McCaffrey's
totally
plenty powerful, don't get me wrong, but B-Rob's just a different back. So they got the Niners listed as the most likely at 4-1, then the Dolphins at 5-1. Not necessarily a surprise. The Dolphins kind of run the same system as the Niners. And the Dolphins' top back is Devin Achane. And
he's
quick. Right, but smaller.
Yeah.
And I guess they lost – Mostert's no longer there, so they have Jalen Wright backing up Achane. They have the Niners at 4-1, the Dolphins at 5-1, the Browns at 6-1, and the Bears at 8-1, and then the Cowboys at 9-1. The Bears is an interesting one. A lot of people will make the connection that Eric Bieniemy is now the running backs coach in Chicago and was the OC here. I'm not sure that means what you think it means.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know that B-Rob and EB are sending each other Christmas cards.
I doubt it.
But dude, you look at the Cowboys. I'm not saying anybody wants this to happen. The Cowboys running back room, Javonte Williams, who was he had one good season in Denver, was fairly underwhelming last year. They drafted the kid out of Texas, Jaden Blue, who I think could actually take that job. The rest of this depth chart, Phil Maffa, I'm unfamiliar with his work.
Never heard of him.
Miles Sanders was playing for the Panthers. Then the kid Deuce Vaughn, I think was a rookie last year out of Kansas State, little white dude, I think. I think it would really piss fans off, but I could actually see the
First of all, fans can't. Once you're released, fans save that. You go wherever you want it when you're released.
Trying to get a job.
I mean, when someone lets you go wherever the most want and need are. You don't worry about that all that stuff. Then just like a fan fired from Pepsi, they'll damn sure go work for Coke.
Right.
They fired from McDonald's, they'll sure be working for flipping burgers at Burger King if they ask them to, and they offer them better money. So don't much worry about that.
I agree. They're releasing him. Like
Yeah.
it's not his fault. Gosh, I pulled up the Browns depth chart. So the Browns are listed by sportsbetting.ag to be the third highest odds to land B-Rob, 6-1. It's hard. Like when you pull up these depth charts, it's hard. Like they list the entire offense. It's hard to get past the Browns quarterback situation.
They got about 20 of them.
Doug, Flacco, Pickett, Gabriel, Sanders, Huntley, Watson.
It's a lot.
That's
That's a lot.
and 5 of them combined don't make what the 5th dude makes. The 6th dude, rather. No, the 5th dude. But listen to this backfield and listen to the complication involved. Jerome Ford has been fine. He backed up Nick Chubb for a while. Chubb's gone in Cleveland. The complication here, B, they drafted Quinshon Judkins, the stud out of Ohio State, who hasn't signed yet, has this ongoing legal situation. That one really could make some sense, I think, because what Stefanski does, that offense, they like power running and kind of grinding out wins.
They do. But as a player, is that a great situation to go to?
If you're Brian Robinson, and, I guess now
if I got choices, I wouldn't choose them over the other people.
That might be your best path to carries, though.
Hey, sometimes you go on another team, they put you in a little position, and you have a better line, and you got better situation around you, and you get 15 a game, but you get way more yards than you would if you get 25 a game at another place.
Yeah.
I would make that decision based off of what is the quality of the people I'm playing with.
And sometimes the best thing a player can do is, like, have a good year in a smaller role on a good team that goes, like, on a good playoff run, and then all of a sudden you score a touchdown or two in a playoff game, and then it's like, oh, he's going to be a free agent.
You see it every year. A person shows up on a particular team. The team wins the Super Bowl. They go do something great. And the people that you see getting deals, you're like, who? That dude didn't even do a lot. You know what? He was on that team. You find coaches on winning teams get asked and get interviewed, and you're like, why? I didn't know that guy was on the team because he's like a quiet. But they want somebody from the good team. So you go somewhere good, and you end up y'all go on a run. You'll get a deal.
Neil Greenberg joins us next.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. Anthony Richardson's immediate future with the Colts appears to be in limbo after the franchise named Daniel Jones the starting quarterback. The fallout of Richardson not being named the starter has already caused his agent to speak out. In an interview with ESPN, his agent, Derek Jackson, said there is a lot to discuss with the organization after the announcement, and he questioned if the decision to name Jones the starter was already predetermined and this wasn't a quarterback competition after all. He said that there is little trust between him and the organization at this point. And the Commanders have partnered with Big Bear AI as their new naming rights partner for the training facility that will now be referred to as Big Bear.ai Performance Center. Big Bear will also have branding on the players' practice jerseys, on the suite level, and at the stadium. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Time for us to get smarter and talk to our friend, Mr. Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can give Greenberg a follow at @ngreenberg. Read all of his work, WashingtonPost.com. Greenberg joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Greenberg, what's up, dude? How are you?
I'm doing super. How are you?
We're good. I had a hell of a morning, but we're good. I always like to kind of go in and check out what you've been tweeting about because it's always kind of an interesting ride. I wanted to start probably in a surprising place for you. I'm trying to get Steve Buckhantz to come on the radio with us this week and talk about John Wall. But I saw you kind of tweeted and mentioned Wall and his time in Washington. There were some really high highs.
There were. I mean, he was the number one overall pick. He was supposed to usher in a new era in Washington. You got to give a lot of credit to John Wall, who embraced the community and really looked the part of a franchise player. It just didn't work out. He just couldn't get things going here in Washington on a championship level. They were, it was tough to get into the playoffs and then be competitive in the playoffs most of the time. He had Bradley Beal with him, but the sum of those just weren't equal to the parts. It just never seemed like the two could really form the nucleus that Washington needed. But John Wall from top to bottom had a solid career in Washington. And, I'm sure there's a lot of missed opportunities. Some you can probably blame him, some you can blame the organization. But, overall, getting a guy like John Wall, having him be here for as long as he was, having him be such a big part of the community, I think was a real bright spot for Washington.
But what was the reason things didn't work, you would think?
That's a great question. I believe that people thought Beal was a lot better than he was. A lot of people thought Beal was one of the top players in the NBA, and nothing really supported that. Like none of the non-traditional metrics ever supported that. And just having him and Wall, it was two things, I think. One was they weren't enough of a draw to bring other really good players here. Now, Wall kind of came up in the super team era, right, where it was LeBron and the Warriors and then, just these big-name players just going chasing rings. And no one really wanted to come to Washington. So I think that was certainly part of it. But I just think, as I said, I think Wall separately was really good. I think Beal separately was really good. And just for whatever reason, the chemistry with the both of them just never gelled into anything more than a fringe playoff contender.
Didn't he make a comment about he wasn't there to be recruiting people? That could be a part of the reason, too.
Yeah, he just didn't seem like he wanted to be either didn't want to be part of a super team or just didn't want to be, like you said, a recruiter. I mean, you have to lobby, and it's tough, right? I mean, if you have, like, Kevin Durant asking you to go somewhere and LeBron James asking you to go somewhere and Steph Curry and then John Wall, I mean, I can kind of see his point. It seems almost futile to do that, right? There just wasn't – he just didn't have the gravitas around him or him himself to be that pull to get people. It was a tough market. You know, it was a tough market to create super teams because we really only had, one, two, maybe three teams at that point that were true title contenders.
Yeah.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Greenberg's work at @ngreenberg. Neil, let's switch it over to football, man. I imagine you are knee-deep in kind of all of your charts and analysis and everything you look at going into the football season. What has been interesting? What has come to mind for you?
I'm really fascinated with this running back situation in Washington. That to me is an interesting storyline in terms of a lot of people thought like the running back position was back on track in terms of maybe not returning to its former glory, but certainly, being seen as more veteran-driven. And then here we have like a young upstart kind of coming in and pushing out a guy that's been here a couple of years. The quarterback situations are fascinating, especially in Indianapolis, who really has to choose between the lesser of the two evils in Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson. So I'm really just looking at those type of storylines to see, not only from like a fantasy football standpoint, but also like a real football standpoint. Who quarterback's so important. Like which of these young quarterbacks is actually going to take a step up and start to surprise people.
What do you make of the decision? A lot of I call them like football hipsters. Like there's a cottage industry of people trying to make sports more complicated so that they can talk down to people on social media. That's just like a reality of the level of snark in our discourse. But like a lot of people are like, oh my God, how could they go with Jones? Richardson hasn't, Richardson just needs a chance. Like he's been in the league a couple of years now. He's been bad. Like at what point do we need to change our mindset that the coach, and I understand it's a self-preservation league, but he's going with Jones because he thinks it gives him a chance to win. I don't know that Jones is any good either, but you know what I'm saying? It's just odd how people view some of these things.
Yeah, it also comes down to here's what I look at. I mean, Anthony Richardson was a first-round pick, 4th overall a couple of years ago. Got to start in his second year. It didn't go great. We saw him a little bit in his rookie year. The fact that the organization is willing to move on for him for Daniel Jones, who really hasn't done much in the NFL, has been at the bottom of a lot of advanced metrics like QBR, PFF, et cetera. I mean, look, I'm going to defer to coaches in these type of situations. Anthony Richardson ain't the guy. You don't move on from a number 4 pick that quick if you have any sort of inkling that he could blossom into something really good, especially when you have a guy like Daniel Jones who, let's face it, is a known commodity at this point. So I applaud the organization for recognizing that, saying to themselves, even though he was a top pick, we're still not going to go with him. It's unfortunate for them that their plan B happens to be Daniel Jones, who probably isn't much better than Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. You also mentioned your confusion or interest, I guess, in the Commanders' running back situation. From your viewpoint, removing kind of the emotions of B-Rob is a well-liked player. You see B-Rob jerseys in the crowd. Just this abrupt the departure hasn't been finalized yet, but what appears to be an abrupt departure for Brian Robinson.
Yeah, and, this is a what have you done for me lately league. The organization sees what they have in the offense, and they know how good it can be. So they're kind of getting a Cliff Kingsbury guy in there, right? I mean, Bill, is an early down runner. That's kind of what Cliff favors. He's also a guy who probably has more upside than Brian Robinson at this point. He's got that big play burst, whereas Robinson is more of like a grinder. He's probably got, like I said, he's got a higher ceiling. He did really well, in college. And at the very least, Krosky Merritt has showed some flashes as a receiver. Brian Robinson has really just been typecast as a two-down back. So it makes sense to kind of add that flexibility. But, yeah, I mean, really abrupt. I want to say Ben Standig was like one of the first guys to even mention that this type of situation could be happening. I know a lot of people guffawed at it, but here we are.
Yeah, man, it was funny. I mean, we had Ben on, and we were kind of talking through it, and my stance hasn't really changed. I don't understand the necessity here. It seems I think Bill's a really exciting player. Eckler's really good. Maybe C-Rod can be better, but the dependability that Robinson gave you, I don't know that you just immediately recreate that. Mm-hmm. What did you think of the preseason game? It was very, very quick, limited work, right? But the offense did look fantastic.
Well, yeah, it was limited for Jaden Daniels, thankfully. I don't know what Cincinnati was doing throwing Joe Burrow out there for so long. But, yeah, I mean, they look good. You don't want to take too much away from it. I think that was a great timing of the offense because it kind of showed everyone like, hey, here's what we can look like. Terry McLaurin, maybe it's time for you to kind of join us here because, we can make this even better if you're a part of it. And, it looks good right now and kind of give him some FOMO a little bit. But, yeah, I thought it was a really good.
But if I'm Terry, I'm like, you didn't throw the ball one time.
I'm sorry?
If I'm Terry, I'm like, you didn't throw the ball, so, I mean, it's not like you could throw it. So
because you weren't there. But, yeah, I mean, it's definitely, it's good to see that this offense is clicking. I think one of the big knocks on Washington from a lot of the, analysts like me around the league are, can they sustain that offense from year to year? What's the regression going to be for Jaden Daniels? And, you like to see the offense clicking in preseason. It's kind of a catch-22, right? If they play well, it was just a preseason game against nobodies. If they don't play well, they can't even, do anything against nobodies. But so it's always good to see the offense doing what it's supposed to be doing.
What did you think defensively? I thought they did a really good job kind of getting after Burrow in that game. You mentioned it.
Yeah, and they had a lot of opportunities to do it. Look, the defense, I think, is the key to this whole thing. I think the offense is going to be good. I think Jaden Daniels is going to be good. But the defense really does have to not make every game a shootout. Like, you can't expect Washington to have to score 30 or more points a game in order to win. And you look at some of, like, the Vegas over-under numbers, they're expecting Washington to be, like, the biggest contributor to that total, to their totals for the season. I'll spare you the math details, but that's a function of Washington's offense being really good, being able to put points on the board, but also their defense being leaky and allowing points. So I think if the defense can be average, because a lot of people are expecting it to be probably below average, at least in the bottom third of the league, I think that's a big improvement, and that could be enough.
I've been doing this read with FanDuel about the possibility of picking your MVP and the champion of the league next year. I mean, at the end of this year, who do you think is going to win the MVP? Who do you think is going to win the Super Bowl?
That's a good question. I don't think there's going to be any surprise with the Super Bowl, right? Like Buffalo, maybe Kansas City, Baltimore, if they can, finally get through some stuff. And then you're just going to have to look at, the quarterbacks on those teams. I mean, like that's, typically the MVP choice. I think Josh Allen to go back-to-back is certainly doable considering the division and what they have in front of them. Lamar Jackson the same. I know I'm not breaking any ground here. But I tell you something. If Philadelphia can play well again and Jalen Hurts has a good season, because the knock on him has been he's a product of the system and, he doesn't always play at high levels, et cetera. If he could put together like a solid top-tier campaign and Philadelphia once again shows that they're one of the best teams in the league, I think Jalen Hurts is probably a guy I would definitely look at.
I like that, and he's kind of off the radar. I mean, maybe not off the radar, but not at the top of the list.
Nah.
It's interesting as we get closer and closer to this season. We haven't asked you about Terry McLaurin yet. It's possible he practices today. We'll all kind of find out together at 2 o'clock when they get on the field. Where do you stand on the Terry situation? At what point, Greenberg, do you think this impacts the season? Are we getting there? I mean, it's August 20th,
I think we're getting
right?
there, yeah. I think we're getting there because you want the reps. Jaden Daniels, as good as he was, is still only a second-year quarterback. You do have Deebo Samuel in the mix. Luke McCaffrey hasn't shown you anything, or at least you haven't shown that you have any sort of faith in him. You want to get him in there and get stuff going. I would say we're kind of quick to D-Day here. But I got to tell you, if I am Terry McLaurin, and if I don't have any, personal or familial ties to my agent, I think I'm looking for new representation, because you look at everything that's come out, like what he's asking for, what the landscape is, what his leverage is. I think that their camp truly misplayed their hand, to a negligent degree almost, because he's under contract, the franchise tag, what the market's going to bear, and all these other things that are really against McLaurin's favor. You really do have to think about what type of advice is he getting for it to go this long and to make it this uncomfortable. If it was me, I truly believe that I would be looking for more representation if I wasn't the one driving it. If that's the advice that I'm getting, then I have to say to them, hey, you know what, you completely misread this situation. I'm going to have to go in a different direction.
That's why I feel players at Terry's age and his experience have to know more about the game and more about the business side of it, because no 7-8 year player should be getting bad advice and not know it's bad advice.
Yeah, I mean, you can just look at what's happening, right? And I think the Cortland Sutton deal really should have been the end of it. When that deal came through and it was obvious that 30-year-old wide receivers aren't getting paid a lot of money, or at least the money that McLaurin's camp was asking, even though he is a great teammate and leadership, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You have to look at it at some point and say, all right, you know what? Let's get this show going, and we'll just figure it out next year. But yeah, just really been a misread by the McLaurin camp.
It's going to be fascinating to watch. I mean, even just something as simple as if he's out here today, it's do you do any college football bets? You getting ready for college?
I have some really weird over under win totals that I placed 2 months ago. Those prices are gone. I only bet when the market comes out, because that's when it's at its softest. I don't have anything yet, but I'm working on a couple things where I should have a steady stream of some college stuff going forward.
Well, you know what we say, text your boy.
Yes. Yes.
All right, Greenberg. Appreciate you, bud. Talk soon.
Man.
All right. Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
Peace.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg, Washington Post. Give him a follow at @ngreenberg. You know what I did last night and this morning? Came in and out of my house with the garage door. When we went to Annapolis yesterday, I didn't even bring my car keys because I rode with you and then I rode back with Tischler.
Mm-hmm.
I just chilled and went in and out the garage. Just used my app. I can't tell you how many times that garage door and the MyQ app have helped me, and they can help you too. The pros at Door Pro America can change out your garage door with no stress. The MyQ app, you can check your garage door in real time, set it to close automatically if you're a dummy like me and leave it open all the time. You can do it all from your phone, man. It is so easy. Whether it's the MyQ technology or you just need some maintenance or a little repair or replacement, Door Pro America can do it all. These guys are experts. They helped us pick the right option for our house, installed it. The whole thing took like 2-3 hours. It was awesome. Call today. Ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO, and tell them JP Finley sent you. Or you can check them out now at doorproamerica.com.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. Anthony Richardson's immediate future with the Colts appears to be in limbo after the franchise named Daniel Jones the starting quarterback. The fallout of Richardson not being named the starter has already caused his agent to speak out. In an interview with ESPN, his agent, Derek Jackson, said there is a lot to discuss with the organization after the announcement, and he questioned if the decision to name Jones the starter was already predetermined and this wasn't a quarterback competition after all. He said that there is little trust between him and the organization at this point. And the Commanders have partnered with Big Bear AI as their new naming rights partner for the training facility that will now be referred to as Big Bear.ai Performance Center. Big Bear will also have branding on the players' practice jerseys, on the suite level, and at the stadium. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Derek's going to Raising Cane's. You hear that?
I do that.
Down by the road.
You can't sing, dog. God, you awful.
Live update in the tent from the It's Good to Be B-Mitch world. Our guy Kerwin is at Wegmans. Offered to get us something from Wegmans, and I was like, oh, they got these pre-made salads that are pretty good, sandwiches, whatever. Then our guy Derek texted, I'm going to Raising Cane's. And I immediately texted, cancel the salads. So we're about to be eating. But B wants lobster tails delivered to the tent.
Well, you know, if Greg was going to be around, you know, that's our dog, man. I was going to ask him, you know, I'll take care of it. But, you know, it's kind of hard to beat those lobster tails.
What do you want to drink? We need to know right now, otherwise I wouldn't ask you on air.
Juice.
I don't know if they have juice, but we'll find out.
Give me a tea, iced tea.
B wants iced tea. Bang. Real interesting talking with Greenberg there, and there's obviously a lot going on around the NFL. I got bad news out of Atlanta, dog.
What's that?
Caleb McGarry is going to be starting left tackle for the Falcons. Just carted off the field at practice. They cut off the music, and the team huddled around him as he was put onto the vehicle. 2 support staff helped him off the cart and inside the building.
So you think that's a knee?
I don't know. I'm not there. I didn't see it, but
It's like I've seen people cart it off, and then it ends up being nothing serious.
yeah.
But I'm just saying.
I don't know that I asked you this. If Terry is hell-bent on the AAV of DK, would you want that?
But I want what?
Is that something you think they should do?
Him be hell bent on the AAV?
Yeah.
It's not what I think. It's what the market is going to bear. And at this point, that I totally disagree with the league about the age thing, but that's what they're going to go with. And if that's what they're going with, and you see other contracts of guys that age being a certain point, you kind of stuck on that. You have every right to try and push it to see what you can do, but eventually you come to a point where you're going to get the money that you're supposed to get paid, or you're going to say no to money, because that point is coming.
Yeah, that's the tricky part here is like at what point – what is the phrase, cutting off your nose to spite your face? Mm-hmm. Like at what point is that?
But like the thing is, like you said, under contract, eventually you're going to have to make a move. You got to say, I don't care to make it, or you're going to have to go get what you can get. And and this is not no negative, but it's a fact. Eventually, a decision has to be made by the player. Not by the agent, not by anybody else, but the player has to make that decision.
Yeah, and it's getting trickier and trickier.
Yeah.
So this is very bizarre. Landfill has on the show sheet for 11:30 a.m. predicting when each NFL team will lose its first game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this obviously couldn't happen because we know this is not the schedule. But you know how I have weird dreams?
Now, I don't know about it, how you have weird dreams.
I had a dream last night that I was in Gillette Stadium, Patriots, New England, you know they have those elevators?
Okay.
I'm taking the elevator down, and I say to myself, I can't believe they're 1-2 and just lost to the Patriots. Is that bizarre?
About who?
I'm talking about Washington. Now, we know that's not the case. They don't play the Patriots this season.
Well, I can believe you had a weird dream, Jay, because you're weird. I mean, it's real. Just saying.
I had a weird dream.
A dude that worked for the commander, works on the beat with the Commanders, having a dream about them being 1-2, losing to the Patriots, and they almost play the Patriots. Yeah, that's weird.
I need a shrink. Is that a derogatory term at this point? Can you still say shrink?
I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know what's what.
Maybe just Chat GPT.
Yeah.
Landfill, put my dream into Chat GPT. See what it says.
See what it means.
But
It means that you need to stop going to bed thinking about the Patriots.
I think I was thinking about the Commanders.
Nah, if they lost to the Patriots, thinking positive about the Patriots.
I watched that.
Was it a nightmare? Because if they 1-2 and they lost to the Patriots, that's a nightmare.
It's not good.
Yeah.
I watched that Chief of War last night before bed. Maybe I didn't need that going around in my head. That show is awesome if people haven't watched it, but you got to get ready to read some subtitles. All right. Do you think anybody's going undefeated this year? I do not.
No.
17 games is hard.
Well, I know who thinks they're not.
All right. So this dude who wrote this is an interesting theory. Greg's the best. We're going to go from no food, no water to lobster tails and Raising Cane's. What a day.
I'm going to just tell them we're good, man. We don't need both of them.
All right. So this is an interesting idea from John Breach, CBSSports.com. He's predicting what team loses when everybody gets their first loss.
Okay.
Week 1, Thursday night. Hell, that's in 15 days.
Who loses?
Dallas.
They're playing the Eagles, right?
Yeah, in Philly.
Yeah.
What do you think that environment will be like when they raise that banner and everybody, from Delco has been drinking
Somebody
for 9 hours?
in Dallas, somebody in Philly gonna be. You're gonna think that they lost the game. Remember, I asked you this question too. And I've been asking this question since I got into this area. Why is it when people win, they burn up stuff? Because College Park is renowned for it.
I was in college during those
Why
times.
is it when people win something, do they not celebrate? They go destroy stuff. So is some person in Philly going to do something stupid, you would think they lost.
I have a wild story about a bonfire after Duke and Maryland.
Is it incriminating? If it is, just keep it to yourself.
It ain't. I think I tell you off air.
Yeah, there you go. You're learning these days, brother.
But it's wild. I have realized I've had good fortune at various times in my life to not be in places where bad things have happened. Where had I not been somewhere else, I don't know what my role would have been. One of those things happened relatively recently. But when I was in college, when they really burnt down College Park, when we won the title, I was in Atlanta at the game. So I wasn't getting facial recognition software because I was in Atlanta, dog. In the immortal words of Shaggy, it wasn't me. All right, so CBSSports.com is predicting the Cowboys get their first loss week 1 opening night.
Okay.
And I want to read this because it's beautiful prose. The Cowboys are a train wreck. The Eagles are the reigning Super Bowl champs. The Cowboys' chance at an undefeated season is going to end after one game.
There you go.
I enjoyed that.
All right.
This is interesting. He's predicting, the Chargers get their first loss week 1. The Chiefs have won 7 straight against the Chargers, but they've never beaten them in Brazil. I doubt they've ever played in Brazil. But that's
Wow.
He's got Atlanta losing to Tampa, Cleveland losing to Cincy. I think that's a pretty safe bet. The Colts losing to the Dolphins. I'm not sure how I feel about Colts versus Dolphins. That game is a stay away from me.
Mm-hmm.
Who you like, Saints, Cardinals?
Cardinals. Where's the game?
think Arizona.
I still like I like the Cardinals even if it was in New Orleans. Because I told you, I'm on this text thread with a bunch of New Orleans fans, and there is no faith in that thing down there.
Raiders at Pats, week 1.
Raiders.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the Pats in that one.
I like the Raiders.
But it's a 1 o'clock start, east to west. We'll see.
Yeah, but it's so the coach there, he don't get him fired up. Oh, Pete gets him fired up, dog.
Guess who CBSSports.com loses their undefeated season in week 1? Who they believe? New York Giants. They wrote the Giants had the worst record in the NFC last year, and they get to open up the season on the road against a team that made it to the NFC title game. Sometimes life is unfair. This is one of those times. All right, so I'm going to scroll down a bit and see when this dude has – damn. When do you think my man has the Commanders' undefeated season unraveling?
Thursday night against Greenberg.
Correct. After playing on Sunday in week 1, the Commanders have to turn around and play a Thursday road game at Green Bay, which isn't an easy ask.
And they're going to beat them.
I mean, that's going to be awesome.
They're going to Green Bay and beat them.
B. All right. You answer this question when we return. When will the Commanders lose their first game? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. I just saw a headline that reads, Jackson Dart's preseason dominance. I think we got to relax, people. I think we got to relax, people.
Hey, man, it's content game.
Content game's a dirty business,
Yes,
man.
indeed, man.
I'm from these streets. I know it when I see it. All right, the haters at CBSSports.com think the Commanders get their first loss of the season week 2 in Green Bay. They right. After playing on Sunday in week 1, the Commanders have to turn around and play a Thursday road game at Green Bay, which isn't an easy ask. If the Packers lose in week 1, which is exactly what we have happening, then they'll be desperate to win this game so they don't fall to 0-2.
So you don't think
So
a team that comes out and beat the Giants won't be like desperate to win their second game because they want to start off? They don't want to hear people talking?
The Packers open with the Lions.
Okay.
Now, Jordan Love is also dealing with that thumb injury. Remember?
That thing.
He had to get, now, it's not throwing hand, but it's a thing.
Okay.
So the Commanders, according to CBS Sports, lose week 1 in Green Bay. I'm looking at the roster. I'm looking at the schedule.
Okay.
With the full understanding, eyes wide open here, it's hard to win in the NFL.
Very.
Joe Gibbs famously said it. It's hard to win up here. Everybody gets paid. Giants are going to have a good defense. I don't think anybody should be looking past the Giants. I do think they beat the Giants.
Okay.
Despite Jackson Dart's preseason dominance, Brian.
Dominance.
I think that Green Bay game is a hard game. Short week, on the road, Lambeau. All those Scotties will be chugging beer and tossing back cheese curds. That's a tough game. I'm not scared of it, though.
At all?
I think this team, the way the D-line looks, Raiders at home, I think that Raiders team is going to be much improved. Like you said, Pete Carroll's no joke. I think Geno's a pro. I think Genty can play. Max Crosby's a beast. Like, the Raiders are not to be looked past.
Hell no.
I think they can beat the Raiders. At Atlanta, I like Washington at Atlanta. I've covered – I got a real question, B. I've covered a number of games in Atlanta, including the old Georgia Dome and now at Mercedes-Benz. I don't think I've ever covered a loss in Atlanta. I think I'm undefeated down there.
You undefeated? Or the team's undefeated when you cover?
Whatever. Semantics. I think they start 4-0, dude. And then I think the back-to-back roadies going to L.A., I think that Chargers team's going to be pretty good. I think Harbaugh's a grinder. I got the first loss Sunday, October 5th in L.A. I got a 4-1.
Who they play after L.A.?
Chicago Monday night at home. Then at Dallas, week 7. At KC, week 8 for Monday Night Football. So that's another back-to-back roadie, week 7 and 8.
All right.
You want to just go through line by line?
I think it's going to be, if I had to say that they'll have a loss, I would go with KC.
So you got them starting 7-0.
That sounds like 1991, don't it?
It does. Sure does. Do you know how nuts things would be if they start 7-0?
Yeah, it'd be nuts if they go 1-0. It'd be nuts if they go 2-0.
It's nuts right now.
They already ready to
Preseason.
explode, dude. I mean, when you look at that, I would say that game of a game, but they won't be favored.
If you look,
A game against Kansas City is what I'm talking about.
White Brian, see if there's a look-ahead line to week 2 in Green Bay. I'd be curious what that spread is. I mean, they'll be
Green
favored.
Bay -3, I would think.
You think?
It's in Lambeau. You played on Sunday. You're coming in on a Thursday. You know.
So they could be dogs week 2. They're relatively heavy favorites week 1. They could be dogs week 2. Week 3, Raiders are going to be favored. Week 4, Falcons.
I don't know if the Raiders are going to be favored against them.
No, I'm saying the Commanders will be favored.
Oh, I thought you said the Raiders would be favored.
No. I meant they will be favored, meaning
All right,
Washington.
Got you.
I could see them being slight road favorites in Atlanta. I think they'll be dogs against the Chargers, but it'll be a tight line. Favored at home against the Bears. I could see them favored on the road against Dallas, depending how things start in Dallas.
Yeah.
I think the first definitive underdog situation, you're right, is at KC. Mm-hmm. Dog, this schedule is tough. I mean, think about
Oh, it's going to be a tough one. But
just in the month of October, playoff team in the Chargers, Bears took them to the wire last year, Dallas divisional game, at KC, a Super Bowl team. Then you get to November, and it's Seattle, Detroit, the trip to Madrid.
okay. I'll say this. Yes, last year they played them tight. Chicago. I don't think it's gonna be like that this year. I believe 5 is not going to allow to even be close, because he just got that little internal thing. Because your boy acted like he wasn't supposed to lose last year. So we don't see what happens.
Yeah. I can't wait to find out.
You neither?
I cannot wait. Landville, when do you think they lose their first game? You got them going undefeated?
Yep, undefeated.
Now, if Jeff said that, I might actually believe him. Jeffrey, when you got them losing their first game?
First Philly game.
That's week 16, Jeff.
No. Can't be week 16.
Yo,
They
it's
played Philly twice in the last 2 games?
16 and 18 with Dallas in the middle.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ooh.
The last 4 are all NFC East games with roadies in New York and
Is that week
Philly.
16, week 17?
They play Philly
Yeah,
week
yeah.
16.
Okay.
Because if you remember, they have to play them. I think they play them Saturday because then they play Dallas on Thursday on Christmas.
Ça va?
Jeff, you got them going
Nah,
14-0 to start, dog?
I was trolling you.
Hell,
JP.
Landfill's got them going undefeated.
I think
They must be passing that stuff around in there.
The gummies are hitting.
Ayahuasca.
Just
I have
struggling
to
with
say,
this.
looking at the schedule, I have to say I see our first loss being the Chiefs.
Okay, so you got them going 7-0 to start. You and B are on that KC game.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's LA a little earlier. That would be a good poll question. When does the first loss come? Is it first 6 games, middle 6 games, undefeated? Those are your options.
You can't give nobody that option of no undefeated. I get the majority is going to be saying, oh, yeah, they're going undefeated this year.
One dude who really liked what he saw from the Commanders on Monday night, Brian Baldinger. He highlighted some of the blocking by that offensive
They
line
blocked,
by John
man.
Bates. Brian Baldinger, Baldy, joins us next.
We've got a whole host of NFL injury updates so far. Starting off with L'Jarius Sneed. His first year at the Titans, it didn't go as planned. The cornerback played in just 5 games due to multiple injuries, including a knee issue that put him on the physically unable to perform list as training camp opened in 2025. But now Sneed is ready to return. The quarterback reportedly passed his physical and is ready to start taking part in practices. If you remember, Sneed joined the Titans on a 4-year, $55 million deal last offseason. Over in Miami, Darren Waller is back. The Dolphins activated the tight end from the physically unable to perform list this morning, a sign that he's nearing a return to practice. The 32-year-old was traded to the Dolphins in the offseason after announcing his intent to come out of retirement, though he only stayed away from the game for 1 year. And Malik Neighbors, who's been dealing with a minor back problem, a shoulder injury, and different toe injuries throughout training camp for ESPN. The Giants have been really quiet about his status. He hadn't practiced in 13 days before yesterday, but he's back to practice. So Neighbors' return is good news for the Giants because their offense is going to lean really heavily on him in his second season. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, high noon in the District of Columbia, and we are fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in our friend, Mr. Brian Baldinger. Baldy, how are you, man?
Hey, I'm doing good, guys. It's good to be with you, man. Good to hear your voices.
Yep. How you been, man?
I'm good, Mitch. I've been doing like these training camp tours and seeing some scrimmages and doing some stuff in our studios in LA. So kind of just trying to stay on top of everything that's going on as we get ready to, kick off the season.
Well, you watch the offensive lineman and you watch it closely. And I try to tell people all the time they want to learn about football, look at the offensive line, watch the blocking. What did you see in the Commanders game from the offensive line just Monday night?
Hey, Mitch, they ran that counter tray. Krosky Merritt, Bill Krosky. I guess his name is Bill now, but he ran that counter tray. I mean, it looked like Russ Grimm and Joe Jacoby, out there running, and they got some great blocks on the tight end right there. So John Bates blocked 2 linebackers on the play. I mean, blocking was good. It made it look way too easy. Debo on the fly sweep to start things, and Jaden, they caught him in a blitz and a zone pressure and man coverage, and he danced into the end zone. But it's a pretty good start all the way around. But I'm just looking at the young kids. Josh Connerly at right tackle. Watching the situation where they're kind of cross training some of these guys. So you look at some of these linemen, they're playing left tackle, right tackle. So it's good. You kind of get these guys ready for a couple different positions.
Baldy, what'd you think of Connerly specifically, the rookie?
I thought he was solid. It's not like Cincinnati's lining up a bunch of terrors over there. Miles Murphy was a high pick, and some of these guys he went up against, but he didn't look like he was having any trouble with them. And so, he looked fine there. Wiley will be there, and we'll see what happens. But I think they've got a real good player there. If they want to go in that direction right now.
And then obviously he didn't play the other night, but what are they getting in Tunsil? That dude has quite a impressive resume.
Yeah, he does. The thing about Laramie is he's what all offensive linemen want to be. He's incredibly consistent. Like his takeoff, maybe Lane Johnson's, maybe Trent Williams, maybe those 2 guys have a better set and takeoff than him. And, they always say, like, if you want to win the 100-meter dash, you got to get off to a fast start. Well, he gets out of the blocks about as fast as anybody. He really works at it. The only drawback on Laramie is he's guilty of a lot of penalties, a lot of pre-snap penalties, a lot of pre-snap movement. But if you get that cleaned up, He's just a really good player. I mean, he's extremely athletic, and sometimes that's a cover for not being physical, but he's good in the run game. I mean, he's a really, really good player. I don't think he's the best left tackle in football, but like he's not far from it, and he's very, very consistent.
Yeah, Cliff likes to get the offensive line that are more athletic, and that's why he was telling them to draft out Josh Connolly. Do you think that having those more athletic linemen helps this offense out because they like to get the backs on the edges?
Well, I think, Brian, that in this league right now, you've got to have a mix of both. You've got to have guys that can move big bodies. That's important. And then you've got to have athletic guys where you can get to the perimeter. Like on that fly sweep, I mean, you're basically just getting downfield and picking off color. Anybody with a different colored, helmet. And so you watch, and then the other part, if you're going to run any kind of wide zone, outside zone, any of those plays, if you don't get the second level block, you're not going to have a big play. And so the more athletic you can be on the perimeter or getting to the second level, the bigger plays you're going to get out of the run game.
Absolutely. Talking with Brian Baldinger here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most dependable HVAC equipment in the DMV. Baldy, there's a lot of good happening with Washington right now. Jaden Daniels is probably the top of the list. I thought he looked good the other night, even in extremely limited work. But we do have these lingering Brian Robinson and Terry McLaurin situations. They're quite different. Let's start with B-Rob, a hard physical running back that looks like he's headed out of town. Do you think Washington's making the right move there to kind of what looks like go with the rookie, go with Chris Rodriguez, some of these other guys they've got?
Personally, if I could keep B-Rob, I would. I mean, I just think big backs are at a premium. There's not a lot of them in this league. We have a lot of guys that, that can be third down backs, are quick to the hole, but you don't have a lot of guys that can pound you and wear you down. And I think Brian does that. I mean, he was solid last year. Like they split the carries up. That's fine. But I think there's a place for big backs, power backs, short yardage, goal line, tough yards, 4-minute drills. I just think there's a place for him. So if you said to me, hey, would you rather have Brian Robinson or not? I'd go, I'd much rather have him. And I think, he's like what I don't know what the contract deal is. I try not to pay attention to all that. We have all these insiders that do that stuff. But I think there's value in keeping Brian on board.
Yeah, I think like a offensive lineman likes those big backs like that too, because they know I get this
We
little
don't
hole,
like
he
when they
gonna go
run
and
to the
get the
back
yards.
of us, Brian. We don't like when they run to the back of us, but we don't mind when they get the first down or the touchdown. I'll tell you that.
And then the McLaurin thing, man, I know the contract world isn't yours, but I think Jaden Daniels has elevated kind of the floor of this team to a really significant level. But I think if they don't have Terry for an extended period of time, I think that impacts the ceiling of this team, just how good they could be. I don't know.
There's no question.
Kind of where you land on that thing.
No, I mean, look, Terry is a special guy. We all know him. He's extremely smart. He's a great worker. He's been, for the most part, healthy. He had his best season ever. Jaden does elevate. I mean, he's the definition of a franchise quarterback. He literally elevates everybody. Cliff Kingsbury's a better play caller. Dan Quinn's a better head coach. You look at Tyler Biadasz, just a better center. I mean, everybody's better because of him. But make no mistake about it. Terry McLaurin, I don't know, what he did against Detroit, in the divisional round in Detroit last year, taking that little hitch on the outside and taking it to the house. I mean, whether it's that play or just, running by people, he's special. And I don't know, because he's 30, does that make him less valuable? Does that make his contract? I think he knows what his value is. These guys are smart. Their agents are smart. They know where they're kind of slotted. And so Adam Peters, it's a tough dance. But these deals, I remember 2 years ago, Nick Bosa got his deal done on a Friday, and he started on Sunday. And I was just asking him about it, and he said it was a pain in the ass. The contract reads like a novel. You can't even go through all the different little things that they add into it. It just wears guys down. They're a lot better when it gets done and it's over with. And I have a feeling like it's going to get done and it's going to wear everybody out by the time it gets done.
Yeah. I know when it gets to the point, people they always say what the players should do. I just think, the smart players know. They know exactly what
Yeah.
it is, and they know it got to take a little time. Sometimes you got to piss people off to get what you want.
No doubt, Brian. No doubt. Not everybody. Sometimes negotiations happen and they're easy. Myles Garrett looked like it was pretty easy negotiation. T.J. Watt looked like it was pretty easy negotiation. I mean, you go through the list of the stars in this league, and make no mistake about it. The games are won and lost in this business because of your stars, and that's what McLaurin is. And so he's going to stick to his guns. He knows there's time. This whole thing, Brian, cracks me up about this. Well, you got to have a ramp-up period. Terry McLaurin steps on the field week 1 against the Giants. The Giants' defensive backs are on alert. That guy's ready to go. So, it might take to the 11th hour. But if it takes to the 11th hour and Terry's got to listen to all this, all the reporters and everybody talking about it every day, well, you know what? Like, if it gets what you want, then it's worth it. That's what I think for players.
There you go.
We're talking with Brian Baldinger here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the best HVAC equipment in the DMV, and you can follow Baldy at Baldy NFL. Make sure you watch his work on NFL Network. I'm not blowing smoke here, Baldy. You're a really, really good Twitter follow because you post like real all-22 game film with your analysis. I always enjoy it, man. You've been all over the place. Yeah, dude, it's sincere. You've been all over the place watching all these teams. I know you were here a couple weeks back. You have like a surprise team in the league, a club you think is going to be better than kind of what expectations are?
Well, I just watched Seattle run for 268 yards against Kansas City, and most of the guys were starters on Kansas City. Like they just gouged them. Clint Kubiak's a good coach. I think Seattle is going to be pretty good. But I also think, look, the Giants are coming to town week 1. Russell Wilson will be the starting quarterback. There's not one chance that you could take that team lightly. They've got playmakers. The line looks good to me right now. The backs look good. The defense is much, much better. They've got guys that can win one-on-ones up front. Mm-hmm. And they're so sick of losing up. The Giants, if they get off to any kind of a good start and gain some confidence, and if this young kid this young quarterback gets on the field and he plays like we think he can play, that could be a dangerous team. And nobody's even talking about it, which I understand. But they've been acquiring talent, and they got to get the quarterback thing figured out, like Washington did. Washington figured it out. They won 14 games last year. If they get the quarterback situation figured out, the pieces around the quarterback in New York are pretty good.
Mm-hmm. And then, are there any teams out there that you think might underperform? There's so much pressure on Cincy to try to start fast. It was interesting watching how much they played Burrow the other night, especially.
Well, Burrow didn't want to lead the game.
I mean, he was taking some pops. It was interesting to watch. What do you think for the Bengals this year?
Well, Brian, he did the same thing the week before against the Eagles. He got his 2 opening drives, went right down the field. The ball didn't hit the ground, Brian. He was that good. But, they're a mess defensively. I mean, Al Golden can replace Lou Anarumo. And Lou's a good coach. But, they got Al Golden come in fine. They've been drafting some of these guys at the top of the draft. That was a poor performance the other day. I don't care if it's preseason or not. Their tackling was atrocious. They didn't squeeze anything. They just made it way too easy. And so, if they're going to be that one-sided, I mean, I've seen Joe Burrow score 35 points and lose to the Ravens. 35 is a big number. They're losing. They're losing both those games to the Ravens last year, and their offense is clicking. So, I talked to Joe last year, and he's like, man, I got to be perfect. Not perfect, complete every pass, but, he can't afford to make a mistake, turn it over. They can't afford bad series because they know defensively they might not be able to stop anybody.
It is interesting to think about Burrow and Chase and Higgins. They're just so explosive offensively. And then that defense, Washington, you pointed it out well, how well they blocked at the line. But that defense was, through 2 preseason games, has gotten shredded by everybody that's watched them.
Well, how does John Bates block both inside linebackers on a counter trey? How does that happen? That's almost that's if I'm John Bates, I'm like, this is the best Labor Day 2-for-1 sale ever. They would go to Macy's and you just got 2 sport coats for the price of 1. How do you block both inside linebackers? That's nearly impossible. You can't do that in a walkthrough.
Hey, I know the running backs are saying we hope this happened all year.
You know that's right. Who was that? Was that Rodriguez that ran for that? That was Rodriguez that popped that one. Yeah.
Yep. And then, Baldy, looking to the NFC North, Detroit was so good last year, and then Washington's able to knock them off in the divisional round. Minnesota was really good. Green Bay was quite good. Expectations have really kind of shot through the roof for the Bears, whether they should or not. What do you think of that NFC North? Detroit lost a lot, both coordinators, but you still have Dan Campbell. It's an interesting division.
It's a great division. I mean, it's, like, can Detroit win 15 games again? Like, nobody's ever won back-to-back 15-game seasons ever. Like, that's kind of hard to imagine. And then you go, you watch Ben Johnson coach. We know he can coach. We know he's innovative. But, you put Caleb Williams in an extremely disciplined, well-designed offense, and you kind of saw what he could do the other night. Now, it's a small sample. There's a big season ahead of it, but, like, the ball was coming out. And there was places to go with the ball, and it was pretty easy to go to determine where to go with the ball. So if you give that guy great coaching and good pieces around him, like Chicago's going to score a whole lot more points than they scored last year. Now, Minnesota led the league in takeaways. Brian Flores is everybody's trying to copy what Brian's doing defensively. I don't think anybody can quite do it like Brian can, and he's got all the pieces to take it away 30-plus times again this year. And so, then you go, okay, Minnesota, like, we'll see what J.J. McCarthy is, but it's a really good team around J.J. McCarthy. And then Green Bay is always a well-coached team. So, and they've improved the receiver position. I think Matthew Golden could be a star in this league. So, like, that division, like, Chicago opens up on Monday night against Minnesota. Like, we're all going to be glued to the TV that night watching that matchup. It's going to be fun. I think they're going to be really good division games within that NFC North this year.
The thing I know what you said about Ben Johnson. Can Ben Johnson get Caleb to do everything on schedule? Because I've said this all last year. You watch his receivers and you know he wasn't letting the ball go when he should, because their body language told you everything. And you watch him sometimes he drops back and he refuses to let it go, but he did it in the preseason game. I'm just wondering, when the pressure comes, will he resort back to what he's accustomed to doing?
Brian, it's $1 million question. You're right. Like, your observation is spot on. We see it. But he was very good the other night. I have a feeling like Ben Johnson knows how to pull. Sometimes you gotta be a psychiatrist. You got to pull the right strings.
There you go.
Like, I talked to Caleb a couple weeks ago in Chicago, and he's being coached really hard. But, he's got this Tyson Bagent that's his backup. And, like, it's little things that coaches do. Like, Ben Johnson goes out of his way to praise Tyson Bagent. Like, that's irritating Caleb. You know it. Look at the backup. Took him down for a 16-play, 94-yard drive. Wow, look what he's doing. He's getting the ball out of his hands. He's winning from the pocket. Like, he's doing that to, like, just make sure that Caleb is doing what he's supposed to do. And he doesn't go start freelancing and roaming around and breaking the pocket and trying to play hero ball. So, like, this guy's a good coach. And you talk to the guys up there, Brian, like, they said like Montez Sweat said, it's the hardest camp he's ever been through, including college. Like, every day, like, it's full contact. It's been hard. So he's coaching them hard, which is good. We don't have enough of that in this business.
Well, Baldy, to your point, this is breaking news right now. The Bears just gave Tyson Bagent a 2-year, $10 million contract
That's
extension.
Unreal.
A 2-year contract extension. Caleb's got to be like, what the hell?
Yeah. Like, this guy's, like, he started a handful of games. He's getting a new contract because he's took a team down for a touchdown drive in preseason and coach is raving about him. Like, this, I'm telling you, this stuff is done. It's by design. It's really by design.
Bagent just said, hey, use all your psychology. Make sure you put money in my account.
That's wild, man.
I love this sports psychology.
Yeah, man. You got to push the buttons, Brian. You got to, everybody's motivated differently. And so you got to figure out what's the right button. I'll give you an example. Brian, coaching. Dan Quinn, your offensive line coach is Bobby Johnson. Well, maybe I shouldn't tell this story. Maybe I shouldn't tell this. I don't know.
You have my
I'll
support.
share it with you because I don't think Bobby would mind. But, like, Bobby came from the Giants where it was a mess. Everybody got hurt. He was the fall guy. He couldn't coach, all this stuff. And he was carrying this around like a 10-pound anchor around his neck. So Dan Quinn had Bobby meet him in the weight room one day, and he told him to pick up this dumbbell, this 40-pound dumbbell. And he ended up taking him on a walk, right? Like they just started walking and talking. And the whole metaphor was, how heavy is this weight getting? Like either you drop this weight of what happened in New York, or you're going to carry this around your neck, and it's going to weigh you down. And like literally, Bobby, Dan Quinn got Bobby just to go, I'm a good coach. Everything that happened in New York wasn't my fault. And like he let it go. Now he's coaching his ass off. And he's a great coach too, great coach. But Dan, like I heard that story, and I'm like, that's Dan being a psychiatrist. He needs his coach to like forgive himself and let this stuff go that happened in New York. He's got a clean slate here in Washington. Let's get to business.
I like that.
That's a great story, and I wonder
like that, man.
If on some level, I wonder if Dan had to go through his own dropping the weight after that Super Bowl.
He probably
loss.
did.
You know,
he probably did after what happened in Atlanta. He goes to Dallas.
He got rid of Kyle.
But when he went to Dallas, he got Micah, great, but they led the league in takeaways over a 3-year period of time. Total takeaways, 3 years, they led the league. He could have left after year 2 to go become a head coach. He could have interviewed, and he stayed because not every job is the right job. And, and he probably had to, undo some of that weight that was like around his, wrapped around his neck, from Atlanta in his own way, however he had to do it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Great stuff, Baldy. Really appreciate you making
brother,
time
man.
for us, man.
Yeah, guys. Yep. Okay. Enjoy
All
it,
right,
man.
bro. Take care,
It'll
brother.
be fun. Hey, Brian, I'll see you week 1 down there in Washington. I'm going to do that giant Washington game. It's going to be fun.
Okay, man. Cool.
Awesome.
Definitely. I'll be looking for you.
All right, buddy.
The great,
See you, man.
the
All
great
right, bro.
Brian Baldinger on the Rude Guest Hotline. Give him a follow, Baldy NFL. It's a great Twitter follow. You learn something with those videos. I'm telling you the truth. When we come back, Steve Buckhantz is going to join us to talk about John Wall and just how important he was for the Washington Wizards. Before we go, got to tell you about how much we appreciate Paul Henry and his team at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Redid all the windows, all the doors in my house, built my sunroom. They have dramatically changed the quality of life for me and my family. And when you work with Paul, you're working with his family. His son Brian came out and did all the work in my house. They are really, really a great company to work for. Don't try to oversell you. Don't try to upsell you. Just give you what you need.
Yep, Paul comes in and he's legit, man. He's trustworthy. He's honest. He doesn't, like JB said, he doesn't try to upsell you or oversell you. He comes in and he tells you what he's going to do, and he gets it done. He gets it done early. They come in, and if something is not cleaned up, they're going to make sure everything when they leave is going to look like it's just perfect. When you first move into your house, that's the best day you ever have your house. Paul cleans up everything around and make it look just like that, and he does a outstanding job of everything he does. Windows, doors, put up the new pergola for me. Everything he does is top-notch, and when he finishes, you look at it and you know he's not going to have to come back. They make sure everything is done right the first time. So if you're looking for windows and doors right now, reach out to Paul, and he'll give you $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
This sports update is brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. The Commanders and Terry McLaurin have still not been able to come to an agreement, and the wide receiver is holding out till something gets done. We know he wants an extension. We know he wants a pay increase, but what is that exact number that he's looking for? Well, a lot of people have said he's comparing himself to DK Metcalf, who signed a 4-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers after being traded there. But according to the Athletic's Nikki Giamvala, Terry McLaurin doesn't want to just match what DK Metcalf is making. Rather, he wants to surpass him. So in that case, McLaurin's looking at making over $30 million a year. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated, more than 100,000 kids helped. You can be part of the legacy as well. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's KARS 4KIDS.org. And join over 1 million satisfied donors. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Beavich and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Obviously, we are pretty much a football show, especially this time of year as we're gearing up for football.
Yep.
But yesterday, man, when John Wall announced his retirement, hard not to think back to I remember where I was the night the Wiz won the draft lottery to get the number 1 pick to take John Wall.
Yeah.
I was at Capitol Lounge on Pennsylvania Avenue. No Miller Lights, no bombs, no politics. Shout out to Tony T. I mean, I remember watching that and being so excited. And then I remember when John Wall got introduced to the Wiz, the home crowd, for the first time and hit the Dougie, and it was like a national conversation about like if the Dougie was appropriate. Like, God, people got to relax.
What the hell?
John Wall made a tremendous impact on this city, was a really good player for a long time, and Steve Buckhantz was there for almost all of it, I would imagine. Steve Buckhantz joins us now, former voice of the Wizards. Buck, thank you for making time, man. How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you guys?
We're good, man.
Dude, when I heard the John Wall thing yesterday, I wanted to devote some time to it. We were kind of reacting to the preseason game, and I was thinking, like, who's the best person we could talk to learn what John Wall really meant? And you were the first person that came to mind. What was your reaction when you heard Wall is finally officially hanging it up and kind of reflecting on his career?
I was truthfully kind of mystified and a little bit disappointed because his career really tailed off sort of unexpectedly to me. I mean, I've never seen a guy who was so good go out with such little fanfare as John Wall, because when he was here, obviously he made a huge impact. I mean, I think there were 3 different errors, or at least a couple different errors when I was doing the games. Well, 3 of them. There was the Michael Jordan era, obviously, which is in the early 2000s. There was the big 3, which was Karan, Antoine, and Gilbert, and then John Wall and Bradley Beal. So he was really good here. And when he came, the one thing that impressed me about his game, and it got better as it went along, but he was the fastest guy I've ever seen play pro basketball from end to end, from one baseline to the other. He was the fastest I've ever seen. I mean, he could get up and down the court in 3 seconds and make a layup. But the way he went out, guys, was just little, I don't know, unusual to me. He just sort of tapered off. His career just sort of tapered off, and then you didn't hear anything from him after he went to a couple of different teams. And then the next thing you know, he's retiring. So to answer your question, it was a little disappointing for me the way his career ended. But when he was here, he was a really good player.
Yeah. 5 straight years making the All-Star game. Obviously, they win some playoff series. The highs were really good in the Wall era. Did you have like a favorite Wall moment or moments maybe?
probably when he hit that shot, I forget who it was against, where they inbounded the ball, last second shot, and he just fired it up and hit it, and the place went crazy, and then he jumps up on a table and all kinds of stuff like that. I mean, he was an electric player. I always thought, and look, I'm not an expert, but I watch these guys play. I always have admiration for guys who can get into the lane and hit that floating jump shot, which is a real talent to do, because that's a tough shot to make. And I always thought that his game would have been even better had he really learned how to do that. There are certain guys that can do that and are really good at it. Chris Paul is one of those guys. And I think he would have been better because his outside shot improved, but it was never great. You could never count on him for an outside shot, which is why Bradley Beal always tried to take, John would always try to take the last shot, and Bradley Beal would be like, hey, I'm the better shooter. Pass me the ball. But he was electric. He was a lot of fun to watch and a lot of fun to call games with.
I bet, man. So the game we all remember, it was Game 6 against the Celtics at home. And he hit that shot, jumped up on the scorer's table. I think they beat the Raptors in the first round of those playoffs. They did eventually lose to the Celtics in Game 7.
Right, they were one win away from going to the Eastern Conference Finals, which is a lot of people don't realize that. But they were really close. They just couldn't beat the Celtics.
Couldn't get over the hump.
So you mentioned kind of the three eras of Wizards basketball with the MJ era, the Gill era, and then the Wall era. I personally am more partial to the Gill, Caron, Jameson years. I think those teams were better, especially that year before Gill blew out his knee. I saw this, though, and I was kind of blown away by it. I'm curious your reaction. Kevin Sheehan, a guy we all know, respect, he's our friend, who watches a ton of Bullets Wiz basketball. He said his Mount Rushmore for Bullets Wizards, Wes, Elvin, John Wall, and Bobby Dandridge. Were you surprised Wall made that kind of impact on people?
Well, yeah. I'm not surprised that he made that impact because he came in an era where we had some social media and he was all pumped up and hyped up coming out of Kentucky for 1 year. So I'm not that surprised about that. Mine would be a little different. And then my question would be, JP, is he including MJ in that Mount Rushmore? I mean, in other words, does he count as a Wizard or not?
I don't think so.
And
for me, he doesn't. I remember it, but MJ's a Bull, dude.
He's a Bull, but still he came here and he did a lot for that area down there. I can tell you that.
He sold out that stadium.
Oh, let me tell you something. Wherever we went, it was sold out. And Wizards basketball was never sold out on the road. But wherever we went with him on the team, it was sold out everywhere we went. And, I mean, I obviously got to interact with him, me and Phil Chenier, and play golf and do that kind of stuff. And, when you're traveling with an icon, a living legend, it's really unusual. We often don't get to do that. I mean, that would be the only one for me where I got close to a guy who you can recognize from the back of his head. But I would for me, growing up, going to Baltimore Civic Center to see the Bullets play, I would have Earl Monroe on that Mount Rushmore. He was my idol back then, and he was my favorite player, and Phil was my second favorite player. But, I don't know if I would have who did he have again in the Mount Rushmore? Wes and Elvin and Bobby E and Wall?
Yeah. Now, maybe that's just his personal list. Like, my personal list, well, here – I don't know that I'm right on this, and John Wall deserves a ton of credit for a good career in Washington. At their best, Buck, which iteration do you think was better, Gill, Caron, Jameson, or the Wall Beal teams?
Yeah, I think the big three, Gil, Caron, and Antoine, because,
I thought so.
There were some injuries there that had they not had injuries, I think that team, and Ernie Grunfeld, I think, would agree with that, and I've talked to him about that before, that they could have gone a lot further than they did. And Gilbert, before he had the knee injury, he was unstoppable. I mean, there wasn't anybody that could stop him. He was one of the best players in the league. He would look at the guy in front of him, guarding him, and not even consider him because he knew he was getting past him. It was whoever was the guy after that. So I would think that team, to me, had the potential at least to be the best. even though the Wall Beal team, like I say, got one win away from the Eastern Conference Finals, I still think that the Big Three was, for my money, was the best squad I had. In the 22 years I did
I agree
the
with that.
games.
I
would
agree.
totally agree with that.
I liked the Wall Beal era, the Gill era. To me, like my personal Mount Rushmore would be, and I know this shouldn't count because he played on a ton of teams. I just loved Rod Strickland so much. Strickland, Gill, probably Karan. I loved watching Karan play basketball. I don't know. I got to sit down and think about that. But, Buck, I know you're busy, man, and we kind of just – I was pestering you on text to come on and talk about John, and I appreciate you making time for us.
Appreciate it.
No, it's fine. I'm over here at the Palm getting ready to do a podcast with Steve Zabin and Chris Nocky. So that's my only but you guys took priority, clearly. So I won't tell Zabe that. You there?
Let me find it.
He just texted. Thank you to Steve Buckhands for joining us there. I love talking hoops with Buck. He and I worked on a bunch of altcasts this past season. I love Chris and Drew now, and life moves on. But Buck and Phil on the call were iconic for me growing up. That's just what I listened to forever.
Yep.
I think Chris and Drew do a great job now, too. Obviously, there's a transition in the middle there. But I'm excited for Wizards basketball. I think this season is going to be pretty rough, we know. But
well, you know what? They building something, Jay.
I like John Wall. I enjoyed his time here. I got to meet him once. If you've seen the meme when he did the bruh thing, that was in an interview with me at the old CSN studios. That bruh meme is like one of my most used memes.
Bruh.
I do think, though, like, to me, it's not even close. The Gil Caron era they were legit contenders. If LeBron was in the West, they could have won the East, I think.
It's not. It's not close, dog.
But it also is very telling of that era.
But he was absolutely right when he said John came in there was the social media era.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people who believe people who came in that era because they saw him more, they heard about it more, was better, and they weren't, by no stretch.
I agree with that.
No
I think, everything that happened with Gil post his career here, I think, made a big impact.
He was out there.
But I wish we had Strober in because he's a Wizard psycho, but he's so young.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he probably doesn't even really remember the good Gil years.
Probably not.
Because Gil was really good in what, like 06? And that was 20 years ago. Yeah, Jeff, call Strober if you want. Or, I'll just take your opinion on Wall versus the Gil years. Like, Gil was way better, man. I feel like we sleep on how good the Gil years were.
What'd you say, Jeff?
The Gil years for sure were way better than the Wall years.
How much do you remember of the Gil years, Jeff?
Well, those were the years where I was actively going to Wizards games. My dad would take me down there. Agent Zero was my guy, man. I loved him. Agent Zero, Antoine Jameson, Caron Butler, Atan Thomas. Those were good times.
Dan Steinberg and the DC Sports Blog really changed sports coverage in this city and kind of blogging in general around the country.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the number would be, but the amount of blogs Steins wrote about Gilbert's crazy antics.
He had to because he gave him a lot to talk about.
It has to be in the thousands.
That dude was good for business, boy.
Oh, for sure. I think for young people, do you remember Gilbert's birthday party at Dream?
Yeah.
Yo,
that he didn't attend? He sat outside in the car?
Dog, Gilbert was a really, really big deal. And
he was a little weird.
He was crazy. Do you remember the story? So he was in Golden State and was a free agent. And it came down to re-signing with the Warriors. And this is pre-Steph Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
But here's another thing young people don't know. The Warriors were butt forever.
Yeah.
They were just like an afterthought.
Yeah.
They had that one good run with Baron Davis, and then he got hurt, whatever. Gil said he flipped a coin 100 times. And whichever side came out more of the 100 was where he was going to choose. And the results ended up going to Golden State. And then he decided, I'm going to flip it and go to Washington. His decision-making.
His results were for him to go to Golden State, but he decided, I'm not going to do that.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
I can see why he does all the things he does.
That, to me, seems kind of telling of the Gilbert Arenas era. Now, I guess that was shorter-lived, right? Because when he hurt the knee, I think was that –
he was so fired, though, dog.
He was so good, man.
Yeah.
Those teams were so good.
Yeah, I don't think John Wall have a game that compares to the 51-point and the buzzer beater January 15th, 2007. That was
that in L.A.?
No, that was at Washington.
I think Gil might have had a 60-point game. He went nuts in L.A. Because he was back home. I think he might have scored more than 50. Yeah, he had a 60-point game against the Lakers on December 17th, 2006.
Yeah, that January 15th game is just so memorable to me because, my birthday is January 14th. That was my birthday present that next day.
2007, you said, Jeff?
Yep.
That same season, Jay.
Yeah. Now, I'm telling
So
you,
he scored 60,
he was a killer.
came back 51, and hit the game winner.
Well, Jeff, since we're going down the Wizards rabbit hole here, what are your thoughts on John Wall's retirement? In my mind, and I don't want to be negative because I like the person, when I think of his tenure with the Wiz, it seems some unfulfilled promise.
I think it's unfinished.
Right? Like him and Beal.
Unfinished business.
Yeah, that team just couldn't quite get over the hump, but it was some fun times. I can't sit here and fake like I wasn't dug in with John Wall when he came out in his first game. I can't sit like when he hit that playoff shot and stood on the table. I was in North Carolina visiting my grandmother, listening to it on my dad. He had like this mini TV, and I couldn't even see the screen, but I can hear it. So it was some fun times. So I appreciate John Wall for everything he done, and they need to hang his jersey up in Cap One and Rose Bar.
Yeah. Rose Bar for sure. I don't know about Cap One, dude.
He was hype. He was a popular person, but I don't think what he put out there was something that's written to get that honor.
Yeah, I don't think you can retire
the
John Wall's
Cap
jersey.
One was a little bit too much, but Rose Bar, nah. They need to put that thing right in the back balcony.
Well, you know that's probably already in there.
Is Rose Bar still like the spot, Jeff?
For certain crowds, like every promoter have their crowd, and that spot is like a place in DC. So a lot of people still go. I don't though.
Who would fit in better, me or White Bryant?
Oh man,
Brian better not go. That's all I gotta say.
yeah, I don't know.
He stick out like a sore thumb.
Everybody,
Like that dude right there, not supposed to be. Hey, he started. Hey, I'm leaving. I don't know. He up to something.
All right. The question at the top of everyone's mind in D.C. is what's going on with Terry McLaurin. At 1:30, Dan Quinn is addressing the media. You will hear that live right here on B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. Bears backup quarterback Tyson Bagent reportedly signed a 2-year, $10 million contract extension. Bagent's deal can inflate to as much as $16 million. After starting at Shepherd, a D2 college, Bagent joined the Bears as an undrafted free agent ahead of the 2023 NFL season. He worked his way up the depth chart in training camp, though, and now he won that #2 job behind Justin Fields. And Atlanta Falcons starting right tackle Caleb McGarry suffered an apparent leg injury at practice today and was carted off the field. The news comes as he looked to make a return from an offseason ankle procedure to correct a nagging injury. McGarry was selected in the first round of the 2019 NFL Draft and signed a 2-year, $30 million contract extension with the team earlier this month. And the Colts made it official this week. Daniel Jones is our starting quarterback for the 2025 season instead of former #4 overall pick Anthony Richardson. So what happens now? Well, Richardson told reporters the day of the Colts' decision that he had to respect it. His agent, though, said there's a lot to discuss with the organization after their ruling. He said trust is questionable right now with the team and that he believes there wasn't a quarterback battle at all and that this was predetermined. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products, we deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP. Delivered by JTF, check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitchell, 1067 The Fan, and in a few minutes we're going to hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. We'll see what kind of update we get on Terry McLaurin. Now remember, they took him off the PUP list, but they said they got to ramp him up. DQ and this organization take that stuff very seriously. Mm-hmm. Even if there wasn't a contract situation, just based on the PUP list, it would still be a ramp-up period.
It would be. It would be.
So I do not expect to see Terry running routes today from, catching passes from Jaden in 11-on-11s.
Totally.
Could be proven wrong, but I also just posted a video. Our tent out here in Ashburn, over the last couple of days, it rains.
I was outside.
So we got a ton of water in the tent. Me and B kind of realized it earlier. Kerwin and Derek just got here, and Kerwin and Derek are smart enough to realize, we got to do something about this. This could – basically, we could have gotten drenched at any moment. The water could have just broken through because it was sitting so heavy. What is this, like leather? Vinyl? What do you call this?
That's vinyl, though. I ain't no leather.
Okay, vinyl. And the water eventually just overpowers the vinyl. Mm-hmm. So in our last commercial break, we decided, all right, we got to do something about this. The Commanders operations unit came out here to help us. I tried helping. Kerwin proved more helpful than me, so I stopped helping and just started filming it on my phone.
Well, I just went outside.
You helped zero.
Well, I was outside, and when I took a step, the water started coming over here. Y'all didn't even know that, so I just backed off.
The water dumped.
See, one thing about me,
completely where I sit.
Water that just sits in the area for a little bit starts to have an odor to it.
Sure.
And I was not getting it on me.
And mosquitoes.
Just let you know that.
That's how you get yellow fever.
Yeah.
If you want to see the video, it's on my Twitter page. We made it, though. We're going to be all right.
Yep.
Until the next storm, and then we'll just have to do this whole song and dance again.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to get to our AAA poll question of the day. The B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll question of the day. Today are the Commanders and Ravens rivals.
No.
You can level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive discounts, experiences, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. B, are the Commanders and Ravens rivals?
No. I mean, what are they – like, rivals are teams that play each other consistently, and they normally play for, like, moving on into the playoffs. They get you knocked out the playoffs and things like that. Listen, there are areas. There are two areas that's not very fond of each other. But I don't think it by no stretch is a rival in the football aspect because the the Commanders, even back to the Redskins, and when they had the Baltimore coach, they didn't knock each other out of the playoffs or out of the playoffs to go to a Super Bowl and things like that. And I don't think they played as much to make it to be something where you just despise them. You see the Eagles twice a year, the Giants twice a year, the Cowboys twice a year. I can understand why those things build into a rival, and you're in the same division with them to where you're competing for the same thing. They may want to beat you as what's called say to get the girls in the club, which wasn't cool anyway because the Commanders already had better looking players than they do. They got ugly players up there. Nobody care about Baltimore. But the ultimate thing is, it's a group, it's an area that's want to be like the other area, just like Philly want to be New York, Baltimore want to be D.C.
Overwhelmingly, the results of the AAA poll of the day say no, the Commanders are not rivals with the Ravens. 87% say no, 13% say yes. I don't think they're rivals, but I do think the fan bases don't like each other.
Well, you take football completely out of it. They don't like each other. Right. So it has nothing to do with the actual football. Football is about the rivalry. That doesn't have nothing to do with rivalry.
Yeah.
It's just that it's two areas, two cities that don't like each other.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I do wonder if you asked, players don't care. The players might even be kind of happy they don't have this joint practice tomorrow. But I wonder if you got truth serum into Dan Quinn and Adam Peters about not having this joint practice tomorrow.
They probably wanted to get it done because they were looking forward to testing themselves against a very good football team. I looked at 2 or 3 different entities that have said the team that's got the highest percentage as favorite to win the Super Bowl this year is Baltimore Ravens. And when you look at the history of this, they averaged 11.3 wins a year since Lamar stepped in. The defense is normally damn good up there. And then historically, they've been good in Baltimore since they came back there. Yes, I want my team I want to see them again. I want to see young guys. I want to see guys against those guys. So they probably didn't like it. They probably would have wanted to go out there and have that thing going on. But it's not happening now.
It's not happening now. Dominique Foxworth is in a unique position. Played his college ball at Maryland, Turpin, Cervenum. He was actually born in England, but grew up in the Baltimore area. Mm-hmm. So this is a dude that understands the area. He might have a Baltimore bent on this, but he played for the Ravens the last 2 years of his career, played at Maryland. Dominique Foxworth talked about, and the Ravens and the Commanders have been playing in the preseason for a while, kind of as long. It just makes too much sense logistically, where as long as they're not playing in the regular season, they should just play. Like, preseason travel should be pretty limited. Like, Washington should play. There's a reason they go to New England a lot. There's a reason we've gone to Atlanta a lot. Like, it should just be relatively close. And Baltimore is by far the closest, right?
Yeah.
This is Dominique Foxworth on talking about Washington and Baltimore's preseason rivalry.
There was a player, and we would play the Well, I guess they weren't the Commanders then, but the Washington football team every year in the preseason. And there was a player on the team that would walk around and yell all week that we had to get up because we're 45 minutes away and sometimes we'll be at the same places hanging out. And they'd be, please, this is not my words, so don't get upset, everyone. They would make sure we were up for that week because it was the battle for the we had to win these games because we you can't go in the club after that and think that you win. So we had to win that battle, and that used to make me laugh.
So the battle for people in the club was over a preseason game?
Oh yeah. You know the Ravens they don't lose too many preseason games.
Let me just say this. Nobody was running around D.C. saying that in no locker room here because that battle was won already. Y'all coming here to hang out in our clubs. So I would tell you it was Brad Jackson who probably said it because it sounds exactly like Brad Jackson, right?
It does sound like Brad.
Come on, dog.
His career did not overlap with Dominique's.
I guarantee you, I got here in 90, and I never heard anybody even refer to Baltimore.
Well,
all the players.
The Ravens weren't back until 99.
When I was here, even in 99, Nobody ever referred to them because we didn't.
See all the time?
A lot of them do.
Do they? Do DC players go up to Baltimore for clubs?
Oh, they might go get some food or something up there, but there ain't no clubs to go up there for.
Now, our guy Jeff grew up a stone's throw from Northwest Stadium. Reps DC, went to school, though, up at Bowie State, which is right in between the two. A ton of Baltimore fans. And I'd say Jeff, at this stage of the game, is the most in tune with the clubs. Jeff, what do you hear here?
Okay, well, first, I am not from D.C. I am a Maryland-born person, proud. I am from.
I said that. I said you're from a stone's throw from Northwest Stadium.
Yeah, you said I rep D.C. Nah, I'm a proud Fairmont Heights guy, bro. But it's not really a team thing rival. It's more of the locals. That's it. The battle what? 495 they call it? Battle 95, whatever it's called. It's
that's not what they were battling for.
Yeah.
Battle of the Beltways.
It started with a B, but it wasn't Beltways.
Battle is something, but that's more of a fan thing. Just our cousins that's up the road. It's not really a rivalry at all.
Not at all, dude.
I agree with that.
I think the only rivalry argument that we have now is it the Eagles, Giants, or Cowboys?
I agree with that. There's like the Bears fans sure seem obsessed with Washington and making that a rivalry. I don't really think that's one either. I think the Ravens Commander stuff does seem to be.
That's funny to me though that they were in the locker room discussing that. Like that was gonna make a difference. When you step in that club, they wouldn't know who y'all were. I didn't care.
That's funny.
But I guarantee that was Brad Jackson.
Jeff, what club are players going to nowadays?
Man, you got all different spots. You know, some people may hit like Liddy in the city because it's not really no clubs. People more so follow the promoters. So it depends. I know I seen a couple players before at the spot called the Bullpen. You know what the Bullpen is, right?
Mm-hmm.
By the Nats Park?
Yeah. Oh, it'd be
They
some
have all kinds of
live
parties there,
events going on at the Bullpen.
They have events all the time. They have day parties, all kind of stuff over there.
Jeff, how's the underground pool party season going?
Hey, it's going pretty well. I mean, the pool parties I had, ours were all legit. We had everything we needed to have. It's going well. I got one September 1st.
I mean, pool party season's about over.
Yeah. About to be freezing now.
Yeah. How do you transition? You got to think
ahead. Gonna be a light show. You keep doing it. When it get cold.
I have a residency, so I DJ all year round.
You know what we used to do in college? This was fun. Hay rides, Jeff. Go rent out like a hay ride, and we used to give the young ladies like apple cider, but like spiked heavily. Those were fun times, man.
I told you, some things you got to stop saying on air.
Everybody drank the apple cider.
You say we used to give the young ladies spiked. Some things you got to learn to keep to your damn self, dude.
Like it was my fraternity. You'd go with a sorority on a hay ride.
Stop talking.
B's anti-hayride.
No, I'm anti. You be incriminating yourself like hell, dog.
At least I didn't tell the one story earlier.
You didn't tell me when we were in the break.
I don't even remember what it was now.
Jeff, if he's not on air, he don't talk. Get on air and he just diarrhea them out.
I mean, it's been a long day.
Dude, some things you can't say.
All right, let's play a game. You're good at this. Dan Quinn set to speak to the media here in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
He's going to get asked about Terry.
Yes.
Dan, Terry wasn't at the game the other day. He's off the PUP list. What do you expect to see him do on the practice field?
Well, that was an excused absence. We expect him to be on the field today. We're going to ramp him up. Told y'all that before. You're not seeing him doing everything, but you'll see him doing some stuff.
I wish I could get odds on this because I think what you said is totally right.
Mm-hmm.
I bet Dan will get asked about Terry, and in his answer, he will mention at least 2 other players, if not more.
Yeah.
He'll be like, yeah,
But he's trying to throw something into your mind so you stop asking him the same question.
I bet it'll be like, yeah, we got to ramp Terry up. We're also ramping up Marcus, Brandon Coleman. We're hoping to get back out there.
A lot of guys we got going through this process.
Yeah, and we're not going to miss a step.
Yeah.
I guarantee he says that. We're not going to miss a step.
Yeah, we got to go do our thing.
In the locker room, do you think with the players has anything shifted with Terry? Like time to go.
Players, no, not right now. That happens after the preseason is over, and then now they begin to focus on that next week, the regular season. They may have a feel of something, but it's not going to be nothing that's like outwardly shown.
I agree. I wonder when that shifts. I think as we get closer to actual week one, the offense is going to want Terry out there. But Baldy said it the other day, earlier in the hour, I guess. Eventually players are going to want to see McLaurin out there. But Bosa got his deal done the Friday before week one and played week one.
Yeah.
I don't, as much as you'd like to see Terry and Jaden out on the practice field, or ideally you see them for a couple of snaps in a preseason game, that ship has sailed. I don't think those two will lack cohesion when it gets going.
I think, Jay, this is a situation where a lot of speculation, people want to – listen, we are in a world today where people rather see people going at each other than agreeing with each other, point blank. And I think people look for the negative aspect of things. That rarely happens in those locker rooms. You may have little family squabbles like you do just in your real family, but you don't see them often, and they go away rather quickly. And this situation here, players normally stick to their own. Like Bobby Wagner said earlier, they normally that's the business side of football. And if it ain't, and then guess what? You find out it ain't your business, so leave it alone. And most players will do that. But then you've had teams where you got a couple of mouthpieces for the other side, the team side, that are in the locker room and they start speaking. And you know what it makes everybody else know in the locker room?
Who the mouthpieces
Be
are.
careful what they do right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
I think when you start to see locker room discord is losing teams. And that doesn't really start happening until, like, when the leaves are falling off the trees, like Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? Like, if you're 4-7 going into week 13, that's when you get some beef.
Yeah.
That's when guys are like, man, DBs aren't getting interceptions because there aren't any pressures, and running backs aren't getting what they want. You know what I mean? Like that. When you get to the end of a bad season, you're 5-10 with 2 games to play. You can see some beef.
I think that's the time when you should just go zip. Because if you start talking about somebody else's position, I guarantee you they already got something in the holster to say about your position.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, in a few minutes, we're going to hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. This should be very interesting, or frankly, it might not be. That's kind of how DQ rolls. We'll find out together. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. On Tuesday, August 26th, is FanDuel Futures Day, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. So take a flyer on the MVP race. Who's going to win that, or who's going to win the Super Bowl championship? Or you can parlay your division winner dark horses. Mark your calendars. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bet now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, it's Mitch here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the road. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude's systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its confident performance, perfectly balanced. Also, you can get some great savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pump systems through 2032. So visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
update is brought to you by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. Bears backup quarterback Tyson Bagent reportedly signed a 2-year, $10 million contract extension. Bagent's deal can inflate to as much as $16 million. After starting at Shepherd, a D2 college, Bagent joined the Bears as an undrafted free agent ahead of the 2023 NFL season. He worked his way up the depth chart in training camp, though, and now he won that #2 job behind Justin Fields. And Atlanta Falcons starting right tackle Caleb McGarry suffered an apparent leg injury at practice today and was carted off the field. The news comes as he looked to make a return from an offseason ankle procedure to correct a nagging injury. McGarry was selected in the first round of the 2019 NFL Draft and signed a 2-year, $30 million contract extension with the team earlier this month. And the Colts made it official this week. Daniel Jones is our starting quarterback for the 2025 season instead of former number 4 overall pick Anthony Richardson. So what happens now? Well, Richardson told reporters the day of the Colts' decision that he had to respect it. His agent, though, said there's a lot to discuss with the organization after their ruling. He said trust is questionable right now with the team and that he believes there wasn't a quarterback battle at all and that this was predetermined. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products, we deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe powered by HP. Delivered by JTF, check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. In moments, we're going to hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. Maybe we'll get an update on Terry McLaurin. He'll certainly get asked about it.
He will.
I was just joking with the guys in the press tent about over-under 2.5 players mentioned that aren't Terry McLaurin when asked about Terry McLaurin. And the overwhelming response was over.
It will be over. A football talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
All right, we're just waiting for the head coach to sit down at practice. Couple, little things I've noticed around the league. I guess The Athletic put together a list of the best rookie quarterback season since the year 2000. Guess who's at the top of the list, B?
Who that?
Jaden Daniels, last year. They go Jaden, then Stroud 2 years ago. You remember Dak was a baller his rookie year back in 2016. They got RG3, number 4. His 2012 season was an absolute rocket ship. Ben Roethlisberger in 2004, I believe they won a Super Bowl that year. They won a Super Bowl really early in Big Ben's tenure. Russell Wilson in 2012 was also really good. So was Andrew Luck. I mean, that's pretty crazy to think about those 3 QBs that came in 2012. Luck went 1. RG3 went 2. Russ Wilson, I think, was a 3rd-round pick. All of them rookie seasons, and only one of them still playing, and that's Russ.
One still playing. Other 2 injuries got him.
Interestingly enough, now granted it's 25 years, Mac Jones makes this list at 19. Daniel Jones makes this list.
What's the list name again?
Best rookie quarterback seasons of the last 25 years.
You say Mac Jones?
Yeah.
Where is he at now?
I think he's the backup in Jacksonville. Wow. I believe that to be accurate.
Wow.
Which, if you're the backup in Jacksonville, the way Lawrence kind of gets hurt, I don't know. He's had those ankle problems. It's going to be interesting to watch. We are all waiting to hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. Should be happening in moments here. Scheduled for 1:30. He's usually a pretty prompt fella. John Keim has the microphone in there. He will ask the first question, is my guess. Your boy Ryan Yoakum was in there. Everybody ready to go, I believe. I I doubt DQ is running late because they just signed a contract with Terry McLaurin, but hell, who knows?
Who knows?
You never know. You imagine if that is what is about to happen. DQ's like, yeah, got Terry done, ready to rock.
That would be great.
People would be fired up, man. Not sure I expect that, but
that would be great, brother.
It would be great. I believe DQ is there, Landfill. You let me know when we're ready to go to it. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn.
All right, good to see everybody. I would figure I'd start just going through the game, and getting a chance to watch it. Figured hit you up on some things that I liked. First, I thought run game wise and pass protection from the offensive line. I thought I liked where that's headed. I liked what I saw. You've heard me talk about the gap schemes and people on the move and pulling. That was something that, I saw improvement that the guys have been working hard at. I like the energy of the defense in the first part of the game. I thought that felt a lot more like us, just in terms of the tackling, the physicality. I liked a couple plays early by Quan and JK down in the, near the goal line. So that was good to see. On the sideline, I thought I saw countless examples of brotherhood, of people coaching one another up, going through things together. And I thought the three captains, really represented themselves. That was Martin and Good Jones and Yankoff. Some areas I wanted to see improve. I'm not happy with the ball being at a -2 for the game. Not likely going to win a lot doing that. And our tackling and breaking tackles. We're not near the space we need to be on that. And then on our kickoff cover and our kickoff return, those are two of the groups I'm most proud of and are the biggest part of our identity. And so I've got super high standards for them. So I'd like to see, more consistent kick-ass plays, on that group. I saw it after the first kickoff. I saw, one of the returns later, but those are two groups that I just, have such high standards for in our team, and I want to consistently see that higher. So all that said, let's get rocking with you guys, and let's get it going. Yes, no updates. Brian's been excused from the practice for today, and we hope to have some resolution on that soon. The return to play part that's the good news. So we're out of the rehab phase with Terry. His ankle's good. He's healthy. So now it's a return to play. What goes into all that at that position specifically, like the max speeds, the decelerations, the route tree of going through that. So that's kind of the good news of where we're at. It's just conditioning and football and returning to play. And so almost all the guys are at some phase along that way. You're going to see McGee at practice. You're going to see Baptiste, they just have kind of gone through that process as well, where they're out of the rehab portion of their, returning to play. And then it's back into like the football simulated work. So, we're excited that, he's back and getting better conditioning and getting things going. Chick? Yeah, we're on the return to play format. So it starts off as rehab. I can go through it again if you want. I saw some things, honestly, going through. There's still a lot of moving parts, not at the entire offensive line. So it'll be more customized in this game, not as many players from the game against Cincinnati. But there's definitely a lot of battles that I'm looking forward to seeing at a number of spots. But it won't be as many that we played in Cincinnati for sure.
How difficult is these next couple of days as you try to figure out that 53 for this coaching staff?
Yeah, it's all part of the whole process. And this time of year can be most challenging for the players that may see themselves on the roster bubble or the practice squad bubble. And you just try to encourage them, man, like, try not to count. Like best foot forward, what's your best look like? And I've seen a lot of that from guys at practice. I've been also impressed by some players, that we've added late and then have worked their ass off to get caught up. I've seen that, with Hamilton. He played on defense. He played on teams. I was impressed by that. And then we added, another new offensive tackle in Fant today. So I'll be excited to get on the field with him. But this time of year, man, it does get heated in that space, but that's my messaging to make sure, man, like, don't get into the counting business. Like, whatever your best looks like, we talked about it early, just that competition of going for it with one another and supporting each other. And I liked what I've seen from that side. But it's a real thing. It's a real emotion. They want it badly to make it, and they know this is a team they want to be a part of. So I want to make sure they stay in that pocket of doing right.
Dan, just to clarify, will we see Terry today out here doing anything?
Not at the practice portion. He had a big part of the run that went along today. I'm not going to play Where's Waldo, guys, all right, moving forward, so just so we're clear on that. So Terry's return to play format is no different than any of the other players. And so I'm not jumping at you, Ben, but I wanted to make sure, like, the next question doesn't go down this line. He's healthy, which is now a good step to, like, getting closer to being back on the field. So you'll see that earlier than later. I don't have a date circled on my whiteboard in my office, this day for him, this day for him. But, yeah, the good news, we're getting closer to that for sure.
And with Chris Rodriguez, what have you noticed the difference with him maybe on the field and maybe getting ready to play football from when you first got him to now?
Conditioning, for sure. This is a guy who's changed his body and now has allowed, the passing game. He's more fluid to go into that. He's always been a strong runner. I was Chris coming out from at college at Kentucky to here, and you saw that in the way he got his opportunity some in some 4 minutes to finish some games. But he's very consistent in his tracks, in his run game. So I've seen that. What I have seen is elevated conditioning that allows him. Now there's more ops on punt. There's more ops on other spaces. So he's really, by doing that, given himself more ops. And so he's off to a good start.
Dan, two other injury ones. Trey Amos, you said had a hamstring. What's
Yep.
the latest on him?
So Trey will be back out today. And then we've got I'm excited for you guys to see practice tomorrow. We have referees coming. So if he can hit all the markers back today, then I would say, like, then we're ready to begin him back with it as well.
And as far as Sam Cosme, now with it being close to 2 weeks before the opener, what's your feeling for his status going in?
Yeah, where I originally earlier had said I don't have a date on some people. That's different because of PUP and not. So that is a date that you do have to say, okay, by this time, are you able to get into that? Good news for Sam, I'm glad you brought him up. He has hit all the markers along the way to set himself up to begin, that process where then it begins the individual work into that. So as we get closer, we'll have a better shot for him to, start into the practice phase of things. So I'm encouraged, Nikki, by the work that he's put in. So I'm hopeful that's where it goes. That otherwise it's like a longer 4-week process to wait. So all signs today would indicate that he's hitting those marks.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good morning. Afternoon, yes, sorry.
Understanding what you just said about not wanting to play like Where's Waldo.
Yep.
I think there is some interest and curiosity for guys like Terry and even Cosme. Like, what is the sort of organizational philosophy of why it's okay or even preferable for them not to go to the game on Monday night?
Yeah, it's really custom to how we want to do things by player. Some big rehab here, some not on those particular days. So that's how we decide to, go through all the guys. If I would show you a list of who's rehab, who's doing what on what day, and how they go, they have that mapped out pretty good.
And then as you've watched Connerly throughout camp, what has stood out to you the most as far as the way he's made that transition from left to right, and maybe why is that more difficult than the average Joe might understand?
Right. I'll tell you, Adam, one of the things that jumped out to be more than even left to right was in the run game. And I thought he would make that transition just athletically. He'll put it in, and guys have moved that one. I'm not going to say I was surprised by it, but the run game part of him was even better than I had thought. Sometimes you think of an athletic tackle, and automatically your mind goes to pass protection. But he's a very strong run defender. He can clamp on you. He can move you. You saw that with some double teams the other day. We've seen him pull. So that would be probably as big a shift for me as it was even from left to right is in the run game. I thought he'd acclimate to that just based on the athleticism. But the running game part, I've I've certainly been impressed by that so far.
Sticking with the offensive line, you've had a lot of moving parts throughout camp. Does that concern you at all? Because you're then going to have Cosme coming back in there at some point.
Yeah, it's not ideal. And I think you want to control the things you can. So Coleman's back into some practice today, so that's a good sign. There's nothing like the practice work. We can do it on the walkthrough, we can do it in the meeting room, but it does help, when the guys are side by side and going through it together. So it's not ideal, but I also know there's a silver lining in the contingency plans that go along with that, where when somebody's out and the next person comes in, they get to do their thing. And I think it's opened up some spaces for Chris Paul, and I've seen more versatility from him than I ever have. But no, you'd like for those guys to get the reps in together. And as a coach, I want them all, man, just so I can think of how to do it and how to get there, and whether that's Terry or Sam or Brandon, who was out, or Marcus. So I think about them a lot and how much, how quickly we need them back to get ready. But I guess I look at it also from the silver lining to say, when there's been some spaces for some chances to move it around, guys have responded.
We're not here to play Where's Waldo, B.
Not at all.
In DQ's first question about Terry McLaurin, he mentioned 2 other players. So if you had the over of 2.5, you did not win that bet.
Lost.
But it was pretty darn close. He mentioned 2 other guys and then proceeded to mention about 1,000 other guys after that. One place, we're not going to play Where's Waldo. But if you are wondering where you should buy a car, it's the Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. And with that kind of track record, they're doing something right. They've got convenient locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. They got all the brands you're looking for: Toyotas, Kias, Fords, Lincolns, Chryslers, Dodge, big old Ram trucks, Jeeps, Chevy, Buick, GMC. Mitch Tischler drives a GMC that he bought. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. In addition to the unmatched selection, they've got great financing options. And B, you got to tell them about that Lifetime Edge.
Yep, that Lifetime Edge gives you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and that lifetime engine guarantee. And there's more good news. If you have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman, because they will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. Take it from me and JP. 2 beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together. Dum, 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 dum.
I think DQ got growing a little tired of the Terry McLaurin questions.
I think he looked out of him not being. He wanted him to be at practice.
I think that too.
He went down that boat a little bit down that line. It's basically like, I want to have the guys here because I want to see what I could do with them, how we could run some things.
Yep.
That's when you finally go into the office with the front office and say, look, I understand what y'all doing, but I got a job to do this year. You judging me based off of how I went. And I need certain people to win.
I think when Kingsbury spoke up, not only does Cliff have a job to do here, but he might want a different job next February.
Yeah.
And he wants his offense to look its best to get that done.
Oui.
You know what I'm saying? Now, we are all preparing for a very controversial edition of Heard It Here First. Hit the music, Landfill.
Heard it here first. What you got to say? But heard it here first. Why is it going to be controversial?
You know exactly why.
Tell me why.
Well, actually, it'll prove irrelevant. White Brian, what do you got?
Jeff and Ben Strober were the only people that won yesterday.
Well, I get Strober's win.
Why?
Because I called dibs.
No, you don't. Strober's not here. You don't get a win. He just 0-1.
So the controversy was going to be, B-Mitch said he picked the Brewers yesterday.
The Brewers lost.
And then we were playing golf, and we realized they had a doubleheader.
Yeah.
And they lost the first game, and then B was like,
But-
I got him in the second game.
No, but when I picked the Brewers, they hadn't played the second game. It
Well,
was 0-0.
They lost that one, too.
They lost? Well, that lost then. But if I pick a game and there's no score started, then I got the one that's coming up, right?
I am going to choose
You're a
sanity.
little hater, dude.
I'm going to choose sanity. We don't need to argue about it because they lost.
You better be lucky they lost because I would have won it anyway.
Where's Waldo? What do we like tonight, boys? Anybody got a pick?
I'm taking the Diamondbacks plus 1.5 because PFAT is pitching.
I wish I had a diamond back I could put on JP and let him bite it.
I'll take the Marlins.
That's odd.
That's a rattlesnake, dog.
Jeff's taking the Marlins. Whitest Brian?
Brewers.
Brewers. I can't get the app to open.
I know. Mine not open either.
Who are the Nats playing?
The Mets.
Give me the Nats. Who's pitching?
It's Brad Lord versus Kodai Senga.
Give me the Nats. The Mets stink.
That's Brian's team.
I know. Bang. I'm on the Nats.
Bruh, I don't know who to pick. I can't get my thing open. Give me the Mets. I'm going against JP.
All right. I wanted to take a moment. Carter Elliott is a friend of mine, a friend of the program. Carter Elliott has been working for Governor Wes Moore for the last several years. And Carter announced on social media that yesterday was his last day in the governor's office, and he couldn't be more thankful. I'm sure Carter's going on to bigger and better things, but Carter's been a huge part of Governor Moore joining us on the program.
Yeah.
Carter's a huge Burgundy and Gold fan.
Good
So,
dude.
really good dude. Congratulations on a great run with the governor, and can't wait to hear what's next. If you tell me in 5 years or whatever that Wes has moved offices to Pennsylvania Avenue and Carter's working down on Pennsylvania Avenue, I won't be shocked, Brian. I will not be
Congrats,
shocked.
Carter.
Good luck in the next move, bro.
Yo.
Shoot me a text. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Brian Baldinger for joining us. Thank you to Steve Buckhantz for joining us. We're back tomorrow, 10 a.m. from the tent. Grant and Danny holding it down now in the Navy Yard studios. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Good Wednesday afternoon. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. August 20th, 2025. We will take you up to 6:15 tonight. Got a nice show planned for you. Former Redskins offensive lineman and Super Bowl champion Mark Schlerth will be on the show. We will also talk with Chris Miller of Monumental Sports, the voice of the Wizards at 5. John Wall is retired. We want to look back at his career. Who better than Chris, who was on the sideline for the vast majority of Wall's time with the team. And then at 6 o'clock today, Mackenzie Gore of the Washington Nationals, our weekly appointment to him via Main Street Bank. Looking forward to talking to the ace of the Nats and their lefty all-star coming off of a second straight quality start. Danny, how are you?
I'm all right, my friend. It's so gloomy out. It's like all week it's this gloomy thing. Someone who sounds like they know stuff, or like, well, it's the tail of a hurricane or some kind of thing. I don't know where anything is. I look at my weather app to figure out what I'm supposed to wear that day, and that's as far as I can do it. People who are aware of geostorms and what's going on off the coast of blah blah blah, always amazing to me. But it's so stupid and gloomy.
Last night at Nats Park was kind of wild.
Yeah.
For an August baseball game to be in the press box and freezing cold was a first.
That's weird, man.
Even the official scorekeeper, Ben, came over the mic and he said first pitch temperature, I think he said it was 70 degrees, 71 degrees. And he said, and yes, folks, it is August. And it's like, Ben, are you editorializing on the mic? I mean, normally the scorekeeper goes, hit, error, game time, temperature, attendance. It's very, very quick and dirty.
He dropped a bit on you?
But he dropped a little bit. He's
Good for Ben.
And it is August. You're right. Look at your calendars. It says August.
Right in the middle, too.
But it was a little chilly, man. I want to, speaking of chilly, the relationship between Terry McLaurin and the Commanders start right there because we just got an important update. So Dan Quinn spoke within the last half hour. This is the first time Quinn has really addressed what's going on with McLaurin, certainly since he no-showed the preseason game, was excused in his absence to not come to the game. But more importantly, we hadn't really gotten an update on how things are going to trend. Is he going to practice today? Are they elevating him in some way to get closer to playing? Is he participating? So this is what we got from Dan Quinn as his press conference about a half hour ago got started.
The return to play part that's the good news. So we're out of the rehab phase with Terry. His ankle's good. He's healthy. So now it's a return to play. What goes into all that at that position specifically, like the max speeds, the decelerations, the route tree of going through that. So that's kind of the good news of where we're at. It's just, conditioning and football and returning to play. And so almost all the guys are at some phase along that way. You're going to see McGee at practice. You're going to see Baptiste, they just have kind of gone through that process as well where they're out of the rehab portion of their, returning to play. And then it's back into the football simulated work. So, we're excited that, he's back and getting better conditioning and getting things going. Chick?
So if you were wondering, are they going to start acknowledging that this is less about his ankle and more about the contract? The answer is no.
Nope.
Cliff Kingsbury, when he spoke last week, said it's time to get guys on the field when asked about Terry McLaurin. That was the closest thing to a bad cop and a good cop, bad cop relationship, kind of nudging the player, hey, let's go to practice. And what we asked that day, what we discussed and gave opinions on was, is this a shift in paradigm and philosophy from the team, or is this just Cliff Kingsbury being honest, who probably doesn't have to play as nice? He's not the head coach. He's the coordinator. He needs to accumulate yards, and he needs to put up points. And if you're not going to help him to do that, he's going to be kind of irritated with you. And so that's pretty clearly what that was, because this was more of the same. This is, you're asked about Terry, and you address him and Sam Cosmi and Jordan McGee all together.
Because it's the same.
The rehabbing group. The one interesting quote I thought that came out of Quinn today was that he doesn't want to play Where's Waldo with Terry McLaurin updates, which I respect. And I understand why he wouldn't want to play Brian Fantana Panda Watch. You'll have to forgive the rest of us who have a season to prepare for, just like you do. Different capacity. You're the head coach. The wins and losses matter to you. But as fans of the team that are investing a lot of money and energy and time and effort, and as media members who are covering this thing, you're going to have to forgive us for wondering where Waldo is, when Waldo is the number one wide receiver who's going to make the difference between you getting deep into the playoffs or not.
Yeah, if I know you don't want to answer the question. Sorry. Don't be the head coach then. I don't want to eat this salad that I have for lunch because salads are stupid. I hate them. but I'd like to be less fat, so I'm going to eat the salad. See what I'm saying? It's part of the obligation. I understand it's not fun to answer, but this is part of the job. However you want to answer it, you can keep doing the charade, I suppose.
And I'll say this, even though he doesn't answer the question or give really legitimate information on the question, like, I don't know many coaches that handle themselves better in the relationship with the media part of it.
Does a great job, yeah.
And the podium part of it than Dan Quinn. He is energetic. He is pleasant. He's warm. He's personable. Don't expect to get a whole lot of intel very often. But in terms of not bristling, not being annoyed, Mike Vrabel's just going to call you out and call you an idiot and treat you like you're 10 years old. Sometimes be borderline unprofessional, like, some college basketball coach or whatever who's just going to yell at the kid who's working for the local school paper or whatever. Dan Quinn's not going to do that. I mean, He treats everybody with a level of decency, which I appreciate. And I've long said I like coaches who keep things close to the vest. I'm just surprised this is still the tack they're going with on McLaurin.
Yeah, it's a way to not have to address anything.
Yeah.
And that's the plan, I suppose, up at the podium.
It would be annoying to have to constantly update everybody as the head coach when it's not your deal. Like Adam Peters speaks before camp, and then he doesn't speak again for a long time, which is how they do it. I'm not calling out Adam Peters. I think that's normal. But he is the one, or Brandon Sosna, who is this very sharp front office executive who is working on the contract. Those are the guys, frankly, that you need to ask questions to. Dan Quinn is the head coach who's trying to get the team ready to play. And each morning he goes, will I have Terry or not? And they say, you will not. And then he goes out to the field. So I understand why that would be annoying. But for me, it does just get old to have to keep pretending. It feels like we're playing a game of pretend. Now, he's right. He's missed so much time that he does actually have to condition now. So this new part of it is legitimate. He's got to go out there and run and get in shape.
But is he? I mean, is he doing that? Is he doing the actual return to practice stuff, or you just get to say it?
That's what we're going to figure out in the next few minutes, probably. Yeah. I mean, their practice starts at 2:00. Is he going to be on a side field running with Jordan McGee, or is he still in the building or nowhere to be found? And that's what we need to know. This was Ben Standig, one of our buddies, talking to Dan Quinn at the press conference about this very matter.
Dan, just to clarify, will we see Terry today out here doing anything?
Not at the practice portion. He had a big part of the run that went along today. I'm not going to play Where's Waldo, guys, all right, moving forward, so just so we're clear on that. So Terry's return to play format is no different than any of the other players. And so I'm not jumping at you, Ben, but I wanted to make sure, like, the next question doesn't go down this line. He's healthy, which is now a good step to, like, getting closer to being back on the field. So you'll see that earlier than later. I don't have a date circled on my whiteboard in my office, this day for him, this day for him. But, yeah, the good news, we're getting closer to that for sure.
So a few things there. That's what I'm talking about, where he's the nicest guy ever.
Yeah.
Or like that was not even close to like biting at Ben, and he's like, I'm not trying to be mean here, Ben. And it's like, well, no, that's clear because you weren't mean at all.
Right.
Right? Like
you covered that.
He's a very nice person. But at the same time, the part that I will just have to take some issue with is he is the same as everyone else in the return to play. And he's actually not in any way. Right? I mean, this is not the same as the actually injured player who got hurt a couple weeks ago, Brandon Coleman, or the guy recovering from an ACL, Sam Cosmi, or the guy that can't stay on the field, Jordan McGee. Like, this is not the same. And pretending like it is a little bit disingenuous. It's strategic and understandable.
It's their way out. It's the way to, and again, you can even hear it in there where he's going, I want to preclude so it's not the next question, the next question, the next question. Now, if you're there every day and you've got to deal with the man, I understand, and maybe that's going to work. But outside looking in, sorry, with all due respect to Jordan McGee, who I've never seen play football, basically. I mean, that's hyperbolic. I've seen like 7 seconds of it. The biggest story is the number one wide receiver who no-showed at the game. You know what I mean? Like, I need to know what he's doing and when he's doing it and how it's happening. Is this resolved? Is it not? Is it closer? Is it not? And you're the only person that we can talk to. If we could talk, it's not me, but if the media could talk to Adam Peters, if the media could talk to Josh Harris, we have no access to anybody except for you who are required to do this thing.
Right.
So you're trying to head off the questions at the pass. God bless you. There's going to be a push and pull there, but there needs to be that push.
Well, the other part of that answer that was interesting to me was when he talked about that we're getting closer. He said he is now healthy, which means he's off the PUP list. He's been cleared. And he made it sound like sooner rather than later he'll be on the practice field. That is what he said in the back half of that answer. Grab me the second part of that answer so I can kind of get the wording right on this.
He's healthy, which is now a good step to like getting closer to being back on the field. So you'll see that earlier than later. I don't have a date circled on my whiteboard in my office, this day for him, this day for him. But yeah, the good news, we're getting closer to that for sure.
So that's a sooner than later he's going to practice because he's healthy. And the way he's selling it today is we've got to get him in shape, so it's time to do a bunch of cardio. So you can just set that to the side. The important question that is not going to be answered by Dan Quinn or anybody else out there right now is it up to you guys when he practices? To me, that if you really want to peel all the layers back and get to the nitty-gritty here, get to the bottom line of what is going on, is Terry McLaurin not practicing today because you guys are telling him, hey, we got to get you in shape. I know you're ready to start practicing, but the first step is cardio and the return to practice plan that we've put together for you. Take a look at it. We just emailed it to you. It's on your phone. And you open it, and it says, do 100 sprints and, do this with Chad Reinhardt on the side field where he's got the bungee cord wrapped around you or whatever it is, right? Is that what's happening? Is it up to you, and that's why he's not practicing now? Or is this another day where Terry McLaurin isn't coming down to the field? Like, if he said, and we'll just take him at his word, that he ran today or did whatever it was, non-practice division, that they wanted him to do. Well, that's a tell that he has ramped up his activity, I would think.
Right.
He had been sitting in a training room doing whatever that was. Now, if on the practice field he's actually doing something and that's what he's allowed to do, that's not that different from participating in a practice in terms of he's playing ball.
Yeah, look, let's say he wasn't hurt. And again, he's not, but let's say he wasn't hurt. And would he practice today? Do you know what I'm saying? Or are we still in the discord phase? Are we still in the he's not doing it phase out of protest, out of being upset, etc.? Like, again, there's so many layers to the onion, and there's so many different elements to this thing, and this is the tack that they've chosen to be able to not have to answer questions. Because anything that you ask on this front about the contract, the status, how disgruntled is he, how mad is he, where does this end, where does it go, have you talked to him, how close it is, you get to pull the lever. Return to play, injury stuff. So he's working his way back. How is he working his way back? No. He's working his way back just like the other injured guys are working their way back. Again, it was their out. It's how they decided to couch this thing to create as little drama as possible. And I understand that, by the way. Again, it's easy to have these sorts of things escalate if you start getting into a war of words. I mean, again, think back to Bruce Allen and Trent Williams, where one side says one something and that pisses the other side off, and now they become more intractable, and next thing you know, fines are happening, and you trade him for nothing. A guy that was, a future Hall of Fame player, a gold jacket, a Ring of Fame player is now disgruntled with the organization. That's why they excused his absence and didn't start fining him. It's why they haven't gotten down to the nitty gritty yet, because they could. They're within their rights at this point for someone that's potentially missing things and kind of getting ready for the season, and he's not participating, which is part of his contract.
Should I take when he says that his return to the practice field is no different than any other player to mean that's his message to McLaurin, essentially, that we're now treating you like everybody else. So if you're not willing to do this, that's on you, but we're going to be putting more and more on you. And so it used to be pretty easy when you got to just sit in the building and we could say that you're doing whatever you're doing with the trainer. But now, today you're doing this, tomorrow you're doing this, by Friday we want you out on the field on the walkthrough. I mean, is that maybe a message being sent? Like, I'm taking it, and I'm arguing with the point when he says he's no different than everyone else. I'm going, he's actually extremely
so different, the most different you could be.
But if you just take him kind of at word for word here, Terry's return to play format is no different from any of the other players. He's healthy, which is now a good step to being back on the field. I don't have a date circled. That could also be, I mean, they might be talking to each other through the media a little bit. McLaurin's no longer sitting at Eastern Motors, but he might be saying, all right, you are in this bucket. So we'll have this for you today and this for you on Thursday. And if you don't want to do it, everyone's going to find out. This is now really about you wanting your money. We're not playing the injury game anymore. Because this is the first time, if you're looking for the word, he's healthy.
Yeah.
That is the first time we have heard it. He is healthy. Good step to being back on the field. It's a little bit of a shift because previously, before they took him off pup,
he's not healthy.
They were suggesting he wasn't, and they kind of, to your point, throwing their arms up going, what do you guys want? He needs to work with the trainers. He's not healthy enough to practice.
It's interesting. I hadn't thought of it in that next layer that you just addressed. I mean, to me, this is just the natural continuation of the charade, right? Where we were pretending that he was a legitimate pup. We were pretending that this is all, just a guy that's rehabbing back from some injury. And the whole contract thing, the reason we're here, that's I don't know, man. Come on, he's with the trainer. There's nothing I can do. To me, this was just the natural extension for that, buying themselves some time. But if it is, that kind of 3D chess there, tip of the cap. But to me, this was just the next phase in, I don't want to answer. I can hide behind the quote unquote injury and the rehabilitation for however long. I don't know how long that you get for that, but I think that's all this was.
I'm pretty sure that a couple weeks ago when we last talked about our confidence that he would play in week 1, I was at 98, 99%, and so were you.
Yes.
Are you still that high?
No.
Where are you now? So week 1, the smoke machine's going off in the end zone. Players are running out. Is Terry McLaurin one of them?
No. I'm sub 50.
Sub 50?
Yeah.
Stop the presses. Throw out the rundown. I mean, this is good to know. You no longer think Terry McLaurin will play against the Giants?
No. That's now again, if he's actually doing any of the things that Dan Quinn said today, and he understands that football's happening this year, then he's under contract to play it, maybe. But I just think his agent is so dug in and has so overshot this thing and has poisoned the waters here that we're now going to do the damaging thing. We're going to sabotage our season, sabotage ourselves, sabotage our career for this fool's errand that's never going to happen.
That is a massive declaration.
I hadn't realized until you asked me that question directly.
That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
We need dramatic sound effects, Darius. We need, the guy just found out that the killer of this person is the same as the killer of the other person in the Law and whatever episode. Danny just had his epiphany. So you don't think he plays. Now, either way, it's a huge deal, but I think it could be different. One path is that he's just not ready to play yet, but he's actually back with the team, practicing, and he'll be back for, I would say week 2, but they play Thursday after Sunday. So if he misses game 1, he's missing probably 2 games. So he's back for week 3. Or is he actually still holding out? Because if he's still holding out, to me, that would be amazing. That would be all-time stunning. Are you saying he's still not actively a part of the club?
Yeah.
Or just it's so hard for him to get ready as late as he's dragged this thing out that he's not ready to go?
I'm saying it's still an active holdout.
Wow. Did you take your sunglasses off and look off to the side while you said it?
It's time to hold on. Yeah! Like we're going the whole episode. Yeah, I do. I think it's now the missing of the game changed my eye line. Like, again, there are like dudes with way more acrimony publicly who have said way worse things. Way more shots have been fired. Making the trip, watching the game with the team, there with their brothers, yucking it up on the sidelines, weird bucket hat on, towel over your shoulder for some reason, whooping and hollering at backups making plays in the preseason game. He wasn't there.
Does anybody else agree with Danny that didn't at one point? Like if you from Jump Street just thought he wasn't going to play in week 1, okay, whatever. But has anybody else changed their mind on this that was very confident he'd be on the field all along that now thinks he's not going to play in that opener? I'd like to hear from you on that. 800-636-1067. We can open up the phones. Plus, I want to get an update for you on Brian Robinson. There is a report out there of one particular team that is kicking the tires on him. We'll give you the details on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for their final preseason game on Saturday against the Ravens at noon. Dan Quinn talked before practice today, saying that Brian Robinson was excused from practice today. Terry McLaurin not going to be on the field for practice. He said, quote, "I'm not going to play Where's Waldo," just to be clear on that. Trey Amos is back at practice today after he missed the game on Monday with a hamstring injury. Brandon Coleman hasn't practiced since August 2nd. He's going to get some work on the field today. Other news around the NFL, the Bears signed backup quarterback Tyson Bagent to a 2-year extension worth $10 million and up to $16 million in incentives. Falcons offensive tackle Storm Norton is going to be out 6 to 8 weeks after he underwent ankle surgery. And today, their other offensive tackle, Caleb McGarry, was carted off with a leg injury. Baseball, Nats and Mets tonight, game 2 of the series, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nats. He is 3-6 with a 3.26 ERA. He'll take on Kodai Senga, who is 7-4 with a 2.35 ERA. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
He's healthy, which is now a good step to like getting closer to being back on the field. So you'll see that earlier than later. I don't have a date circled on my whiteboard in my office, this day for him, this day for him. But yeah, the good news, we're getting closer to that for sure.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. That was Dan Quinn just about an hour ago. Daily press conference, 2 o'clock practice today for Washington as they get back to work ahead of Saturday's preseason finale with the Baltimore Ravens. By the way, the team that has been linked to Brian Robinson just via some reporting out of Miami is the Dolphins. They are supposedly interested in Robinson because Devin Achane, their tailback, is going to miss a couple of weeks, it sounds like, with an injury. And so now they're scrambling a bit. They're looking at the wire for running backs, and it stands to reason you've got this a fairly high floor player. I would say also a low ceiling player, singles hitter, but a guy that can average 3.5, 4 yards per carry for you and keep things afloat offensively for a team that wants to throw to set up the run anyway.
And you could use a little thunder of that lightning. I mean, Achane is a quick as all hell, fast scat back kind of guy. I don't want him toting the rock 20 times a game, right? So there you go. There's a good complementary piece.
I don't see the fit schematically necessarily there with the Dolphins, if I'm being honest. I saw the odds came out on Bet Online today for the teams most likely to trade Brian Robinson, and the team most likely to do so is the 49ers, according to Bet Online, at 4-1. Then they had the Dolphins at 5-1. So that is Kyle Shanahan and then Shanahan disciple Mike McDaniel. So it's zone running, zone blocking scheme, which I get how you could tell me he would be very successful in a zone blocking scheme, but he does not resemble the types of backs that have a lot of success with those guys generally. It's a little bit of a quicker, one cut up the field. We call him a sledgehammer, battering ram, whatever. But when you think about the Niners, you don't really see B-Rob types. It's not to say
it's a lot more Elijah Mitchell there, right?
I think that's kind of been the trend. I will say over the years, Kyle's been intrigued by some guys like that. Remember when they drafted Carlos Hyde fairly early?
Yes.
He was a little bit of a B-Rob type. Like the Dolphins under McDaniel, I can't think of a Robinson-esque back that they've tapped into. I mean, Raheem Mostert's a burner. Achane is faster than him.
Yeah.
So this is against type.
And even guys that have to go to like Myles Gaskin was undersized at the position, you know? So
and maybe that's where he becomes interesting is because it's the opposite of what you have.
Yeah.
You know, here the idea is you've got these thunderous physical rushers that aren't going to hit a home run. You need speed. Maybe their point is we got the speed and home run part covered. We need someone who can slam into the line of scrimmage and pick up a couple of tough yards. Because one of the storylines I remember out of Dolphins training camp, now that I think about it, was when Tyreek Hill was at the podium and he was asked, how would you fix like your short yardage problems or what would you do differently on 3rd and 4th down? And he said, I'm pretty sure he said, don't give the ball to Devin Achane. It was like his buddy. Because what was funny about it is Achane responded to the video and he's like, you're going to do me like that? and he took it in stride. But Tyreek Hill basically was like, this is a speedy finesse guy, and like we keep giving him the ball in short yardage.
Yeah, with the stack line of scrimmage, trying to slam him in there. Yeah.
So maybe, I mean, if they believe that Hill's onto something, maybe a guy like B-Rob could be a fit and helping them just from a personnel standpoint.
Yeah, no, it won't cost you a ton. So, yeah, that's I suppose it makes sense. I mean, to me, this was one of those, like, the opinion on him I'm going to be fascinated by, where, like, how much better is Brian Robinson than, say, Gus Edwards, who I think is still a free agent at this point, right? The eye of the beholder type stuff. Because, like, I got a pretty big Venn diagram crossover in terms of skill sets between those couple of guys. And Gus Edwards has had a place in this league. Never the plan A, but every time he's got the chance to run the football, has been just fine, averaging mid 4 yards per carry, give or take, right? Slamming into the line of scrimmage. Not here to wiggle and make you miss, but here to inflict some pain. So I'll be interested to see where the market is.
I think Robinson's an upgrade over him, for sure. But in his career, his numbers are better than Robinson's, for the record. He's a 4.7 yards per carry guy in his NFL career. I just think he's been in a way better situation.
I was going to say, he was in Baltimore for a while. That'll help you.
Best rushing team in the league.
Yeah.
Really good offensive line. Lamar Jackson next to you, although you can make the case Jaden Daniels is next to Robinson last year. But he leaves there for one season. Last year with the Chargers, he averaged 3.5 yards per carry.
Yep.
So
for a team that ran it well.
To me, that's kind of what he is. Oh, by the way, he's 30. He's much older than Brian Robinson, who's still on his rookie deal for another year. So, yeah, if I could give up a 7th and get B-Rob instead of signing Edwards, I would do that.
There you go.
But that's probably about the ceiling of what you're going to get. And let's face it, it just works out this way that most of the time, when these stories come out about a team that is on the precipice of releasing a player if they can't trade him, they don't get traded very often. Every now and then it happens, and it's always surprising to me. It's like, why did they do that again? I don't really understand. A team like Miami or like Baltimore, just to name a couple, like contenders, they're not high in the waiver wire claiming process. So you might be more inclined to throw a 7th-round pick at someone you really like. So that's the path to getting him traded, perhaps. If San Francisco actually is interested, and you know you don't have a shot at him because there's several teams in front of you, then maybe you would be willing to throw a draft pick. But this is if they get something, I'll high-five Adam Peters kind of scenario. Now, you can make the case, if you're of the belief they shouldn't be moving on from him, that they're going too far on how little they need him. You could argue that. I'm not going to be with you. I think they're right, and that person is wrong. They're making the correct decision here, in my opinion. But if they get something for a guy they're about to cut, whenever that happens, that's just a win. And that's when suddenly I go, okay.
Yeah, that's my view. If he's not part of your plans and you get something for him, I said this yesterday, I'm amazed, honestly. That's good wheeling and dealing. It's like some of those Mike Rizzo trades where it's like, really? This guy that's not part of our plans for Trey Turner? Awesome. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'll do that again.
Speaking of things you've said, you just said last segment that as of today, you don't think Terry McLaurin will be back and playing for this team when they take on the Giants in week 1.
Yeah, that now I hadn't thought that specifically, but we were talking about it, and you asked, and all of a sudden I realized that's what my gut says.
What percentage chance would you put on him playing in that game? You said it's sub 50. What
it's like 48, 49.
Okay.
Yeah, to me, it's like a little bit less than a coin toss.
So pretty much a toss-up. Do you agree with what I've been saying for weeks? If you don't play in week 1, you're not playing until week 3. Because they play the Packers on Thursday night in Lambeau, quite literally 4 days after the opener against the Giants.
Yes, that makes the most sense.
I don't know how you could possibly play Thursday if you can't play Sunday.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. Unless it is purely a protest, right? Where it's like, I'm sitting out week 1 just to let you know that I'm not okay with all this, and then I'll get to work because I don't want to be fined anymore.
But at that point, he will have been back and practicing for a while.
Again, maybe. Yeah.
Because you can't play on Thursday if you haven't been practicing for a few weeks. You can't just say, all right, well, I'm back now. It's Monday, and we have a game in 72 hours, and I'm ready to play. Like, he's either practicing next week to get ready for week 1 and then playing in both games, or if he's not, then you're probably not playing in either. That's the way I viewed it all along.
Right, no, that makes sense.
It's 2 games within 4 days. That's the part of this that needs to be front of mind, and I think continually be brought up. Let's go to Shane in Switzerland, listening on the Odyssey app. I don't think our signal's getting out there. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Commander Grant? How y'all doing today?
Very well, thank you.
Hey, look, I'm with Commander on this. I honestly don't think Terry suits up with the Commanders this year. I really don't. I think the days that Terry's done. I love Terry. You guys know how much I love him. But look, at some point, he's under contract for this year, correct? And he's got to go by that contract. He's got to honor his contract. I get it. The man needs to be part of this field. He needs to get on the field. I mean, he's got to be part of his team. He's got to start getting in there. And like you said, Grant, if he don't play week 1, he damn sure ain't going to play week 3. And at that point, what if they go out there, Jaden Daniels connects with all these young receivers, and they're out there putting up points without him? At that point, it's not going to look for Terry. So you look, I don't think I truly do not think he's going to be part of this organization anymore. I truly think he's done here.
Wow,
man.
I don't see it that way. That's pretty stunning. But I mean, it's harder to scream at you for the take than it would have been a month or so ago. What I really like that he brought up, though, is the worst case scenario for McLaurin is probably that he doesn't play and Washington lights it up in the first game. Like, how bad would that look for him and the agent? If the Commanders go out there against the Giants with that vaunted front and that pass rush, and they score 37 points, and Daniels throws for 296, 3 touchdowns, runs for 57, and a score or whatever, and Luke McCaffrey has 6 balls for 58 yards, and let's say Noah Brown's back and he catches a touchdown, Debo goes 8 for 127 or whatever, and it's like, Terry wasn't there? Oh, I didn't even realize. That would be tough for him.
And the alternative is they have a sluggish, lethargic, slow out of the gate offensive performance, as has happened against the Giants, regardless of what time of the season it's been.
That's the gigantic win for him.
Well, a win to a certain degree. It's like,
I mean, personally for him, if he doesn't play and they put up 17 in a loss to the Giants, that phone call gets a lot more fun on Monday for Buddy Baker.
Well, I suppose from that angle, but then for me, it's you did that. Well, you poisoned us.
I'm
you know
not talking
what I mean?
about Danny Rue.
Well, I mean, for fans.
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying for McLaurin, the best case scenario would be that.
So the team's offer goes up?
I don't necessarily think it does, but this is the same thing I said to people that couldn't quite get my point on the preseason game. When 4 drops were had in 3 possessions by veteran receivers, it makes you look better. I don't think they call back and they go, all right, now we'll offer 28. But you have 2 options, basically.
Right.
Either they look good on offense or they look bad on offense while you're holding out.
I guess you'd rather them look bad.
I can't believe I'm arguing this. This seems pretty obvious. This seems intuitive, I would say. But I like that Shane has not let the Commander Danny thing die. I feel like too many people have forgotten that you're the lieutenant commander of the fan base.
That's not true.
And Shane is one of the few guys that refers to Danny as Commander Danny, and Danny loves it.
He's carrying the torch for it, by the way, and good for him.
But just remember when you call in, feel free to address Danny as Commander Danny. It's what he prefers. He's afraid. He's a little nervous to ask. True. He's a little bit shy and bashful about it.
That's the toughest one. That's the one. That's the one, man.
You do command the funny.
I don't. That's not a thing. Just to keep it very clear. That's not a thing. It never has been. Oh. Is that one worse?
That's so good.
Is that one worse? Or
I forgot
Command
about
the Funny?
That one. That's so much worse than Command the Funny. You really think Command the Funny is worse than that?
I don't know anymore.
The lieutenant on the commander force?
Oh.
That's one of the worst things I've ever heard anyone say.
Oh.
Play that again.
Oh.
Matter of fact, only play this rejoin when we come back from every segment.
The command force.
From this point forward. And here's the new bit. Ready? Until Terry McLaurin signs a contract.
Oh, how dare you?
We only play this sounder when we rejoin.
How dare all of you?
We in on this?
I'm going to report all of you to Ryan Clary. Ryan, are you documenting all this for corporate?
No, don't worry, dude.
Malfeasance.
As soon as Terry signs, we'll play something else. He just has to sign.
I don't want to hear this until October.
Aaron's in Laurel on Grant and Danny. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, how's it going, Grant?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I was just thinking that I'm surprised that no one has really brought up the fact that, the McLaurin thing is going on alongside of B-Rob. And I'm wondering, maybe they're working out some sort of package with those two.
I don't think that's what's happening. I think the Brian Robinson thing's been a little longer term in the making, and we just got light shed on it.
But I've heard a couple of people speculate that. I just think they're just two moves that are happening concurrently. I don't think there's a connection.
What is the suggestion, that they're going to put the two of them together in a trade?
Yes.
I mean, I guess you could, in the sense that Terry wants a trade and they are trying to trade Brian Robinson, but they have no interest in trading McLaurin. They're not trading McLaurin. I don't think anything's changed on that front. Willie in Kensington, what's up?
Hey, Grant and Red Wolf Danny.
Red Wolf Danny's a different one.
Red Wolf Danny. I think that Jalen Lane can give you what you need. Terry had a good rookie year. I think he could have a good rookie year. And the difference isn't worth $30 million. So I don't think they're going to sign him. And they don't want disgruntled around. So they'll probably trade him.
If Jalen Lane could go out and catch 75 balls for them for 1,000 yards, then this would be a very different negotiation and situation.
Well.
Or even just give you what Terry did in his rookie year with bad quarterback play. He missed 2 games and he went 58 for 919. The only year where he hasn't gone for 1K. If he would have played in 16 games, it would have been a 70-catch, 1,125-yard rookie season. That's not what Jalen Lane's going to be able to provide right away. He's got some things he's figuring out. We saw it in the preseason game. I love him. I'm high on him. But there's some nuances to the position, rounding some routes off where DBs can read what he's doing and watch his hips and then break on balls and near interceptions happen, or a pick of Sam Hartman took place. So he's still got a little bit of work and refinement to do as a guy that's probably more of a slot anyway than a player out on the boundary. But I bet they'd love to be in a situation where they felt like, whether it was him or somebody else,
We got a replacement ready.
we're okay.
Yeah.
We got a 70-catch guy right here. He's just waiting in the wings.
Which I don't think they do. And I think they know that.
Mark Schlerth, who won a Super Bowl here in D.C., will be on the show at 3 o'clock today. Want to go around the NFL with him. Next, though, let's go through the divisions in football and find our hardest to easiest divisions to crown champions in with some confidence rankings. We'll do that on the Fan. Looking at the NFL divisions, trying to figure out what the hardest, easiest groups to predict are this season. So let's start in the AFC and rank them. Bills, heavy favorites in the East. I have a hard time envisioning anybody else winning that division. West, the Chiefs find a way to win every year, but that was a 3-playoff team division last year.
Yeah, the division's going to be good, and Kansas City had miraculous wins.
Totally.
But they're Kansas City, so they're going to win the division again.
Bill Barnwell actually wrote a piece where he highlighted teams that are most likely to regress this year, and he's got the Chiefs as one of them. And I don't think that's specific to thinking Kansas City's not going to be very good. They were 15-2, and they probably should have been 11-5, 11-6, whatever that works out to. So just naturally, if they're as good as they were last year, they probably win 11 or 12 games. And it stands to reason. It's possible. Suspension coming for Rashee Rice. Maybe they are going to be a little bit worse this year. Although I do think their line got better, which was an area of weakness. But in that division, the Broncos, ascending, playoff team last year. Bo Nix in year 2. The Chargers, I would have said ascending. They're a playoff team. They got a great coaching staff with Jim Harbaugh leading the way. I like their front office as well. A bunch of guys that came over that were helping to run the Ravens under Joe Ortiz. The problem for them is already
Rashawn Slater already
besieged by injuries again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the most Charger thing ever. That you come out of training camp and you're the BC version of yourself already. So we'll come back to that division. AFC North, ultra entertaining. Can the Bengals play enough defense to just be league average on that side of the ball? Frankly, even if you're below average, but you're 20th instead of 31st, 32nd, they might be an 11, 12-win team, as good as their offense is. The Ravens are the heavy favorites there. The Steelers trying to make the playoffs again. And then the AFC South, the Texans, a head and shoulders favorite over a Colts team that just named Daniel Jones the starter, a Jaguars team with Liam Cohen as a first-time head coach, trying to get more out of Trevor Lawrence, and the Titans who took Cam Ward 1-1. So of these 4 divisions, Danny, you got to put a bunch of money down on a division champion. You have to be right where you circling.
Buffalo in the East is my one seed. Even though Kansas City, by the way, death taxes Kansas City winning the AFC West. Still, there are too many good teams. I don't know. They're a playoff team. They're going to go to the AFC title game again, but I think Buffalo is just so head and shoulders above everyone else. To me, the second best team in that division is New England, who might be a fringe playoff team, but they're nowhere near what I think Buffalo is.
Yeah, and they were picking in the top 5 in the draft this year. They have a head coach in his first year with the program, albeit a really good one in Mike Vrabel, who proved in Tennessee might be a top 10 coach in the league when he's got the right personnel around him. All right, so let's agree on the Bills then as the most likely division champion in the AFC. For the second spot, do we go with the Chiefs for a 9th straight season? Or do you like Baltimore better than the rest of the North because the Steelers have Aaron Rodgers, an aging quarterback, and the Bengals have a bad defense?
I'm high on the Ravens again this year, but they always have 3 inexplicable losses, and I think the division will be a little bit better. I don't think Cincinnati is going to give away the first half of the season again. So, to me, the more likely team is Kansas City because they always win the damn thing.
So I'll put the Chiefs second as well. I'm generally not as high on Baltimore as you are. I've kind of always viewed them as like playoff good, but I don't love them as a Super Bowl team. That said, they might be the most talented team in the NFL going into the season. I mean, there's really not a major flaw. There's no real wart on that club. So you put them third. And then the Texans, by default, come in 4th as a favorite. I think just because the division's bad, they had a year last year where they took a small step backwards. I also think the Jaguars are going to be competitive. I love Liam Cohen offensively. I think there's more in the tank for Trevor Lawrence. Daniel Jones, I'm in the minority on this. I think should have been named the starter over Anthony Richardson. I don't think Richard could play dead in a Western. But regardless, that's not a particularly good football team on offense with Daniel Jones either.
No.
You've got quarterback that we know is not very good, quarterback that has not proven that he can play at an NFL level, competing for a starting job.
Yeah, decent team, bad quarterback. ... We've seen that act before.
That's a 9-win, 8-win kind of thing.
Yeah, which is what they were last year. So
Titans, what, 6, 7 wins?
Yeah, probably. It's a better operation now. I like what they're doing. They're building something. They're not ready to compete. I think probably the same for the Jaguars. 4-13 last year. I don't expect that. Maybe 6 wins, 7 wins, maybe 8 if things break right. But yeah, so the division itself will be better. I just still think Houston is just further along in their build and their development, et cetera.
All right, so then if there's a surprise division champion, sounds like we're both coming out of the South, I would say it's the Jacksonville Jaguars. Give me another team in the AFC that if they won the division, you would not be shocked.
The Bengals, just because they're trying something different, and maybe it works this time. Again, if their defense is just okay, I'm not even talking about good, but like league bad, like below league average. I think they win, and they won 9 games last year with maybe the worst defense ever assembled in human history, giving away the first month of the season. If you don't, with their easy schedule to start, then them in November and December are terrifying. That they could win that division.
4-4 last year, Cincinnati. Record in games where they scored over 30 points.
That's insane.
500 football team. I don't know if you can do that again. I mean, people in Cincinnati probably won't allow you to. They'll be calling for heads. But I don't know if it's possible to replicate that. That seems unsustainable. Mark Schlerth won a title here in D.C. with the then Redskins. We'll have him on the show next. Go around the NFL. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, as they like to say. Let's ride together. In the NFL, Lamar Jackson left practice earlier today with a wrist injury. Doesn't appear to be too serious. The Commanders getting set to take on the Ravens on Saturday for their final preseason game. Dan Quinn talked before practice today saying that Brian Robinson was excused from practice. Terry McLaurin not on the field for practice today. Trey Amos is back at practice, though, after he missed the game on Monday night with a hamstring injury. And Brandon Coleman, who hasn't practiced since August 2nd, is going to get some work on the field today. Other news around the NFL, the Bears signed backup quarterback Tyson Bagent to a 2-year extension worth $10 million and up to $16 million in incentives. Falcons offensive tackle Storm Norton is going to be out 6 to 8 weeks after he underwent ankle surgery. And offensive tackle Caleb McGarry was carted off today at practice with a leg injury. NBA, John Wall going to join the NBA on Prime Video as an analyst. And in baseball, the Nats taking on the Mets tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes on Kodai Senga. Nats looking to bounce back after their loss last night. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thanks for listening to the program. We appreciate you. All of our coverage of the Commanders is presented by Paul Henry's window installation during camp in the preseason. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Let's get to the rude guest hotline right now and welcome onto the program a former multi-time Pro Bowler, including here in D.C. with the then Redskins, where he was a Super Bowl champion as part of a stay from 89 through 94. Our guy Mark Schlerth joins us on G&D. Mark, it's good to talk to you again in the district. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're great,
doing
man.
Very well. So before we get into spinning around the NFL, your appearance is made possible by Renegade Fantasy. And I'm intrigued by this because this is the first league that allows fantasy owners to act essentially like a coach. If a player is injured or they're underperforming, you could substitute them right out of your lineup during an NFL game. Renegade Fantasy is the first app to provide real-time, predetermined substitution models. Kind of a cool deal.
Yeah, you can bench their asses. Hey, my guy's not performing, put him on the bench. Get rid of him, I mean, that's how it works. So I'm pretty excited about it. It's something that I've been kind of putzing around with a friend of mine, an agent of mine that, it's his idea, essentially, but just kind of working through this thing for about the last 3 years, and we finally got it up and running. And I think it's going to be really cool. And got grand prizes for each league. So you can jump into my league, and it's the Stinking Good or Fantasy Showdown, and you jump into my league, and the winner of the entire league, because everybody keeps their points, is a $5,000 grand prize. So it's going to be cool, man. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's great.
That is awesome. What is your favorite fantasy football punishment that you've ever seen?
Oh my gosh. Like tattoos, I think, are hilarious. Anytime you have to go somewhere, dressed up, and just humiliation. I just have this just general rule, that I'm a really gracious loser, but I'm an absolute ass when it comes to winning. I mean, I'm just awful. And so that's just kind of how I operate everything in my life from the standpoint of competition. So that's one of the things I love about fantasy. And one thing I love about being a dude, right? I mean, we show love for one another by how hard we are on each other and how much we grind on each other. So, and just bust each other's, hump. So I love that part of fantasy football. I love that part of, that camaraderie. It reminds me of being in the locker room.
Mark Schlerth on Grant and Danny. I don't know what to do with the Rams right now, Mark. I had them win in the West. This Stafford thing is lingering, though, where they're hooking him up to wires like he's a battery, and we can't get through a couple practices in a row. And now I'm supposed to believe he's going to play 17 games in 18 weeks. I mean, what's your take on what's going on there and just how much of a factor that should be in how we view the West?
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned. I mean, I talked to somebody from the Rams where they just said, hey, we're being uber confident or uber cautious, just careful. Yeah, with him.
But as a guy that's had, major back surgery and tried to play through that and played through that, you're one sneeze away from not showing up on Sunday. Like that, that's how that affects you. So we can sit there and say, hey, we're doing all the stem and the ice and we're having injections, to calm down the nerve roots and all that kind of stuff. But I just, I'm a guy that had 20 knee surgeries over the course of my career and one back surgery. And I guarantee I'd have another 20 knee surgeries to give back the back surgery. That's how much the back bothers you. So yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm completely concerned. And plus, when the guy's played a lot of years, he missed time last year. There's no way that this doesn't at least jump up and grab him a few times during the course of the season. Maybe he plays through it, but will he play efficiently when he's having some issues with it? I don't know the answer to that question, but I certainly have my concerns just like you do.
Also in that division, Mark, 49ers, 3 straight years, double-digit wins, Super Bowl contender. We know the story. Last year fell off a cliff with injuries. It feels like this group is a little older, still kind of banged up. Everybody's got something lingering, or he'll be ready by week 3, or maybe it's, he's doing walkthroughs now. It doesn't quite seem right. But Vegas loves him. 10.5 wins is their over-under. I have a tough read on them as well. Not maybe as dire as Stafford in L.A., but I still don't know about San Francisco.
Yeah, I did one of their games late last year and really impressed with some of their young guys. It's injury issues. Like they just seem to be snake bit, and they have not been able to stay healthy consistently, which really concerns me. We'll see, what they do. But the thing that I did notice, obviously Hufanga goes to Denver, Dre Greenlaw goes to Denver, but they had a lot of young players step up, especially in the secondary, and play exceptionally well for them last year. Also, at the receiver position with Jawan Jennings, he played was super, just high-intensity football. He was really good. Ricky Pearsall also played exceptional football. So I think sometimes you lose some of the name value and everybody gets concerned, but then you kind of look at what they did late last year and some of the experience the young players got, and I think that eases a little bit of my concern. I'll tell you the team that I've watched, for whatever reason, I've seen 2 Seattle preseason games, and the way they're running the football, the physical nature with which they play, like they've got a couple of fullbacks that absolutely kill you, just shortening dudes' necks. I've been watching them, and like I said, I know that it's preseason, but what I always say about preseason is the games don't count, but they do matter. The way Seattle is thumping on people, man, I'm just like, I was really impressed with the way they played, especially that last game against Kansas City where they just demolished Kansas City physically in the trenches.
And that's a team, too, Mark, that if you look at last year, first half versus second half numbers defensively, Mike McDonald's culture was established, and they went from being pretty bad to one of the best in the league. If they can continue that ascent, now you're talking about a really good defense and the ability to run the ball. You get a veteran quarterback coming over. If they can protect Darnold, maybe they've got a shot to surprise. Speaking of quarterbacks, though, what did you make of the Colts' decision to roll with Daniel Jones over Anthony Richardson?
Well, it makes sense. Now, neither of them, to me, are franchise quarterbacks. I did a lot of Giants games when Daniel Jones was the quarterback there. And, his breakout season, the breakout year that he had for the Giants, he threw 15 touchdowns versus 5 interceptions. He did more damage running the football than he did throwing the football in that particular year. And, you can sit there and say, hey, they didn't have great receivers. They didn't have, a great offensive line. Don't care. Bottom line is that guy has just thrown, he's just been a pick waiting to happen. We used to call red striping guys. He just has that helmet locked in on his number one target and throwing it. And then Anthony Richardson, this is just a warning to all people who scout and all people who evaluate football. Football is really hard for athletes. It's easy for football players. That dude is an exceptional athlete. That does not mean he's going to be a quarterback. That does not mean he can play that position. And I will tell you this. I'm not saying he'll never be good at it, but at this particular point, he's not worth the score to urine. And so, I don't know what you're doing. You took him 4th overall because he's an exceptional athlete who didn't play very often or didn't have very many games, didn't have very many starts, was really raw, and you think all of a sudden he's going to get to the NFL with the greatest athletes and the greatest coaches in football, and all of a sudden that guy's going to be the savior for your franchise. I just think that that's stupidity. I think that's really short-sighted thinking that you're going to be able to turn, a guy who's just an exceptional athlete into a quarterback that has really very little experience playing the position.
Mark, give me your thoughts on the Bengals. We just saw them here in the preseason. Offensively, that ain't the question. It's if they could stop a sneeze. Like any slowing down of an opponent would have led them to be a double-digit winner last year. They ripped off 5 in a row to end the season, but they got off to those terrible starts. Your prognosis on them this year?
Yeah, I'll take the under. Whatever the under-over is, I'll take the under. I just don't believe in the way they're structured as a franchise. And you watch the first drive, Washington, that Monday night game. It was 4 plays, 74 yards, and a touchdown. They didn't throw the ball. And ultimately, I say this all the time, and it's funny because I get grief from some of my buddies who don't really understand football. But when you sit in shotgun 90% of the time and you're throwing the ball and the defense doesn't have to defend the run, or if you do run out of gun plus or gun minus, you're going to get mid-zone. That's essentially the only play you can really run. Like you take about 40% of your run game and you just flush it down the toilet. And so I look at that situation, that scenario, and think, how are you helping your defense? Your defense is your weak link, and you're sitting in gun the whole time. So you're just putting that much more pressure on a defense. And then their offensive coordinator, this is when I really realized that they have no clue what they're doing as a franchise. Their offensive coordinator came out in this offseason and said, hey, we're just going to have to outscore teams. Well, isn't that what you tried to do last year? Like, wasn't that your philosophy last year? How'd that work out for you? You go to the playoffs? No, you didn't. You got the greatest quarterback in the National Football League, or one of the top 2 or 3 anyhow, and you're not making it to the playoffs because you guys are just – the way you're built, to me, is just not an efficient way to win, especially come playoff time.
Mark Schlerth, Renegade Fantasy is the app you want to check out, making the interview possible. It's available Google Play, wherever you get your apps. Cash prizes available in Mark's Stinkin' Truth Fantasy Showdown League. I know with your Fox obligations, week 1, you're working Panthers-Jaguars, I think I saw. Is that right?
Yeah.
So 2 interesting teams there for different reasons, right? Carolina, year 2, seems like Bryce Young turned a corner. I believe in Dave Canales and the direction they're headed in. What do you make of the Panthers this year? And then also Jacksonville with Liam Cohen. I mean, it feels like it's now or never for Trevor Lawrence. As you start to sink your teeth into that matchup for your prep, what are you seeing?
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm really excited. I think one of the storylines, obviously, is Travis Hunter. And I got to coach up with Dion at CU, so I spent some time up there the spring before last when Travis was on the team and, before they started playing in the regular season. And just such a great kid, that going both ways is going to be really interesting. And you look at Dave Canales, what he did with Baker Mayfield, getting him back on track and working with Baker Mayfield in Tampa Bay, and then Liam Cohen taking over and kind of finishing that tutelage, and how Baker Mayfield has just become, going from the first overall pick to going to a guy that's bouncing around and playing scout team defensive end at one point for the Carolina Panthers, and now to being a superstar in the league again. Really cool storyline, really cool what those guys have been able to do. And like you mentioned, in Carolina, Bryce Young played pretty well. And one of the adjustments they made toward the end of last season is they really opened up the quarterback run game, which is interesting because he's such a small little guy. But it really opened up the edges, really got him outside, gave him some really defined reads in the passing game. I think it's a really great storyline from both these quarterbacks, because both these quarterbacks, were first overall picks, supposed to be generational type talents, and we're going to see exactly what they become, because this time it just feels like for both Trevor Lawrence and Bryce Young, it just feels like, hey, it is time. Either you guys are going to prove that you can play, or it's time to move on.
Mark, what have you made of this Washington versus Terry McLaurin standoff here, just from afar? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, every time I do a Washington game, man, the coordinator on the other side, the D coordinator on the other side always talks about, hey, our number one priority is stopping McLaurin. And, having sat down and talked to him, and you guys know, he just is such a unbelievable. Like his character and the way he, just the way he handles himself and all that. Like those things to me resonate in a locker room. And so I understand that there's kind of a standoff or whatever you want to call it, but it always behooves you as an organization to take care of the guys who have done it the right way. That dude is 1,000+ yards, 1,200+ yards waiting to happen regardless of who plays quarterback. And so those are always the guys in my mind that you reward. And man, I'm on that. Like, I think that wide receivers are kind of an overrated position, but there are a handful of guys that just mean the world to their teams. And I'm not saying that he is, I'm not saying that he's Justin Jefferson or that he's the cat in Cincinnati, but he's a damn good wide receiver, and he's just been a stellar performer in the community as well. That's just a guy that it behooves your locker room to take care of that guy.
Yeah, to that point as a player, and from that perspective, Mark, this was the first big-time negotiation with one of their own for this group, led by new GM Adam Peters here, and we've seen how it's gone, right? I just wonder, are there takeaways? Do guys try to stay out of that? Like, what are you thinking if you see the leader of the entire operation going through this with the club?
Yeah, well, then you think if you're a guy like me, you sit there and think, well, if they're going to do it to him, they'll do it to all of us. And, and Dan Quinn is such a great, I love Dan Quinn, man. He's such a great man. He does such a great job of connecting with players and creating a culture and creating a relationship and all those things, man, and all the things he preaches. And then when you can't figure out common ground with one of your best players, it just, that thing can linger inside a locker room. And we all understand the business. But at some point, it just is the best thing is to get it done. However you have to get it done. But Terry is such a outstanding player, and it's funny. I guess I just have a different perspective because when you say, "Hey, give me your top 5 receivers," most people probably don't have McLaurin in their list, right? It's Tyreek Hill, it's Justin Jefferson, it's the guy in Dallas. It's the standard operating guys. But he's right there. He is right there as one of the great players, and maybe doesn't have the name recognition as some of the others. But, man, I tell you what, he is just like every time I've had interactions with him, man, I just come away going, that is a dude that I'd like to play with. That he's special.
What's the gap between Washington and Philadelphia at this stage in your mind, Mark?
It'll be interesting to see exactly how your guys' offensive line, I know you drafted Connor Lee in the first round, and then, you went out and got Laramie Tunsil, and I like the Coleman kid. I thought the Coleman kid had potential when he played last year. Now he moves back over to right. So I think, Philadelphia is probably, arguably in my mind, just the best offensive line in football, with the best back in football, with, one of the best tandems at wide receiver in football. I mean, they're just so loaded on both sides of the ball that I think you could probably make a pretty compelling argument that they are just the best constructed roster in all of football. But I think Washington is really good. I don't think they quite have that level on that, as far as their roster is concerned. But I think they're a damn good football team. And obviously, well, with their quarterback and their ability to make plays and what they did on 4th downs last year with Dan Quinn kind of gambling a little bit and rolling dice, what would they convert to? I read it somewhere like 20 of 23 4th down conversions. I mean, just something outrageous. So, I like their roster better, but I think if you divvied up the league and said, okay, Philadelphia's got the best roster in football, what are the next top 9? And Washington should be in there somewhere.
No doubt. Mark Schlerth. It's Renegade Fantasy again, first fantasy football app where you can sub in a player in real time. No more stress or lost games you could have won. No more points lost to injuries or even poor performance. Check out Renegade Fantasy from the App Store, Google Play today. Cash prizes if you hop into Mark's League. Mark's Stinking Truth Fantasy Showdown League. Great catching up with you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mark.
Likewise, guys. Be well.
Yeah, you too. There's Mark Schlerth, former Redskins great, Super Bowl champion, part of maybe the best team in league history.
One of the best I ever saw. I mean, it's at worst 2, 3, 4, somewhere in there, but they deserve to be in the conversation.
91 Redskins, dude. There is a case to be made.
First in offense, second in defense. That ain't bad.
And nobody could stop them.
Nope.
I mean, you were on their schedule. You were about to give up 30. They were about to make plays for 60 minutes against you. Bill Barnwell of ESPN predicts teams that will take a step back this year, and he puts the Commanders on the list. I want to go through why he feels that way next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Lamar Jackson left practice early today for the Ravens. He appeared to be flexing his wrist, but Ravens spokesman said that Jackson got his foot stepped on, so all seems to be good for the Ravens quarterback. The Commanders getting set to take on the Ravens on Saturday at noon. Dan Quinn talked before practice for the Commanders today. Brian Robinson is excused from practice today. Terry McLaurin not on the field for practice. He said, quote, "I'm not going to play Where's Waldo," just to be clear on that. Trey Amos was back at practice for the Commanders after he missed Monday's game with a hamstring injury, and Brandon Coleman hasn't practiced since August 2nd. He was back on the practice field today. The Bears signed backup quarterback Tyson Bagent to a 2-year extension worth $10 million and up to $16 million in incentives. In the NBA, John Wall announced his retirement yesterday. Today, the NBA on Prime Video announced that he's going to be joining them as an NBA analyst. And in baseball, the Nats taking on the Mets for Game 2 of the series tonight at Nats Park, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes on Kodai Senga. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back to G&D on the Fan, sponsored by the law firm Condori & Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, or probate administration, they do it all. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. When can we make the big announcement of our road travel schedule with Condori & Murad?
Oh, I don't know, actually. We need an adult to tell us what to do on that.
Yeah. We've got a few weeks still, but just know we will be attending some road games with Commanders fans this year.
Yeah, we're going to road games, man.
Thanks to our good friends, Condori and Murad, who make it possible. So we will be in some NFL stadiums on the road. We're not going to go to Spain. That was offered, I believe. They were very nice about that. It's just not going to be able to work out for your boys to do a week in Spain.
Yeah, because a big part of going is also still doing the show. And that makes it's complicated there. When you start adding up 8-hour flights and time changes and all that kind of stuff.
But speaking of football season planning, we are going to be doing Friday field trips again. We'll have a big schedule release that we're going to drop because we're going to be at a different bar in the DMV every single Friday afternoon for the show, live, 2 to 6:30, all football season long. We're really, really excited to be doing that again. Last year, we didn't really know what to expect. Part of it was because the Commanders were 12-5 and ended up making a run all the way to the NFC Championship game. But we got bigger crowds and more people were into it than we thought, and it ended up being kind of a Friday pep rally going into a Commanders game each weekend.
It was a blast, man.
We had a good time, and we wanted to run it back. So we're going to, and a bunch of the same bars are on our schedule. We got some new bars on the schedule as well. But we're actually going to be out and about for the first time this Friday. This will not be, officially the in-season field trip schedule.
It's an appetizer.
Just going to give you a little taste of what it's like. We're going to be at the Honor Brewing Company in Fairfax. This is in Fairfax, Virginia on James Swart Circle. So look it up if you're curious, want to come hang out with us. Friday field trip, stop number 1. This is the preseason installment for this Friday live show, 2 to 6:30 at Honor Brewing. I've never been out there, so I'm excited to get out there.
I've not either, so I am into that. I love it, man. I think you said it very well. Those field trips, we weren't really sure. It was like, hey, here's a fun idea. Let's try it. And our first one in Leesburg was such a smash that we were going, we got to keep doing this.
Spanky's.
And the train has stayed on the track since then. It's been awesome.
Spanky's is back on the schedule. September, early this season. I don't want to give any games away. We could do our mock Kevin Sheehan, Grant and Danny schedule release.
So I think you'll see Pupatel at some point. They're probably going to go back to Spanky's. We'll see what happens. They'll come off a short week. Then they're going to head out to another bar, maybe a brewery someplace, maybe a chop house. We'll see.
Do you think Honor Brewing's going to get a nod or two during the regular season? Perhaps?
So Honor Brewing is not in Maryland. So let me say this. It becomes tough to repeat it. It's something I think that's on the table, but it's possible that they do go back there a second time.
That might be actually a fun thing to do. You and I predict.
Do a mock schedule.
We'll do our Kevin Sheehan mock schedule for Grant and Danny Friday field trips ahead of the actual announcement of our schedule. Maybe we could bring in Christian who's our sales
Darius,
guy.
write that in the notebook.
Put a pin in that.
You know the notebook?
Is there actually a notebook?
Yeah, Rachel McAdams, Ryan Gosling.
I'm familiar with the film,
Mm-hmm.
the chick flick. It's actually a very touching movie. There's a couple of scenes in there where Rachel McAdams is a wonderful actress. I'll say that.
Like her acting shines through. She's a really good actress.
That rain scene, right after they get into the house.
Okay.
Great acting.
Yeah.
I'm just saying she's a wonderful actress. But also, speaking of touching, Rachel McAdams as a grown old lady at the end of that movie with the old man, like the twist. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea. I've never seen it.
Okay. It'll hit you in the feels a little bit.
Well, my wife thinks Ryan Gosling's a spectacular actor. She's mentioned him several times without prompting.
No, my wife's a big fan of his acting.
Yeah.
She thinks he's the best actor out there. She likes Brad Pitt, too, a little bit. I think she likes Henry Cavill some. She thinks, who's
Hemsworth?
the guy? Not Chris Hemsworth.
Name a Hemsworth.
Chris
They're all good.
Pine, I think, is who it is.
Chris Pine's got some piercing eyes. I'll say that.
She thinks that he's a good actor, but her favorite actor might be Ryan Gosling. But she can grab a number at the deli. I mean, there's a lot of people on that list.
Form an orderly queue, young lady.
The good thing about me is there's no line. You don't have to worry about.
There's no wait.
It's not like grab ticket number 73.
There's no wait time.
You want a sandwich? It's available for you.
Still here.
Right?
Hey, step on up, anybody. Get your pulsing.
Whenever you're ready, it's here for you. Yeah. Ticket number 52 or 56 or
now serving anyone.
14. Report to window number 3. Yeah. So that made it easier, I think, for everybody.
That's right.
Don't have to fight anybody. It's a good way to do it.
What's the best part about your husband? He's available.
He is still available and always around. All right, the Commanders, 12-5 last year, a team on a list put together by Bill Barnwell. He highlighted about a half dozen clubs that he thinks will regress this year. So I want to get into why he's got Washington on this list. So I'm just going to read through this. We can react to it. He lists them as 8-2 last year in games decided 7 or fewer points. Generally, and the reason that's listed, it's hard to replicate that. Go back to the Vikings when they were historically awesome in the tight games a couple of years ago. When you're 8-2 in one possession games, you got to pay the piper the following season more often than not. But I also think in the same way that we say that about fourth down and you've got a cheat code in Jaden Daniels, like if he is spectacular, if he is Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Jackson, if he's a top 5 type guy in the league, then you're actually going to win it. Way more of those games than not, and the normal regression of going like 8-2 to 3-5 the following year might be more like 8-2 to 6-4 or something like that. But he points out that they have the 7th toughest schedule according to the ESPN FPI metrics. 7th toughest in the league this year for the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
That's a quick turnaround.
Yes, it is. Again, it's think of what happened with Ron Rivera year 1, where they went 7-9, the worst division title ever. But they got as fortuitous a set of breaks as possible. We go, the defense is great. They didn't play Ben DiNucci at all in the following year against a good schedule and got sandblasted. I'm not saying the repeat's going to happen, but a difficult schedule. I mean, we're going to Kansas City. There's Green Bay. There's a number of teams on this year's schedule that are not pushovers. And now it all depends on when you play a team, who knows what the quarterback is and who's hurt, who's not. But on paper right now, a top 10 difficulty schedule is a departure from last year.
So here's what he writes. He says the Commanders joined the Chiefs as the only teams on the list last year to get better that are on the list to decline going into this season. Washington made one of the biggest single-season leaps in recent history, going from 4 wins to 12 wins. I think a lot of people feel like when that happens as well, that there's just going to be this natural coming back to earth. See the Texans last year?
Yeah.
But the caveat I will provide again is Jaden Daniels. Maybe. You're right. That is normally what happens. When you convert 90% fourth downs, nobody else is over 70. When you win all of your close games, when you go from 4 wins to 12 wins, yeah, the other shoe drops occasionally. But nothing matters if you've got the MVP All-Pro at quarterback. Like the 4 teams that every single year just win 11 or 12 games. And if Daniels is that guy, then none of this stuff will matter as much in terms of a case for regression. He went on to say, I was optimistic about the Commanders last season. I thought they would win around 8 games. Didn't expect them to make their deep playoff run. Talks about the fact that they protected the football, didn't turn it over as a key for what they were able to do in the playoffs. He says he hesitates to compare them to the 2023 Texans, but it turned into a really good comp in a lot of ways. The Texans accelerated their rebuild, surrounding a talented young quarterback who cut down on the team's giveaways with a defensive-minded coach and one of the league's older rosters. It is true that they were very Texans-y a year later.
Yeah.
And so I understand where people are going to try to do that again, but I think Daniels' year was better than Stroud's, and I expect his sophomore year to be better than Stroud's as well.
Yeah, but to me, that is the most salient comp, and it's the cautionary tale. Again, Houston went 10-7 and won a playoff game. Given what they were before last year, that would have been remarkable, but the eye line changed so dramatically. Well, what changes more than a team that, as Barnwell points out, that won 4 games and went to the NFC title game the following season? Our eye line is now, if we don't make the Super Bowl, it's a disappointment. Like, whoa, dude, you're not one of those annual contenders. It's not the Chiefs. Since Pat Mahomes have started, they've been to the AFC Championship game 7 times in his 7 years as a starter. That track record isn't here just yet. I'm a believer in Jaden Daniels, but good heavens. I mean, that's kind of the point here is that I think we'll view 10 wins, I think a lot of our fans, as disappointing, right? Where I'm going, I'm not quite there yet in terms of that
Not
view.
me.
I won't, but I think the fan base will.
Maybe. I think those people are probably crazy. If you think a 10-win playoff season this year is disappointing, I think you're a goose. But maybe there are people out there that
I think we got a whole flock.
You could be right after last year. Barnwell went through a bunch of the games that they won that they probably shouldn't have last year, too. He points to week 2 against the Giants. He doesn't even mention that Graham Gano was hurt, or else they could have just been kicking field goals and would have won that game. But he does bring up that Malik Neighbors dropped a 4th down pass that would have given the Giants a first down with 2:04 to go. The Commanders would have had the 2-minute warning, all of their timeouts to stop the Giants, but New York would have been in position to kick a field goal to take the lead, if not score a touchdown. Mind you, they still could have kicked the field goal. They just didn't have a kicker. He goes on to point out that Daniels hits Noah Brown for a 34-yard gain 2 plays later, and Washington kicks the game-winning field goal. Week 15 against the Saints in New Orleans, Spencer Rattler throws the touchdown to Foster Moreau with no time remaining. Saints are within a point. Interim coach Darren Rizzi correctly at that time goes for the 2-point conversion, and it was broken up. The Commanders win. Maybe you go to overtime in another situation and you lose that game potentially. He points out the following week, so this is week 16, when Washington beat the Eagles. I don't even remember this, but now that he mentioned it, I guess it certainly happened. Facing a 3rd and 5 with 2:07 to go, a wide-open Devontae Smith dropped a pass that would have allowed the Eagles to run the clock all the way down to 30 seconds, draining the Commanders of timeouts and beating Washington. Instead, they get the ball back, they go down, they get a game-winning touchdown. Smith, inexplicably, breadbasket kind of throw from Kenny Pickett, let's remember, because the Eagles were actually up pretty big in that game. Washington came back after Jalen Hurts got hurt.
Totally. Every part of that. Again, we forget about those moments, certainly, but a receiver that would start and play well for 32 teams in this league, as shorthanded as they come, swatted a pass to the ground like it was an assist headed towards Jahidi White.
He mentions the Falcons in Week 17. Michael Penix, game-tying touchdown throw. Then they come back with Riley Patterson, who was here in training camp, had a bad camp and got cut, was a backup kicker because Younghoe Koo was hurt for Atlanta, and he attempted a 55-yard field goal that was like, remember it landed like on the goal line, basically?
Yeah, it wasn't close.
Although I will say, from the press box view where I'm sitting, that kick looked so good off his foot because it was straight down the middle. Centered up, it just landed 15 yards shy.
Yeah, you know those like if you're at a baseball game and the initial angle of the home run or a ball looks like it's going to be a home run, you go, oh my God! Now he may not have gotten on the sweet spot. That's what it was, right? It was like a jam shot that had the right launch angle.
So when you go through the specifics of some of those games and the litany of things that had to happen for Washington to emerge victorious, I totally understand the argument. Tougher schedule and those things may not happen. That you probably don't go 12-5 again. I've been on record. I think they probably win 10, 11 games if things go well. You know, probably 9, 10 games if they don't. 8 games is kind of a floor for me, but I would be stunned if they only win 8 games. Stunned is maybe strong. I'd be surprised. But I guess my point is you got to play that both ways. There's probably a couple losses you can find that they easily could have won as well. Not as many of those games last year, clearly. But you could play that. That's the league to me. With every single team, games are decided, Danny, by 3 or 4 plays every single Sunday at about an 80% clip. You take your 3 big plays out of the game, you take my 3 worst plays out of the game, and we could flip the result on, I don't know, over half the games in the NFL. So I think there's something to that, and Dan Quinn calls them winning time moments. What's your execution like? It's why I love the way they practice. I love the amount of situational football they operate in, the amount of end-of-game sequences, 2-minute, 4-minute, running clock on the scoreboard at practice stuff that they do. I've long said teams don't do enough of that, and Dan Quinn does more of it than anybody I've ever been around.
I think that's all true, but it also, didn't even take into account the Hail Mary. Didn't take into account Marcus Mariota finding, ironically, Terry McLaurin in the back of the end zone against Dallas in a game they probably should have lost. So last year, I think everything you said is correct, and they also had extraordinary fortune.
Yeah.
Like, you could be excellent on fourth down and not be 20 for 23. You could be incredible in one-score games and not have as good a record as they did. You know what I mean? Like, if you were just regular good, you're a 9-win team last year. It doesn't mean anything's wrong. I think they're going to be better this year with a worse record.
Double play comes your way next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Next hour, who's going to get the most carries for the Commanders out of the backfield this season with B-Rob on his way out? We're Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? G&D here for our pals at Window Nation. The end of summer is here in Northern Virginia, and your AC's working overtime just to try to keep your house cool and comfortable. So what can you do to make a difference? Replace those old builder-grade windows with new ones from Window Nation, just like my family and I did. This month only, schedule a consult and get 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can even get them with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years.
Your home's going to stay comfortable year-round. The windows are available in over 1,500 styles and colors, so you'll get the windows you want to protect and beautify your home. They've got an A-plus rating in the Better Business Bureau because Window Nation has made people happy for many years, like me and like Danny. In fact, over 3 million windows installed. You can trust Window Nation. Quality and service. Hurry. DMV, 50% off all windows. Sale is ending soon. Do not miss out. 50% off all windows sale. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com. Show me the ball. Yes. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The double play every day at this time is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal in a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sport. Danny, you got to the office a little early today.
Yeah, I'm going to need to tag in Toby Altizer here in a moment. Toby and I have been talking behind the scenes, and we decided as a tandem, and Ryan was going to join us, but of course he bailed due to corporate responsibilities. But we're going to try to start doing a regular Fitness Wednesday or Workout Wednesday, whatever you want to call it, where we get early. Toby wants to get in better shape. I am trying to do the same thing all the time. Everyone's welcome. Darius told us, I think it was go choke on it, I think is what he said.
Yeah.
And you never responded. But for the most part, we had some willing participants.
To be clear, you guys were smart enough to not ask me. Nobody asked me about this. I didn't know anything about it.
I mean, we brought it up, but it was pretty.
You didn't, but you knew I wasn't. Here's what I don't want. I don't want
to do that.
To do that, number one, but specifically, when CK was in here, he said it perfectly. Like, I don't want anyone overly excitedly coaching me in the gym. I don't want anyone overly excitedly, you mean it in a nice way, to be clear. Like, you're just excited. This is what's happening, in my opinion, behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Danny has to work out every day. He doesn't want to do it alone, so he asks someone to do it with him. But the good thing about Danny is that he is going to be like your number one cheerleader while you do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be very positive. Ryan, you could probably speak to this better than I could because you've done it with him. I went down there once with him like 4 years ago. But you're like extremely positive. You're extremely, what's the word I'm looking for? Like
engaged. It's too much. I get it.
Engaged and encouraged.
Yeah.
Like but you're encouraging.
Mm-hmm.
This is my own thing. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I want you to know this.
No,
You
I
didn't.
understand.
It is way too much.
It's too much,
right? So like,
it's what my wife says. She won't play. She won't do anything with me.
What I need to do is Operation Be Less Fat. Is like, my problem is I'm never comfortable in the gym. I didn't grow up going to the gym. My parents didn't really work out. Like it's foreign to me. When I was in the weight room for football, when I was on the football team, I would D around and just mess with my buddies, and I never really took it seriously. So I don't know how to do things, right? I'm just like, oh, that machine, I'll do this, and maybe this is doing something, maybe it's not.
And then when I go, I can help, you're like, nah, but not you.
So no, but it's not even a not you thing.
No.
My wife is trying to play this game, who's like a gym rat. Like I just giggle the whole time. I can't take it seriously. But it is, all you're doing is trying to be nice, but it is way too much.
It's too much.
And it's just like, the example I'll give is like, I'm like doing a rep, and you're like, come on, you got this, man, let's do it. And I'm like, we don't need this is not a record that we're, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're trying to be nice. Ryan, what am I missing here?
No. Like, you're right. I actually kind of like it. Like,
I think most people probably would.
I'm not doing like the person, like, come on, man, bang out one more rep.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that.
He's not that. It
I don't
is
do that.
Coach Danny, though. Like, this is Coach Danny. It's like his alter ego, but I like it. I do think people respond to it well. So Coach
That's a good
Danny
way
in the
to put
gym
it.
is awesome.
Yeah.
It is not two guys in the gym at the same time. It's Coach Danny.
Which is fair.
Do you have the gear to just have two guys hanging out in the gym, or does it have to be like, if I said, I'll go down there with you, you please just show me how to do things, but I don't need you like standing there encouraging me. Is that okay?
I'm
or
happy
no?
to do that. Yeah, seriously, I'm happy to do that. But like the showing how to do things, that is what turns a lot of people off.
That's not like, you could say do this and then just walk away and come back like 5 minutes later. But now I'm too needy. See, it's just
not
worth
needed. It doesn't bother me. Again, I'm happy to help. But anyway,
yeah, go ahead.
No, it's
do your
okay.
thing.
That's all right. So today's story. So Toby and I agreed to meet. We met at 11:30, and
Ryan.
Well, Ryan agreed, and then of course he backed out.
Oh, he backed out.
He did.
Interesting.
So I'm trying to go like, what is something that it's going to benefit me and also benefit Toby? Like, I don't want to like his first day doing this with me. I don't want to like bury him with like 30 minutes of cardio. We're doing uphill, 13,330 mountain climbers. So I was like, here's what we'll do. We'll do some exercises in the weightlifting stuff, but you kind of go from one to the next to get your heart rate up, and you get your sort of cardio that way, right?
Yeah.
So I came up with something I thought it would be doable, was right level and everything, and said, hey, here's how we're doing it, et cetera. Every minute on the minute, we did 10 exercises. We're going to do 3 rounds, and we got going. And Tobes, I'll let you take over. After a couple rounds, what happened?
Yeah, I hit the row machine for the second time, and you hit a wall like, uh-oh, we're in real trouble. Now, it also was bad because the first set of curls we were doing was fine, but then the old left bicep was like, you should stop, idiot. Like, you should stop doing that. To the point that I'm like, well, might have to drop the weight a little bit. I look like an idiot with 10 pounds curling, like
yeah,
wasn't great.
Yeah, this is not a powerlifting thing. It's like you're going from one to the next. So, like I said, you're going to want to go down in weight because it seems easy at first, but as you're doing it, it's going to be harder.
The other thing is in the back of your head, you don't want to be judged. You're worried about like looking weak or whatever.
I basically had to tell myself, you're going to look quite weak
it's your
and
first
stupid.
time in the gym since when?
Years.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. So you being there is the win. You could have done what I did and just sat on your ass. You went there. That's great. I'd avoid that awkwardness by not going, but you did. You're the good one.
Yeah, so I was happy to show up, and I thought Danny put together a nice little workout plan that was all achievable things, but the idea of it is to be able to do it repeating over and over with limited rest and get the heart rate up, and so I thought it worked really well. After 2 sets, I had to tap out. I was done. And
no problem, right?
Yeah, no, and Danny was like, hey, if you can hop in, feel free, try, but I actually didn't mind the coaching and helping out. I thought it worked really, really well in what we were doing. But after 2 rounds, I had to sit down for a few, and I was like, this isn't going well. So I'm like, I'm going to go sit in the locker room. And I'm like, this also isn't going well. So I'm like, I got to put my head back and try to breathe really well. That's not working well.
God, please tell me you didn't yak.
So next thing I do, I walk into the stall, and I'm like, let me shut the door here, and let me see if just standing up for a few works. And I was like, nope, we're going to turn around and see breakfast for a second time in the toilet.
Oh, no.
So cut to me, and I've asked a couple times, hey, okay? Can I get you anything or whatever? Toby says, no, I'm fine. Guy comes out of the locker room and waits for me to finish one of the sets I'm doing. And he's like, hey, is that other guy with you? And I said, yeah. He goes, you may want to go check on him. I think he pushed him too hard.
Wow.
As I open the door and I hear the final remnants of the dinosaur call from my guy, Toby.
So one of the last times I went to a gym, this happened to me. It was my first of what was supposed to have been like 5 workouts with a personal trainer. I'm in the park. There is no worse feeling in the world than like slightly dehydrated. I remember talking to you about this on air.
Yep.
Like you went too hard. You feel like you're dying. You might pass out. And now you're yakking.
And the yak.
All over the place. As a personal trainer, it means you failed. Danny?
There it is. 2 thumbs and failed today.
No, here's the thing. Danny feels bad about it.
I feel horrible about it.
No.
He pushed you too.
No, he did not push me too hard.
It sounds like he did.
It kind of sounds like I did, Toast.
Danny was never pushing. He was like, no, you get that done.
But he was designed the workout.
It was fine, though. I'm so out of shape. I'm so out of shape.
I think he should take that into account.
Yep.
He feels bad for creating a workout that made me throw up.
Yeah.
He would feel bad. He should feel bad if he created a workout that didn't make me throw up because I'm so fat and out of shape. I need to push
handling
myself.
This very well. That's very nice of
He's
you.
handling it better than a lot of people would.
I need to push myself to get in shape. I have some goals. I have some things. And the stuff that he put together, it's not like I don't have a physical injury. I feel fine right now. I'm gonna be sore in the morning. I'm gonna have to.
But those 5 minutes are brutal.
Yeah, it is what it is, though, Grant. Like that's part of when you're fat.
The nicest guy in the whole world.
Yeah.
And I made him vomit.
You did
today. Like I feel like a hot pile of trash. Like
it's all good, Danny.
I am a cartoon villain. Like I'm sitting there going, "Come on, man, suck it up and do it, bro." What? Like, what happened?
I wish I had video of you down there just not letting him stop. Where he's just like, I can't do it anymore. You're like, you got to finish.
That's why he didn't force anything. I willingly did it. And I told him the other time I've joined my uncle at the gym. And that one, I also had to visit a trash can. So it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal.
Maybe more of a Toby thing.
It feels like a deal.
Here's why it's a deal. Is that the reason to me that I would be hesitant to partake is that it would just seem to me like Danny would be overzealous in, like, on the starter level. And for this to happen, it's kind of corroborates that, I would say.
This is what I was afraid of.
No,
I mean, we have to come clean and tell the truth here. And this is what I was like, this is now 100% guaranteed that no one ever joins us.
No, this was perfectly fine. It was a well put together program, and
sounds awesome. Sounds like it was a great. Well,
it was fine.
Really tailored to your skill set.
It was fine. I mean, it's not Danny's fault that I'm way out of shape. Everything was doable. It's just maybe I need to do it a little bit different.
Never like that should not happen. Because you should like want to come back to the gym 2 days later. You should never leave like super sore and hurting.
That makes me want to be back at the gym more. because it proves that I have issues that need to be fixed.
All right, so
Which I
coaches
knew.
need to find like who to dangle the carrot for.
We'll put the commander tag on this kid right here.
This is a commander tag label. I love it. All right, so when do you guys go again? Next Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Can't wait to hear how it goes.
Not eating breakfast before next Wednesday.
Coach Rouillet.
Oh, God.
Rough go of it in the gym. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're blitzing next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, Commanders getting set for their final preseason game. Comes up on Saturday at noon at Northwest Stadium. They'll take on the Baltimore Ravens. Other NFL news today, Big Bear AI is the new naming rights partner for the Commanders training facility, be known as Big Bear AI Performance Center. Big Bear's also going to have branding on the practice jerseys and on the suite level of the stadium. Dan Quinn talked before practice today. Brian Robinson was excused from practice today. Terry McLaurin not on the field for practice today. Trey Amos was back at practice after he missed Monday's game with a hamstring injury, and Brandon Coleman's been out for quite some time. Last practice on August 2nd. He got some work in on the field today. The Bears signed backup quarterback Tyson Bagent to a 2-year extension worth $10 million and up to $16 million in incentives. Anthony Richardson's agent says that trust in the Colts is questionable after Daniel Jones was named the starter. His agent wonders if it was ever really a competition. In the NBA, a day after announcing his retirement, John Wall is going to be joining the NBA on Prime Video as an analyst. And in baseball, Nats and Mets tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Game 2 of the series. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. Kodai Senga and the Ghost Fork takes the hill for the Mets. He's 7-4 with a 2.35 ERA. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny, exclusively sponsored by Kondorian Murad. That law firm handles estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, and probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com.
Do they handle coworker lawsuits? Like if one made like another coworker puke or something like that?
Supposedly, Toby's entitled right now to about $2 million, actually. Straight out of your pocket.
Yeah.
Tobes, you still leaving that $2 million on the table? You still feel okay?
Did you ever push me again, Danny?
That $2 million will change that tone real quick, I think. I mean, God forbid. What if Toby passes out at the Nats game tonight?
I know.
What if this is the beginning of his health problem?
I know. I'm literally thinking about that.
Months from now, he's still not quite the same. The Beltway Blitz every day at this time covers teams in town you care the most about: the Nats, the NFL, the Commanders. Let's get to it. We start you off with our buddy, the Heist star, Craig Heist, who covers the Nats. Darius, punch him up so I don't have to reach this mouse. Heisty, what's up, man? We're going to see you tonight in the press box, yeah?
I'm sitting right here now.
Oh, Star's already
He's
there.
already there.
He's in his patented seat.
Heisty.
He's got his pencil sharpener out. He's got he brings his own power cord, so I don't have to go underneath of the table. I mean, this guy is hooked up and ready to go. Star, big night for the Nats. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just saying they got to find a way to beat Kodai Senga tonight, and he's been pretty good all year for the Mets. And the Nationals just have to figure out a way to get a quality start out of somebody that's not going to give up a 5-run inning early in the game. And we saw that last night. Mitchell's got to figure it out, and there's been a couple of these guys Miguel Cairo sending out there right now, and the first inning or two, okay, but then. He winds up, walking a few, then doesn't get plays made behind him, and before you know it, there's a 5 spot on the board, and the Nats are battling from behind. And that basically, guys, has been the theme with this club all year long.
Well, Heisty, a good candidate to do it, Mackenzie Gore would be my 1 seed, but my 2 seed right now would be Brad Lord, who's on the bump tonight. He's giving himself a hell of an audition to be part of this rotation next year.
Absolutely, and he's been doing it the last 2-3 times out, Danny. And if he comes up with a good one tonight, goes deep into the game, the Nationals can find a way and play good, clean baseball. They can beat this team. There's no question in my mind about that. I mean, they're sitting in second place right now behind the Phillies, 5.5 games out, and this was after a real tough stretch that they went through. But now a 3-game winning streak. They're coming off that Little League Classic. with the win the other night, and now they've won 3 straight. So we'll see if they keep it going. But Nationals need a good outing out of Lord tonight, no question about it.
Gore is going to pitch tomorrow. He'll be on our show coming up a little bit after 6 o'clock. He's got back-to-back quality starts to get back on track here. I was kind of hoping Jake Irvin would be following a similar suit where he could get back on the good foot and start throwing some decent outings, but we just haven't seen it. ERA's up over 6 over his last 20 or so starts. What are you seeing?
Well, I just think it's a lack of command, really, to be honest with you. It starts with the fastball, and then everything kind of gets set up after that. But, he's been very inconsistent in the strike zone, long pitch innings, and it's cost him big innings, too. I mean, lots of runs being scored, and that's why the ERA is where it is. And this team, while it can hit home runs, and you'd like to see it go station to station and, move the line, if you will, it's tough for this team to come battling back when they get down 5-6 runs.
Heisty, how should they be deploying these 4 young outfielders that all need playing time?
Well, they all need playing time. You're right. I think Miguel Cairo is going to go with the hottest hand that he has in the lineup right now, and obviously I don't think you're going to sit James Wood or anything like that. Now he had his stretch coming out of the All-Star break where he wasn't very good. I think he was 10 for 41 before he got it straightened out a little bit. But, I just look down at that outfield, and I see a lot of depth. I see a lot of brightness for the future. I think Jacob Young in center field is a kind of guy you can rely on to go out there and play great defense for you. And also, what I'd like to see them do more than anything, guys, is swing the bat a little bit better. But that's all something, Miguel Cairo has to figure out the rest of the way these last 6 weeks. He's just who is going to get the majority of the playing time. Dylan Cruz has to play. I just think it's a good problem to have. But, again, consistency is the thing you want to see. And if somebody gets going real good, then Cairo has that decision to make of, well, do I give him a day off to give somebody else playing time? It's a tough decision, but, I mean, I'm very enthusiastic about the talent that they have in this outfield.
Greg, thank you. We appreciate the time.
All right.
Enjoy the game tonight. Nats, 6:15 pregame, 6:45 first pitch, right here on the Fan. The Mets and Juan Soto in town. Let's talk football. James Boyd Mornings, 93.5 and 107.5, the Fan in Indianapolis. To talk Colts with us. James, did the coaching staff make the right decision to roll with Daniel Jones in week 1 over Anthony Richardson?
That's a loaded question around these parts, and I will probably say no, just because there was no good decision or right decision to be made, in my opinion. I understand that a decision had to be made. They had to pick a quarterback, but neither one, in my opinion, was really worthy of being a starter in the NFL. And at this point, you just picked the lesser of two evils. So I think that they went with the guy they believe can be more stable than the guy who perhaps provides more explosive plays with Anthony Richardson, but can be more erratic. So my only pushback to that statement is that if you look at Daniel Jones' career, outside of 2022, when they went to the playoffs with the Giants, other than that, he has largely been a bad quarterback in the NFL.
So outside looking in, James, obviously I don't cover them, and you're much closer to it than I am, but I've kind of liked this Colts roster from afar for a handful of seasons. It just feels like they can't get quarterback right, and that division's there to be had. Houston's good, but I don't think anybody's a juggernaut there. Now it looks like Jacksonville, Tennessee might be better. Where's this roster at, and where would they be if they had league average quarterback play?
That's a great question you asked, because that is what the Colts feel internally. They believe truly that if they get average to slightly above average quarterback play, they can be a playoff team. And honestly, it's hard to refute that evidence. I mean, they went 8-9 a couple of years ago. They went 8-9 last year with Anthony Richardson missing time, Joe Flacco seeing the field for a few games. And then the year before that, they went 9-8 with Gardner Minshew largely as a starting quarterback because Anthony missed so much time. So in their minds, they think with the talent we have at receiver, the upgrades we made on defense, the talent we have in the backfield, obviously they added Tyler Warren in this draft tight end. We believe that we can go out there and win 10 games and win this division. And honestly, the AFC South isn't some super hard division. In fact, the hard thing about, trying to justify any moves the Colts make is just figuring out how do you end the drought? They haven't won the division since 2014, but during that span, at least during Chris Ballard's tenure, he's going to his ninth year, every other team has won the division, bottomed out, and then won it again with a different quarterback. So they're not exactly going up against a juggernaut, of teams here.
Make the case for Anthony Richardson still having a shot to be a good NFL quarterback.
Well, one, I would say it would have to be elsewhere. They're trying to sell us on this dream or this plan that they have. Oh, don't give up on him. It's not over. He has a future here in Indianapolis. I'm squinting right now, you guys, and I cannot see that future very well just because usually guys that get benched twice in a matter of months as a top 5 pick, they don't pan out with the teams that drafted them. So it would have to be elsewhere, and I think a team would have to really try to bring him along as far as the reps and teaching him the game. I think a lot of the stuff that he's messed up or had issues with when it comes to, line preparation and cadence and things of that nature is just from not having time on task. And then the other thing is, which is the answer that no one can really give, is can he stay healthy? Because the biggest factor, I think, and the reason why Anthony was benched, and honestly, Chris Ballard told us this, the coach GM, the biggest reason they brought in another quarterback to challenge him in the first place was because they couldn't rely on him to be healthy. So that's the elephant in the room, whether he plays here again or not, is if he goes elsewhere, can you stay healthy enough for anybody to see what you could actually become?
James, thank you, buddy. Appreciate the info, dude.
All right, you have a good one.
Have a great one. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Our guy Michael Jenkins, BetMGM Network, Commanders TV Network, joining us here on the Beltway Blitz. Michael, first of all, good to talk to you. Second of all, what's the plan here for this third preseason game, which is like an hour and a half?
Yeah, I think the plan is let's play it safe, and maybe you see like a little bit of spot duty, but I don't even know if we'd see Jaden Daniels at all. I think, we saw everything we needed from him in the previous preseason game. It's like, look, you're done. You bounced off a guy. That's all we need. And ultimately, this is going to be about guys making that 53-man roster and developing depth, which this team needs, particularly at receiver outside of the top 3 and definitely on the offensive line as well.
Makes perfect sense, and I know Jaden Daniels is not your normal second-year quarterback. That said, Michael, just in a vacuum, the idea of a guy his age with his number of games under his belt throwing 0 passes in August is not something I'd traditionally sign up for. Can we be okay with him going into the year with 0 passes with all of the flux at wide receiver?
I mean, that's a really great question, Grant. I think we almost have to be, if that makes sense, because what we saw last year was so dynamic and unlike anything we've ever seen from a rookie quarterback. So maybe if you're talking about another second-year guy or maybe a third-year guy like a Bryce Young who is still sort of in a pivot year, then maybe you said, look, we got to see more from this guy. But I think with Jaden, he's that one exception to the rule, which he's the exception to many rules in the NFL, where it's just you have to trust what we saw last year. There's no reason not to. And unless you really, really need to develop some sort of chemistry with Luke McCaffrey or something like that, I would keep him on bubble wrap.
What's the latest on Noah Brown? How comfortable are we that he'll be available early in the season and be himself and hopefully, get through 17 games?
I mean, I don't think very comfortable. I think that's one of the more, under talked about talking points when it comes to this team because we're so carry focused right now. And thank God Brandon Coleman returned today. That was a welcome sight. But there's no question that this receiving core needs depth. Everyone knows that. We got to have people on the field outside of Terry, outside of Debo. And Noah is an important guy because of his length and because he does different things than the other receivers can do. And I'm not quite sure we're getting a whole lot of updates on where he is. We're all assuming that he's going to be ready to go, but we don't really have the answer to that.
Michael Jenkins is with us on the Beltway Bliss Commanders Broadcast Network. Michael, how about the running back room? Brian Robinson's on his way out. Who do you think leads them in carries this season, if you had to guess?
I think it's going to be Bill, right? I mean, they love him. And I know it's an easy thing to say, like, oh, it's going to be Bill. Everybody loves him. He's a rookie. But it really is the case. From the moment he stepped on the field in training camp, he's just turned heads with the way he plays. And I think what they'll do, too, is I think it might start with a little bit of running back by committee because I think if you know Cliff Kingsbury, one of the reasons why he's enamored with Krosky Merritt is his speed, his ability to sort of hit that home run ball, if you will, and to take it to the house like we saw in last preseason's games. But also, I don't think you want to wear him out early on. Chris Rodriguez has looked good. So I think it'll sort of be let's spread it out based on Cliff's offense. And then as the season goes on, as these guys get more comfortable, I think it's going to be Krosky Merritt. They got a real gem in this guy, especially in a late round like they did.
Trey Amos didn't play the other night, and I was really bummed about that. I understand, obviously, you want him healthy for the regular season, but man, I just want to see more of this kid. Just kind of give me your view on his camp so far, preseason, and rookie prognosis.
He's been the most impressive guy in camp as far as the rookies are concerned. I think more so than Connerly, more so than Krosky Merritt, because he has come in, and I mean from day one. Like, I do this podcast with Smoot, and he was on Emmanuel Forbes forever. Emmanuel Forbes, and I think we all kind of figured out pretty early on, I mean, I don't know if this is going to be the guy. So seeing that guy, which we hoped would develop and then not develop, and then all of a sudden you have this 180-degree turn where Trey Amos shows up. And I mean from the first practice, he was mixing it up and felt like he belonged. And you know how it is with corners who are in the NFL who are very good. You have to have that confidence. He came out really cocky. No, I don't say cocky. He came out with that air about him like, I belong here. And he has proven that, gone up against the best that they have in camp, and he has looked the part from the moment he has stepped on the field. So he's going to really help be a part of that remaking of the secondary.
Michael, excellent as always, buddy. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Great talking to you guys. Have a good one.
See you, buddy. You too. We'll see you out in Ashburn. There's Michael Jenkins. Check him out on all the Commanders content. Rank the top 3 Commanders running backs in rush attempts as we projected for this season. That'll be the exercise next. Where are those carries going to go post Brian Robinson? You're listening to The Fan.
Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Summer, she's wrapping up, but Ted Britt Ford is still going strong during these summers and bonanza. Whether you're hauling backpacks or loading up the tailgate, now's the time to lock in a great deal on your next Ford. How about almost $20,000 off a new 2024 Ford F-150 XLT, your F-150 HQ, plus no payments for 90 days. Plug into savings in a new 2024 Mustang Mach-E, just like mine, over $13,000 off the MSRP. Also, no payments for 90 days. $5,000 off a new 2025 Ford Bronco Raptor and almost $3,000 off a Bronco Sport. Both again, no payments for 90 days. Basically, they don't want your money for 3 months. That is awesome. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford. When you buy from them, you get peace of mind for life. Ted Britt for life. That's powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspection, and so much more. Here's your Stone Cold Steve Austin bottom line. Great value on cars. They're going to a whole bunch of money off, no payments for 90 days on a lot of models, and they want to take care of you for life in the hopes that you'll come back and see them again. I have many times over. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford and tell them Danny sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. In the NFL, Commanders getting set for their final preseason game. They'll take on the Ravens on Saturday at noon at Northwest Stadium. Today, the Commanders release offensive guard Julian Good-Jones. Dan Quinn talked before practice today. Brian Robinson was excused from practice. Terry McLaurin not on the field for practice today. Trey Amos was back at practice, though, after he missed Monday's game with a hamstring injury. Brandon Coleman got some work in today for the first time since August the 2nd. In baseball, Nats and Mets game 2 with a 3-game series tonight at Nats Park, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 3-6 with a 3.26 ERA. Kodai Senga and the Ghost Fork take the hill for the Mets. He's 7-4 with a 2.35 ERA. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I think it's going to be Bill, right? I mean, they love him, and I know it's an easy thing to say, like, oh, it's going to be Bill. Everybody loves him. He's a rookie, but it really is the case. From the moment he stepped on the field in training camp, he's just turned heads with the way he plays. And I think what they'll do too is, I think it might start with a little bit of running back by committee, because I think if you know Cliff Kingsbury, one of the reasons why he's enamored with Krosky Merritt is his speed, his ability to sort of hit that home run ball, if you will, and to take it to the house like we saw in last preseason's games. But also, I don't think you want to wear him out early on. Chris Rodriguez has looked good. So I think it'll sort of be, let's spread it out based on Cliff's offense. And then as the season goes on, as these guys get more comfortable, I think it's going to be Krosky Merritt. They got a real gem in this guy, especially in a late round like they did.
This will be our Grant and Danny poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. You can vote. 1067 The Fan's Twitter account. Who's going to lead this team in carries, and what's the order going to look like at the end of the year in rushing attempts? You just heard Michael Jenkins' answer from the Commanders broadcast network. But this divorce is happening. Brian Robinson is out. In fact, there were reports today that he doesn't even have a locker out in Ashburn at this point. But when Dan Quinn is meeting with his team ahead of a preseason game and telling them that Brian Robinson is not going to play, what I also believe was said was Brian Robinson's not going to be on our team anymore. Like, I don't think he's a part of the operation.
Right.
So now you try to trade him, and if you can't, you make it official and you release him. But remember when I had suggested and speculated maybe he wouldn't take it too well to be demoted and just be a back of the roster guy?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't sound like he took the idea that they were thinking about cutting him too well either, because to go from top guy in drills and getting carries with the first team 10, 12 days ago to whatever this is now, something went sideways.
Yeah, I was going to say, running with the ones to no locker is quite the de-escalation, or whatever you want to call it, is the journey. Yeah.
It's not the pace with which things generally happen.
No.
But running back room right now. So Robinson will set to the side. Eckler is the third down, 2-minute, 4-minute back. He is the pass catcher out of the backfield. But while there's going to be some first and second down work, he's certainly not going to be the traditional 3-down back that, around the league existed a long time ago. And if you have a special guy, it may still exist now. So the question really is, who fills in on first and second down as this year goes on? I think there's a great chance that Chris Rodriguez gets the 1st and 10 carry to open the season against the Giants, just because he's next in line, and Krosky Merritt gets in where he fits in, and then over a few weeks kind of supplants him and becomes the guy that gets the most touches. But is there someone else in this conversation other than Krosky Merritt, Rodriguez, and Eckler? Does McNichols make the roster? He got plenty of carries last year. Could we see a guy like Demetric Felton as the year goes on for whatever reason, who's got more NFL carries under his belt than Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt does? Pretty similar to Chris Rodriguez in terms of the role he once had in Cleveland with the Browns. So I want to get your answer, Danny, and then we'll hit the phones. But let's open up the lines now at 800-636-1067 for you guys. Rank your top 3 backs in rushing attempts this season as you see that going.
So I think it's going to be Rodriguez by a nose. Not by a lot, but very, very
Number
close.
one?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I think it's going to be as committee-y as you can find, hot hand as you can find. I don't think they've got a guy that's going to get 20 carries a game consistently. I just don't think that's who they are. I think Daniels is going to get his share. You've got to set aside, 100 carries, give or take, for Austin Eckler. That's in that 6 to 8 range per game, assuming health, but you never can with him. I just don't know if there's, a one-guy bell cow kind of a situation. I think different different packages, different defenses, different lineups, different heat maps, who's going well, etc. I think Rodriguez I think they still want that thumping downhill between the tackles guy, even though I don't really care about it. So I think we're sleeping on the idea that Rodriguez isn't going to be a significant part. But I think he leads the team in carries as a running back. I actually think Daniels leads the team in carries. But I think it's Rodriguez by just a handful.
So 115 to 120 is the range that I think Eckler's in if he plays all 17 games. Because I think he'll probably miss a couple of games.
He was at 6.5 per carries last year, so that math checks out.
Basically the exact same ratio, so to speak. But I'll put him. You said 100. I think that probably works because I think he misses a couple games. Let's say 105 carries for him. Robinson got 187 that gets divvied up. Daniels was second on the team with 148. I actually think there's a real good chance, to your point, that Daniels leads the team in rushing attempts if Krosky Merritt doesn't take off. I have a hard time believing Chris Rodriguez would. So I'm going to go first. I'll say Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. And I think he ends up getting maybe 165, 170 carries, something like that. Daniels, not part of the exercise, but I think would probably be second, somewhere around 125 to 150 in the range that he was last year. Third, I'm going to go with Eckler at, say, 105 or whatever. And then I would go Rodriguez, third among backs, fourth overall. He had 35 last year. I'll basically triple that and say he's in the 90s, low 100s, right behind Eckler. So I guess my order would be Bill Merritt, JCM number 1, Eckler number 2, and then Rodriguez number 3. But I kind of think you could put it in a blender. Like, we're all spitballing here.
Sure.
How could anybody know? And a lot of this is also going to have to do with not only health at that position, clearly, but who's the hot hand? If Chris Rodriguez rips off a 40-yard carry in the season opening carry like he did in the preseason opener against the Bengals at home post the Robinson news, he's not coming off the field the next drive. Like, let's say he goes 12 for 96 in week 1. Well, he's getting 12 to 15 carries the next week. So if it works, they're going to keep feeding him. I'll still roll with Merritt. He is the biggest reason why I think they're comfortable moving on from Robinson. It's not Chris Rodriguez, it's Merritt.
Here's my counter to your counter. Again, I agree with all that. I'm just trying to read them. And last year, despite wild ineffectiveness, despite a complete inability to do very much at all with his carries, it was still Brian Robinson until it wasn't, right? We're still going to trot this out there and see if it goes. Again, that New Orleans game where they ran him into the line of scrimmage a million times, that was late in the season. That wasn't week 2 where we're still figuring it out. They thought their bread was going to be buttered that way, right? Where you go to that the Tampa game, didn't do much. They ran great against Detroit, but who didn't? But you have those. They showed you what they're after, what they want. I think they still want, even though Kingsbury's offense is about spreading you out, ball in space, moving targets, getting people going. I still think they want to make you honest. Like, you got to cover your gut. You get enough gut punches with a downhill between the tackles runner that now you start to respect some of those fakes more. And I think that's what Rodriguez, easy for me to say, Rodriguez's game is.
What about Deebo Samuel? Now, Deebo's career high is 59 rushing attempts in his monster 2021 season when he was mostly a receiver. He went for 1,400 yards and 6 touchdowns that year. He led the NFL 18 yards per catch. But he did have 60 carries basically that season, averaging right around 5 yards per carry, I think it was. If you take the numbers and kind of account for age and injury history and knock off, a dozen or 15 or 20 carries, you could still have him in the mid-40s. That's more carries, as an example, to give you a comp, than Chris Rodriguez had here last year. Feels like there were games where he was heavily involved. He played in 9 games. He got carries in 7 or 8 games. And yet, Deebo, in his normal year in San Francisco, out-carried that. Could he be third on the team in rushing attempts behind whichever two separate themselves? Like, I'm going Merritt, Eckler. You're going Rodriguez, Merritt,
Yeah.
then Eckler would be third. But what's realistic? I think Debo carrying the ball, if he plays in 15, 16 games, 45 or 50 times while bullish is not crazy. I also think that's part of the B-Rob thing. I think they think he's going to be heavily involved. I don't think it's a coincidence that the first play of the actual dress rehearsal where Cliff Kingsbury put together a plan like he wants to in the regular season, the first play was a Debo end around.
Looking back at last year, there were just over 500 carries, right? I mean, some of it is a kneel down here or there or whatever. So basically, in games, there's just over 500 carries. Daniels is going to account for some, whether it's designed or otherwise. So you take those 120, 130 right off the board. Eckler needs his too. Take that 100 off the board. So you're really talking about 300 carries, give or take, right, in terms of regulation, in-game type flow. So I don't know how many there's going to be for Deebo Samuel or the second option, third option, et cetera. To me, if you're trying to keep Deebo himself, I don't necessarily want him running between the tackles 45, 50 times. It's, to me, you can get that same effect on a pop pass. You can get that same effect on a bubble screen or something like that. You want the ball in his hands, but lining him up as a straight tailback, I don't know how many times you do that. Maybe you show it once to keep him honest, but is it 3 carries a week for Deebo Samuel? 2 to 3? That's kind of puts you in that 35-40 range.
So I made the case on Monday after the preseason game, or going into the preseason game, rather, and then on Tuesday after the preseason game yesterday, that we're under talking about Rodriguez, who's the closest thing to Robinson, that to replace him, you use a guy like him.
Mm-hmm.
I get that logic, but that is the question for you guys right now on the phones. Who is the big beneficiary here? Who leads them in carries this season if you had to forecast that now? The 7th rounder from Arizona, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, or Chris Rodriguez? Or is it possible that they really turn up the faders on Austin Eckler and in a kind of 3-headed monster, he ends up with 135 or 140 carries or something, way up from last year because he's healthier, and he's their leading rusher at this point of his career? 800-636-1067 is the number. Brian Robinson is out. Certainly looks like that is now all but assured. We're just waiting on the final word of if it's a trade or if he's being released. How do they pick up the pieces at running back? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hello, friends. Jim Nantz style. It's GP. Tuesday, August 26th is going to be amazing. FanDuel Futures Day. I cannot wait. I'm a FanDuel guy. I love futures bets. This day's for me. They might as well have called it not FanDuel Futures Day, but Grant Paulson loves this day. A new holiday for football fans. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. Take a flyer on the MVP race, Jaden Daniels. Crown your champion in August, the Commanders. Parlay your division winners. Dark horses, Washington, NFC East on a parlay is going to change those odds for the better. Mark your calendars. This is your day for hunches, hot takes, predictions, odds. Visit the FanDuel app today. Start planning for futures bets. You can put them together for a week from this past Tuesday. It's a one-day only opportunity at FanDuel. Must be 21. President Virginia, gambling problem. Take it seriously. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yes, no updates. Brian's been excused from the practice for today, and we hope to have some resolution on that soon.
Chris in Hyattsville just said, you love Chris Rodriguez the way Danny loves Luis Garcia Jr. Do you love Luis Garcia Jr.? Is that a thing I don't know about?
Love is too strong. My point is, everyone gave up on him too early for me, like a kid that like had some maturity issues and, gained some weight or whatever, but he could put the bat to the ball. The rest of the stuff you can kind of figure out. So I've always been more of an advocate for him, it sounds like, than most other people, but he keeps not putting up great numbers, but he also sits all the time, and they refuse to just play him every day. But I don't know. So I would say I over-mentioned Luis Garcia Jr.
It seems like you like him and you're afraid to admit it because it's not going great. Is that overstated? It seems like you're a Luis Garcia guy.
If there is such a thing. Like the way that I was a Danny Espinosa guy.
Okay.
Or, when it wasn't that cool, when he was striking out 250 times, you know? And
I mean, we're almost 600 games into a 2,100 plate appearance career where he's got a 98 ops plus.
Yep.
And he's a below average defender.
That's pretty much the summary at this point.
Right.
Yeah. The other stuff hasn't happened like I thought it would. Because the thing I always say about.
You're right that he doesn't swing and miss.
Right. About baseball is like the single hardest thing to do is to hit that ball with that bat. And he can do that at a level that's higher than most people.
So can Keibert Ruiz.
Yep.
Never swings and misses.
And it hasn't really manifested in terms of.
But if you don't have plus bat speed.
There it is.
Right. And we're not hitting with authority.
Yep.
I will say, if you look at his metrics on Savant, which I'm doing right now.
You won't do it right now.
There's a lot of areas where Luis Garcia looks like he should be a really good offensive hitter. His strikeout percentage is 86th percentile. His whiff rate is 70th percentile. He squares balls up at a 90th percentile rate. Now, again, there's not enough authority. Like his expected batting average this year, in a year in which he is hitting
263.
Is 297.
Mm-hmm.
His expected slug is 470, which is 71st percentile. So even though it hasn't been great, in results, when you look at results, 23rd percentile batter, 28th percentile base runner, 13th percentile fielder. Like there's a starter kit here. I understand the intrigue. I guess the comp would be I can't quit Chris Rodriguez.
Yep.
But it seems like business is booming.
Business is big enough for
like
Chris.
Maybe the coaching staff's coming around on old C-Rod. I remember last year he showed up and there was questions about what kind of shape he was in.
Yeah.
A year later, after being released, then getting a shot and outperforming Rodriguez, he showed up in awesome shape. And clearly it had something to do with what's going on with Robinson. I actually do believe, if I had to guess, that before training camp started, they weren't in a great place just in their own evaluation of Robinson coming out of last year. You heard Chris Russell talk about this on air. This has come up a few different times dating back to last season, that they were having meetings with him and talking to him and didn't love certain ways that he was operating as a ball carrier or whatever. I think that this is largely about Robinson himself as a fit with Kingsbury, secondarily about the other guys, but they like these players too. And Merritt is the biggest part of that for me, but Rodriguez, who's Robinson-ish, is going to give them a chance to not have to worry about divvying up those carries. By the way, in about 12 minutes, Chris Miller of Monumental Sports, voice of the Wizards, he's going to be joining us to talk about John Wall. He covered him throughout his entire career with the Wiz. Wall announcing formally yesterday he's going to retire. I want to talk about his legacy in D.C. and the career he put together here in the district. But before we move on the running backs, you say that Rodriguez has the most carries.
Uh-huh.
Let's just say he gets 200 attempts.
Oh, man.
I don't think he's going to, but let's just say a hot hand happens and he gets 200 carries.
Okay.
What kind of production would you expect? 4 yards a carry is 800. Not great at math, but I could do that. 5 yards a carry is 1,000. Like, where would you pencil him in with 200 attempts behind this line this year next to Jaden Daniels?
About 850 yards, give or take. So not quite 4.5, but not quite 4.
So
either.
Robinson-ish.
Yeah, a little bit
same
better.
Question for Merritt, because this is where I think Merritt's ceiling is way higher. Might be more of a question mark, and maybe there's a lower floor because you just don't know. I think he has the ability to turn bad runs into okay ones. That's one of my favorite skills for backs.
Mm-hmm.
If you get 1 or 2 yards on a play that should have lost
Should have been
three,
-3, yeah.
that's a massive win. And it's something fans don't always see looking at the box scores. But I could see Merritt running, averaging like 4.8 or something like that. and going 200 carries for 950 yards.
So that's what's so much harder, because you remember all those years where, Chris Thompson would have way better yards per carry than the first down back, and you go, why don't you just give it to him? Well, a lot of times he's running that third and long give up draw, or against better looks, or he's in there what looks like a passing down, and you got a look that you want, so you hand it to him. To me, JCM is the bell cow. I'd be fascinated to see that. I mean, it's more my style than
What's your hesitation to that? Like, in other words,
I'm just thinking about them. Like they seem to love this.
So you would line him up on 1st and 10 to open the season against the Giants.
I'd try to find 2 more just like him to do it.
But why don't you think they're going to?
Because they gave Brian Robinson almost 200 carries last year, and they would have given him more.
He was the best guy on the roster.
I mean, you had
the only other option would have been Rodriguez, who's the same as him. They don't want to get Eckler hurt, who got hurt constantly, even though they weren't giving him any carries.
You had 3 runners who were more effective that they gave the football to sometimes. And they seem to want to keep doing that.
They didn't have the kind of guy that you want, that they have drafted and are creating space for. It seems like they're doing exactly what you would want them to do.
Almost. But again, I last year there were options that weren't Brian Robinson, and they just kept doing it.
Who, as an example?
McNichols, or more effective when Rodriguez was in the game himself. I mean, you saw these samples where they were both playing football,
right,
and Rodriguez was better. But they kept going to Brian Robinson.
I just think Rodriguez is Robinson, so that it's not relevant to the point of, like, they like this Robinson thing, not something else. I just think it's what they had. Now, a better point might be off season ago they could have moved on from Brian Robinson, and they didn't. But maybe they didn't know what kind of fit
who knows?
He was.
I mean, you inherit stuff. I mean, to me, this was
like McNichols is not a shifty, speedy. He's been around forever and is kind of he's certainly not as big as Brian Robinson, but I don't know. That's not a guy that I was clamoring for getting a bunch of touches at any point, even when he was effective.
Totally fair.
Personally.
I mean, for me, I was just going, please not this. Please not Robinson. And he was on pace for 220 or more carries, but given the fact that he got injured and slowed down, et cetera. So that's my only hesitation. Now, again, I could be wrong. And they go, no. We understand the times. We get what should be happening. We're going with the guy with the wiggle, the guy with the burst that's way more fun and exciting and that fits our modern offense. And sorry about those slam into the line of scrimmage 1.5, 2 yard gains that old school football guys love. We got bigger fish to fry.
I think they'd like to do that. I think that's what they're hoping to do. I'm just not sure they have all the information they need yet on Krosky Merritt.
Sure. I mean, how does he bounce back? How
exactly.
After a 20 carry game, can you do the same thing next week and have him be fine in week 17? They don't know.
Does he wear down on carry 15? Right. How durable is he going to be? Missed some time in practice after a shoulder ding when he got 6-7 carries against the Patriots in the preseason. You heard Quinn say after the game, they're learning him still. What does he do well? What does he do poorly? Can they ask him to execute this run? Is he better behind the pullers and that counter tray thing that we saw Rodriguez run well with patience? Or does he, is he going to be able to do inside-outside stuff? Is it zone? Is it power? Like, what kind of things does he do best? I don't know that they have all those answers. So I don't think they can truly have a set-in-stone plan yet. But I'll bet you if you ask Kingsbury or Quinn, based on what I've seen so far in camp, the way they talk about this guy, if they had their druthers, they would end up giving him the most carries. I don't know what is that, 175 attempts, 155 attempts, I don't know. But I think he would lead the team in carries if they can make it work. It's up to Merritt now to earn that.
Sure.
It's up to Krosky Merritt, I guess. Hyphenated names are hard for me. It just feels like
it doesn't flow.
So much more complicated than it needs to be, but I get a name as a name. So I'm going to give you your name.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do it the best I can. But
on that front, I'm having a tough time with the Bill thing. I know that's what
I can't do that.
Well, that's what he prefers, and I guess that's out there that he prefers it. So to me, it's a little bit too much like people like try to pretend to be friends with DeAndre Hopkins, and they go, "Well, I was talking to Nuke." You weren't. You see what I'm saying? Like you guys.
That's my thing too. If he asks for it specifically, I want you to call me Bill. Then respectfully, I just have to do that. But right now, I'm rolling with JCM, and as long as he's cool with that, I'll ask him next time I see him. Then that's what I'm going to do.
But I get that my skin crawls when the guy that isn't really like tight with him or whatever is like, yeah, I was talking to Bill, and it's like, oh, you're just trying to let us know that you're in the inner circle, and it's so cringeworthy to me.
To be clear, though, Obama style, let me be clear. My daughters go to Sidwell Frank. Let me be clear. I think no one's doing that. They're just calling him the name that he wants to be called. It does come off that way, and it kind of feels icky.
And it's akin to that thing that I don't like.
Right. But I don't think that's what's happening. Would you agree? I
No.
think people are just calling him the name.
I think people are overbilling.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. You'll notice it now.
Too much bill?
Yeah, they're overbilling. We're just like they think it's the novelty's so funny that somehow Ja'Cory, morphs to Bill.
So on our Twitter poll right now, DC MetropolitanMoving.com. It's your Metropolitan Moving and Storage Grant and Danny poll of the day. 58% of respondents are saying Krosky Merritt will lead the team in rushes. 24% say Rodriguez. Only 12% say Eckler. So I think everybody understands the role for him there. And then 5% say other. I don't even know what that would look like.
Who's the other?
I mean, other is why. What was your idea on other there? Just like opening the door for Felton or something?
Yeah. I mean, or whatchamacallit, the other guy that had carries last year, 26.
Jeremy McNichols?
Yeah, McNichols or maybe a free agent shakes loose.
Whatchamacallit, the other guy?
Yeah. Next time I'll do
consider
whatchamacallit. Yeah.
The other guy that had carries last year?
Dude, that would, by the way, be a tremendous bit. If it's like, what's his name, the other guy? And like that was one of the answers.
No, just a good radio guy. That's all I'm doing.
Might run out of characters there. Speaking of good television guys, Chris Miller, who calls Wizards games, will join us next. We'll talk John Wall with him on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders will wrap up their preseason action on Saturday with a noon kickoff at Northwest Stadium against the Baltimore Ravens. Today, the Commanders are back out on the practice field. Dan Quinn talked before practice. Brian Robinson was excused from practice today amid trade speculation, potential cut as well. Terry McLaurin was not on the field for practice today. Trey Amos was back on the practice field today after he missed Monday's game with a hamstring injury. Brandon Coleman, who'd been out since August 2nd, was able to get on the practice field and get in some work today. The Commanders also released offensive guard Julian Good-Jones today. Other NFL news, the Bears signed backup quarterback Tyson Bagent to a 2-year extension worth $10 million. He could earn up to $16 million in incentives. In the NBA, John Wall is going to join the NBA on Prime Video as an analyst 1 day after he announced his retirement yesterday. And in baseball, Nats and Mets, Game 2 of the 3-game set tonight at Nationals Park, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 3-6 with a 3.26 ERA. He'll take on Kodai Senga in the Ghost Fork, who is 7-4 with a 2.35 ERA for the Mets. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With Morris, Wall, Beal, and Gortat. Porter can't find anybody. He gives it to Wall. Working against Bradley for three. John Wall! What a shot! And the Washington Wizards will live for Game 7.
That's John Wall hitting a shot and jumping up on the scorer's table. That's as good as it gets, forcing a Game 7 against the Boston Celtics. Screw you, Kelly Olynyk. The Kelly Olynyk game would soon follow.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
That was as good as things have gotten around these parts as far as hoops, and John Wall was a big reason why. That year, he finished top 7 in the MVP chase, and John Wall that year averaged about 24 points and 11 assists. You go back and you look at those numbers, how does he finish third-team All-NBA?
Just a different time, man. Russell Westbrook averaging a triple-double was the MVP. It was the era of the super team, but Wall was unbelievable that season.
Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We bring on to the show, it's been a long time, our guy Chris Miller. He is the play-by-play voice of your Washington Wizards on Monumental Sports. About that time again, Chris, to start seeing you on the call and the Wizards on the hardwood this fall.
Looking forward to it, Grant and Danny. It's been a while. Great to hear your voice. Just enjoying the last couple of weeks before we tee it up and roll that ball out again. But just hearing Mark Jones's call on what I think is the biggest shot ever in that building, it just brings back a lot of memories. And yesterday it was kind of just I don't know, man. It was like I was happy for John, but I was also sad just to think about all the years we had with him and all the memories. And now he's going to turn around and be an analyst and call games. And man, I'm getting old. You know, you just think about it. He was 19 years old. He had peach fuzz on his face. There was a red carpet. Now he's a father of 2, and he's a basketball analyst. It's like, where did the time go?
It is incredible. You were the first guy we thought of today, though, because you were kind of right there for his entire career on the sideline and in multiple roles, obviously now calling the games. But before we even get to the on-the-floor element of this, which everybody saw, there was a real legit love for him in this city and connection between him and D.C. that I've only ever seen really at its apex with Gilbert Arenas, and that was short-lived. But how would you chronicle that for maybe either younger fans or new Wizards fans, like at his peak, what Wall meant to DC and vice versa?
Well, he was the genuine article of the realest athlete I have covered in almost 30 years of being in this business. What you saw with him is what you got. When he gave you a quote, he was thoughtful and he meant it. And it might not have come all across as smooth as many people thought. You know, he was country, he talked fast, all of this stuff. But being a fellow North Carolinian, I understood him. I understood him the very first day I met him. And that realness is, I think, the reason why he was kind of the Pied Piper for our city. Not just leaving it on the floor every night, but he was just genuine. He was as real as it gets.
Chris, what did he not get enough credit for in your mind? I mean, the point guard has sort of evolved into just another shooter out there, basically, at this stage of the game. But he was old school in that way, where it's running the offense, a blur with the basketball in his hands, et cetera. But, I mean, you were there courtside and seeing him in practice and everything else. What did he not get enough credit for as a player?
Danny, I don't think people realize he played hurt almost his entire career. Now, the last 5 or 6 years, everyone knows how it ended. But really, he dealt with bone spurs. He injured his hand. We know about the 5 non-displaced fractures in his hand during the playoffs. He played hurt. I remember one time he had this bone spur in his foot, and he had surgery on it. And he texted me the photo of what the bone spur looked like when the doctor removed it. And I just remember just looking at that and going, there's no way I can articulate it to fans to understand what he was playing through. He played hurt a lot. And Grant, you talked about the numbers he had in his best season, which was 16-17. But throughout his entire time in D.C., to do that and not to complain, he talks to the media every day. Win or loss, he was always in his locker. And I think that's where the appreciation for John Wall really came from a media standpoint, is that guy never ducked when something bad happened to either him or the team. He was front-facing that way, and I appreciated that because, as you guys know, there are some athletes that duck when bad things happen, but they'll be front and center when something good happens. John was never that way. He always talked.
Let's talk John Wall, the player. Chris Miller of Monumental Sports is with us. On the floor, I mentioned the best year statistically, and he finished 7th in the MVP hunt, 3rd-team All-NBA All-Star in that 16-17 season. I mean, he was a star of stars, too. Like, there was a time where he's in dunk contests, and he made 5 straight All-Star teams. We don't have guys around here do that in my lifetime, but you take me back to kind of early and then at his apex, like how we got there and what kind of player he turned into.
Well, he couldn't shoot, and he would tell you that when he first got into the league. I mean, he was just a blur with the basketball in his hand. He was the fastest in the league, and I'm comparing him to, at that point, the Derrick Roses of the world, the Russell Westbrooks. John Wall, to me, I thought was faster than both of them. And I grew up, I remember watching a lot of small point guards. I never saw anybody as fast as John Wall, and he was about 6'3", 6'4", about 195 pounds doing that. So in the beginning of his career, he was just a blur, and he evolved every year. I thought he got better with that jump shot, but his vision, the pick and roll with Gortat, I thought was one of the best pick and rolls in NBA history behind Stockton and Malone. That might sound like hyperbole, but when you see it every night and teams were scouting it every night and they could not stop it, that was a large part about John being able to run that offense. And again, I talked about being hurt, playing hurt. All of that kind of is in the mix when you're trying to talk about John Wall. It's like, how was he able to do all this stuff every night? And he played, Grant and Danny, in my opinion, the golden age of point guards. He would tell you, he would look at the schedule and be like, damn, I got Chris Paul tonight. I got Westbrook 2 nights from now. I got a back-to-back. I got to see Kyrie. I mean, the list went on, and he was right there in the mix when you were talking about who were the best point guards during that golden era.
In terms of, again, he kind of on court, it's always so hard when your teammates may not be able to run with you, and you kind of have to adapt to different styles. I mean, think of the different coaches where Randy Whitman, loved defense more than I love carbohydrates, Chris, just different coaching styles and different things like that. How hard was it for folks to kind of catch up, right? Because if you got someone that fast, let's play fast, but it wasn't always that way. I'd love for you to kind of go into that, some of those relationships and maybe how tough it was for teammates to play with a guy that skilled and that quick.
All right. Well, I won't name any names, but I would be at practice sometimes, and I would see some of these bigs, and I'm like, "There's no way in hell they can run with John. How are they going to be able to run with him?" But it just worked. He made it work, and I thought Gortat was great for him in the half court. I thought Nene. I thought when the Wizards acquired Gortat and Nene, that allowed John and Brad to elevate their games. Remember, they were young. They were babies. That first playoff series in Chicago, they beat the Bulls in 5. I think that was a byproduct of having two tough bigs down there that could really be physical and allow John and Brad to kind of grow their game. And Brad was the perfect piece for John, to have a two guard that could come off action where you set a screen and Brad comes off a screen and shoots threes. And they were just perfect for each other. I just think that they were too young. We needed another guy. And John and I have talked about this over the years. And I know a lot of people would talk about like Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was never going to come here. But the guy that I thought, if we could have got this player, I don't know what we would be talking about today. And it was Paul George. Paul George at that time was a really good player, an all-league player, and they've all said it. There was talk of Paul George coming to D.C., and if that would have happened, I don't know what the narrative would have been like, but I think this team could have competed for Eastern Conference Finals appearances not once but twice. But going back to your question about the bigs, they had to figure it out because John wasn't going to slow down. You guys know that watching it. He was never going to slow down. He was going to go from 0 to 100 in like 5 seconds, and it was your job to get in condition and to run with him because the fruits of his speed got a lot of guys paid on this team, as you guys know.
Chris Miller is with us. John Wall announcing yesterday officially that he'll be retiring. We're reminiscing about his career. You went into some of what he dealt with physically. He basically played like half seasons in his final 2 years on the floor here. Then he missed 1920, did play in Houston, missed another season, then played minimally with the Clippers. But going back to the end as far as health, what do you remember about some of what he was going through to get his body ready to play?
The double knee surgery was before the 16-17 year, which was his best year, right? But, even after that, the Achilles tear, and it just, his body just broke down. He just played in a way where you would want him to kind of slow down, but then you're taking away his superpower. It was kind of like watching a bigger version of Allen Iverson. We all love Bubba Chuck, the way he played, no fear, always played hurt. John's favorite player growing up was Allen Iverson, and you could see that kind of toughness in that position that John would play through anything. And I think it just cost him his career, to be real honest with you guys. Just the way he played and fighting through a lot of stuff. I think at the end of the day, if he could go back, I don't even know if he would ever change the way he played, but I think now he kind of understands I could have elongated my career if maybe I could have slowed down a little bit or not take that fall. Because you guys remember how many times you see John get to the rack and he would fall and you'd be like, oh, no, is this the one? And he would jump right up, right? I think those are the things that he kind of thinks about today as he's going into the second act of being an analyst. And that's the part I'm really excited about, is to hear him kind of talk about the game today compared to when he was playing.
Yeah, I'm really, because again, Chris, I think the answer that I have for the question I asked you before about what he did not get enough credit for, how great of a basketball mind he was. Just, old school point guard, seeing things, the way he saw the floor, just he had that savant level understanding of things. And a lot of times those guys make the best analysts, like the catcher makes the best manager for baseball. And I'm looking forward to that next chapter for him, for a guy that wasn't always, as you said, gregarious or outgoing with every member of the media, but I think he'll be really, really good at it.
You know what's funny, Danny? I'll share this story with you guys. I can't even tell you how many times I interviewed him, but there was this one time I was doing an interview at his house, and I walked into the living room, and there's 4 big TVs that are attached to each other. I mean, you talk about picture in picture. This thing was the craziest thing I ever saw, but there were games on there. There were
There was a women's basketball game. There was an NBA game, 2 NBA games, and there was a college men's basketball game going on. And he's sitting on his couch, and we're getting the camera set up and the lighting and all this stuff. And he's talking to me, but he's not looking at me. He's looking at these monitors, and it was all basketball. And that was the first time where I was like, this dude is a savant. I was like, this is crazy how he's watching all these games. And like now it's going to be like Christmas for him now, where he's just sitting in these studios and he's just talking about basketball. But he's been doing this. I don't think a lot of people realize how smart he is and just how he sees the game of basketball. It was kind of on just another level. And he can talk to you about any kind of basketball. Boys and girls AAU, college basketball, NBA, WNBA. He knows all of it, and he's just always been kind of a student of the game. That's the exciting part of seeing, like, now what he'll do now with a camera now in front of him with him wearing a suit.
Chris, before we let you go, be remiss if we didn't look ahead. We're closing in on the fall here. I'm thrilled about the Trey Johnson pick. They got a guard who can score it. And what are some of the things you're interested in as far as this young team as they get to camp and start working out some of the roster decisions they have to make?
Grant, allowing these young kids to blossom. It's another year. I'm sitting here at home, but I'm watching what's happening overseas with this Euro Cup that's getting ready to happen. And I really like what I'm seeing from Bilal Coulibaly. I'm really excited about Alex Sarr. They're playing well over there. They're getting those international reps. And that's the part where when you're tearing it down like this and you're starting to build with these young kids, you're going to watch them grow in real time. And the last couple of years, I've just been honored to watch it every night. I don't take no nights off, guys, every play. And you can see where some of these kids are getting better. And one of the real positives I saw this summer in Las Vegas was a kid like Keyshawn George, who I don't know if a lot of Wizards fans knew who he was when he got drafted, but they know who he is now, and he's gotten a little taller. He was really good in Vegas, and you're starting to see, okay, what role can he play on this team, okay? We saw Trey Johnson excite us in Vegas with his ability to shoot. Bilal Coulibaly is a really good defender. Bud Carrington played every game, one of 11 guys in the entire NBA last season that played every game. And for the way Bub ended the season, hitting the game-winning shot, last game of the year in Miami, dealing with all the stuff off the floor he had to deal with, the passing of his father, mental toughness, those are the things that I kind of get excited about. And that's what I'm looking forward to seeing coming, after Labor Day is what's the next step these kids are going to take.
Chris, great to catch up with you, buddy. Appreciate you joining us.
Always good talking to you guys. Have a great week.
See you, buddy.
Be good. There's Chris Miller, Monumental Sports. He'll be on the call of Wizards basketball again when they get going this fall. Jaden Daniels has thrown 0 passes through 2 games. He may not play in the 3rd preseason game. I think we're expecting that he won't against the Ravens. How do you feel about him starting the season with a wide receiver position in flux with 0 attempts in game since the NFC Championship game? That's next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. In the NFL, Commanders getting set for their final preseason game on Saturday. They'll take on the Ravens at noon at Northwest Stadium. Today, the Commanders released offensive guard Julian Good-Jones. Dan Quinn talked before practice today, saying that Brian Robinson was excused from practice. Terry McLaurin not on the practice field today, despite being activated from the PUP list. Trey Amos was back at practice today, despite missing Monday's game with a hamstring injury. Brandon Coleman's been out for some time. Since August 2nd, he was able to get back out on the practice field today. In the NBA, a day after announcing his retirement, John Wall's announced to be joining the NBA on Prime Video as an analyst. And in baseball, Nats and Mets game 2 of the 3-game set, 6:45 at Nats Park right here on the Fan as well. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nats. Kodai Senga goes for the Mets. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Good to reminisce about the career of John Wall with Chris Miller. That conversation on Wall's legacy on the Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Danny, whether we feel good about it or not, it looks like Jaden Daniels is going to enter the season without having thrown a pass. So maybe the question of can you be okay with that isn't all that important, because it's here.
It is.
It's happening probably one way or the other. I guess it's two questions then that are relevant and interesting today. One is, would you do it that way if you're Dan Quinn? You could still avoid it. You could still have him throw some passes and play in a series or two this Saturday. So that's number one. Would you want him to get some work as a passer? And then secondarily, do you think that's in any way an issue? They don't have McLaurin. They don't have Noah Brown. So if you're throwing to guys that aren't going to be on the field against the Giants maybe anyway, then you could make the case the reps are less important. If he's just going out there and throwing passes, but Zach Ertz isn't playing again, which he won't be, and you're down your wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, tight end 1, then does he really have to throw passes? I would have sat here and said they had joint practices against New England. They had joint practices against the Ravens. This is a nothing burger. He's going to be fine. But they really only had the joint practices against the Patriots, and that was weeks ago at this point, and a burgundy and gold scrimmage game. So Dan Quinn went on record today saying, you guys will like practice tomorrow. We're really going to ramp it up. We're bringing in referees. It sounds like they're going to try to have a really significant, legitimate practice.
Which is great, yeah.
Replace the Ravens thing that's not happening, but it's just not the same. So where are you at on 0 pass attempts for Daniels in August going into the year?
So I'm going somewhere with this. My wife and I have a push and pull all the time about me trying to save us some money. I want to save money. I want to cut spending. So I'll do this. I'll do like little things. Like I'll cut a streaming service that we don't use very often, but we do once every 6 months, and we got to have it. But I'm going, I'm going to save this $7.99 a month. And she was like, well, what difference does that make? You know what I mean? Like $7.99 doesn't make or break us.
$8 a month?
Yeah, the $8 a month doesn't make or break us. And like she's got a point on that, right? And so
a couple years from now, that adds up.
Well, yeah, you got to take you got 25, 30 years in the future. You'll wish you had that $8 in August. But the point that I'm always making is, well, yeah, you do that a few more times and then it kind of adds up. So the reason I bring that up is if Jaden Daniels throws 5 passes against the Ravens, is that really that much more than 0 in the whole preseason? It's more. 5 is more than 0. I'm aware of that. But to me, the kind of the window or the opportunity for a lot of work in the preseason for Daniels with his first team offense and a bunch of players, that's already been taken away from you. Both with McLaurin's holdout, with the fact you're never going to play Ertz in the preseason anyway, that Noah Brown's been injured. Like the top targets that he's going to throw passes to, Austin Eckler is probably your target 3. Samuel would have played. So that's one of your 4 guys that's going to get the football the most that maybe it would have played in the preseason. That's already kind of been ripped away. So I'm bummed about it. I'm nervous about it. And it's not a Daniels problem thing. It's just kind of the reality of on the ground when you have holdout super veteran in Zach Ertz injury in Noah Brown, and then Samuels or Deebo Samuels, the fourth guy, you're never going to have great reps and great looks. I don't care about him throwing to Michael Gallup or some other guy that's not really going to be on the roster or part of this thing.
Yeah, so I'm team preseason. I've just always believed in playing football games to get ready to play in football games. I'm crazy that way. I think the more football games you play in, the better you're going to play in the next football game that you play in. Crazy me.
Whoa.
Weirdly, as preseason football has been tamped down in the number of games we ask teams to play, and then also in the seriousness with which teams take those games, the product in September has gotten worse. And everyone's going, why is the NFL product in week 1 so bad? That's been the story the last couple of years. As if we don't now have a verdict after screaming matches for years between people who cared about the preseason and people who didn't. The point was always the point. If you want to be ready to play in week 1, play in the preseason. So I am team preseason. In this case, though, I can't really work myself into a lather because every situation is unique, right? And I think laying it out, if he plays against the Ravens, I don't care about the timeline of it's the third preseason game. You're not supposed to play in that game because now you're closer to the regular season. To me, it's worth playing, guys, because you're going to go 3 weeks without playing football, and that's actually a detriment. That's crazy and not ideal. You're not going to have a break that long all season for good reason. Like, you're going to be out of rhythm. It's like a team that doesn't play for a week before the division series in October playoff baseball. It doesn't hit for a couple of days because they're not able to conduct any timing at the plate or whatever. But in a very specific case to Jaden Daniels, in this very specific preseason, I'm okay with him not playing and throwing any passes because I don't think Ertz will be out there. I know Terry's not out there. I don't think Noah Brown will be out there. And you're probably not going to have Tunsil or Brandon Coleman out there. Coleman did a little bit in his return to work today. Dan Quinn said he would get some practice time, but I don't think you would have him play in the preseason against the Ravens. So if you don't have a left tackle, you don't have a left guard, you don't have your starting right guard, you got 60% of your offensive line not there. Now you don't have your top 2 wide receivers there. You don't have your top tight end there. Just the notion that he's got to go out there, to me, it's about timing. It's about rhythm. It's about getting on the same page with guys. It's about getting some of those reps to make things second nature. You're not going to be able to do that anyway.
Right.
He's throwing passes to Jalen Lane, maybe, who's like going to be his wide receiver 4 when this thing starts, hopefully. He's throwing passes to, I guess Debo might play, but we saw him play against Cincinnati. I don't think he's going to go Saturday either. So if you play Jaden Daniels, you got to play a lot of other guys.
Yep.
I don't think that's reality. I don't think that's what they're trying to do. And if that's the case, then the decision's made for me. Now, if Dan Quinn's actually willing to play everybody, let's say Tunsil goes, Coleman's ready to go, and even the injured players aren't. Still no McLaurin, no Noah Brown, but like Zach Ertz plays. Mm-hmm. Now I do feel different. And I hope people can understand the difference. It's literally about going through this with my teammates and having an actual authentic look for what this Giants game is going to be like. And if I could do that with 3 starters on the O-line and a tight end that I didn't get it with against Cincy, then there's tons of value in a couple of drives of doing that. And it is well worth it to me just to break that sweat so that I'm not going 3 weeks without a game. I think that's a really bad ask of this team. I think that stinks that's how it's going to work out.
I do too. I do not like the calendar. And I don't know whose fault that is. I don't know who the schedulers are. I don't know who's responsible for it. But I saw this short week, and this jumped out at me already as a weird, bizarre thing. And then the long layoff before the actual regular season starts. And I'm going, very, very easy to not be sharp in week 1 against the hungry Giants team.
One other point. I've had people say to me, well, the Ravens probably won't play their starters in this game. And if that's the case, then there's less value for Jaden Daniels to be out there against backups. And I actually disagree with that point because I don't really care. Again, just talking about this one game, about him getting looks against the Ravens starters. I don't need him to have to play good on good here. This is about...
It's less about him staring down Kyle Hamilton and more about rhythm and time.
It's about me and my guys. It's about me and Zach Ertz getting some game action. Now, Ertz is practicing at a high level and has been out there and in that scrimmage was the most targeted guy. And I do think that Ertz and Daniels are probably in tandem ready to go. But would I like to see it in the game? Sure. And if I'm being honest, I always think some of this is the fact that I just can't quit on the preseason. I believe that it matters. I believe that it's relevant. I believe that taking it seriously helps you. I think the teams that haven't, like the Bengals, have learned a hard lesson. The Rams generally overcome their terrible starts. But look at their last 3 years. They had a year in there where they never could get right, and it just their early season spiral killed them. And then 2 years where they rose from the ashes.
Yeah, got off the terrible starts and played great football.
And it's because Sean McVay goes, we don't care about August. It's a huge part of it. Let's go to Kevin in Culpeper. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. Yeah, a couple things. I'm not concerned at all. If he had been hurt or had a surgery in the offseason, I'd be concerned. But he was playing great at the end of the year. He's had a whole nother offseason. I think he's fine. I think the chemistry thing is important to some degree. But, like, as an example, McCaffrey, everybody says he is open all the time, yet he never gets the ball. So my question is, or my concern would be, they don't have great chemistry. If he's always open, why does he never get the ball? So I don't think just playing in the preseason makes a big difference to me.
Thanks, buddy. As an aside, on the Luke McCaffrey discourse, we got a lot of feedback, a lot of comments. I had some takes yesterday on Luke McCaffrey. You could go check those out at Grant H. Paulson. There's some videos that I posted from the fan. Cliff notes, if you missed it, were basically, I've long been a Luke McCaffrey guy in the sense of I like the idea of him, and the metrics of the analytics last year on his separation and things were pretty good. And then you look at the film junkies and their breakdowns, and they go, look at this play, he's open, and I'll watch the all-22, and I'll see him run by a corner. But my point was, at some point, you've got to catch passes. Like, it cannot be good enough. There are not wide receivers in the NFL that are in year 3 or 4 that are catching 18 to 22 balls that we just say are awesome, and they're open all the time, and they're so good at separating, so it doesn't matter that they don't catch the ball. Like, the job is get open, catch pass. And someone will say, well, you can't throw it to yourself. And to my point to that is, well, you're right, except that if no one's throwing it to you, then there's a lack of trust, or there's some reason that you're not getting the ball.
There's a better option. Again, everybody's judged by the production, offensive coordinator, quarterback, etc. We got some pretty good people here in those spots. You telling me Jaden Daniels is stupid?
Well,
you telling me that Cliff Kingsbury didn't know what he's doing?
I'm Sam Hartman.
Yeah.
I'm trying to win a job. I'm trying to make a roster. I'm out there, and I got Jalen Lane on one side, and I got Luke McCaffrey on the other. And Lane's been cooking dudes in practice for weeks, and I've thrown him the ball 8,000 times. McCaffrey has struggled to get open in practice or whatever. You know, I'm going to throw to the guy that I trust. This is about who's going to win for me, right? Who do I trust the most? So there's got to be some element of that. I also just don't know from a trait standpoint. I think about players as an evaluation almost through a baseball lens of like tools. So speed and hit and power and field and the 5 tools in baseball that we could go through. With Luke McCaffrey, if we're looking for 20/80 scale tools, I don't know where his 70 is. Like, I don't know what he does brilliantly, exceptionally, elite trait, plus. He's very athletic. His RAS scores were off the charts, and I know that was one of the reasons that this org, which cares about that, really liked him. But he's an oversized slot, and I just, at some point, when you're out there in the second half of a preseason game against the dude not making the Bengals, terrible defense, I need you to just catch 3 balls for 57 yards. You know, or I don't know, 1 would be nice too. We could start there. Just get open, catch a pass. And so it wasn't meant to knock Luke McCaffrey as much as to say, it's time, man. It's the second preseason. Him and Ben Sinnott don't get targeted and don't catch passes. Last year, my point was, maybe they're just not involved. You got to earn your keep. But in preseason games, Cliff Kingsbury is trying to figure out what you are. He's going, hey, let's get it to McCaffrey here. So it would be cool, to get back to the point, to see McCaffrey get to play with Jaden Daniels. Because is it that Hartman didn't turn it loose, that Johnson didn't see it, that they didn't want to try to fit the ball down the field? Like, you get a better look at a guy with better talent. And so if Daniels doesn't play at all, it means more of Hartman, it means more of Johnson or whatever. If you're really trying to evaluate, can KJ Osborne make this roster? Is Luke McCaffrey who we think he is? How do we get Ben Sinnott, a chance to show himself? Then playing Jaden Daniels a little bit, even if it just means the way the depth chart bumps down, it's just less time of Hartman spraying it around, probably helps with the evaluation of those other guys.
You would say so, yeah. Unless they know in their, you know what I mean. Unless there's no eval to be done. Unless they've put those guys in bubble wrap and we've got everybody's role figured out. And who knows if that's the case or not. I mean, it's hard to read sometimes, is what I would say. But for me, you never know exactly what's going on in a given play, where a read takes you or whatever. What didn't jive for a while, I remember early in the season last year, we're going, hey, it looks like according to this, every advanced analytic, every PFF score, whatever, McCaffrey's open, just not getting the ball.
That's what I'm saying. I never had a problem with him. It's just at some point you have to catch passes.
Yeah, but this is as the offense is moving and whatever. So when I'm thinking in past years where they can't score, they can't get first downs, and I'm going, you're not throwing the ball to Terry McLaurin. That's stupid. Like, I wouldn't be able to go to sleep at night if I'm not moving the football, my best player doesn't catch the ball. When you're moving the ball and scoring like they were last year, I don't give a damn who it is. You do you, buddy. When it starts to slow down, sure, I can ask a question. So I'm going, well, it's not really that big a deal. They're not giving the ball. There are other options on each play. But at a certain point, these people that are really, really smart, I mean really smart, and whose jobs are on the line every second of every day would probably look and go, look how quickly this guy got open. This maybe should be our better option on a certain play, gets a certain look and gets certain coverage. And it never happened. That's the part I can't figure out, is there's some thing that I don't know. There's some glitch in the matrix here that maybe he's not getting open fast enough. Maybe the separation isn't occurring quickly enough. Maybe, he is getting open, but it takes too long. I have no idea. I just know that those advanced things about how great he looks don't match anywhere close to the production for a team last year, again, that was targeting De'Ami Brown, Jamison Crowder, and a bunch of nobodies 100 times last year.
Yeah, you're out there in the second half of the preseason, and Ja'Cory Brooks is getting targets, right? I mean, they're throwing the football to Tay Martin. Michael Gallup's getting an opportunity. You just, at some point, there's got to be a production to go with it. That's all. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll take your calls next. 800-636-1067. Can you be okay with 0 pass attempts this August for Daniels going into that Giants game? Will you feel more nervous about the offense if they don't play again? It looks great. 4 plays, 74 yards, and a touchdown when we did see them. This is the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my friends at Ted Britt Ford. Years ago, I can't even remember what year it was now. It's probably been more than a decade, even longer back than that. My wife and I were in the market for a new ride. We had a baby, and you're lugging packing plays and all sorts of stuff all over the place every time you go like 50 feet, right? So we needed something a little bit bigger, a little bit more space in the vehicle. So we went to Ted Britt Ford, and I was ready for that sales pitch. You know the one I'm talking about? Where you've been to buy a car or lease a car or whatever, and all of a sudden it's just they drag you out, they wear you down, and you're going, oh, enough, fine, just give it to me. Except it never happened at Ted Britt Ford. It was the best buying experience, bar none, that I've ever had in this area. Just like you guys, I'm in my 40s. I've bought, I've leased, I've loaned, I've borrowed, everything in between. And it was the best experience I've ever had. We got an unbelievable deal on an Edge at that point, and I said, this is where we go. We go to Ted Britt Ford now. We are Ted Britt people. I got a Mustang Mach-E from there, which is fantastic. You plug it in, charge it on someone else's dime. 2024 Mustang Mach-E, just like mine, over $13,000 off the MSRP and no payments for 90 days. I'm telling you, Ted Britt Ford is the best. Give them a try yourself. Go see them and tell them Danny sent you.
In 10 minutes at 6 o'clock, Nationals ace lefty Mackenzie Gore will join us over at Nats Park. The Nationals and the Mets tonight at 6:45. We'll catch up with Gore, who pitches tomorrow. I want to ask him about facing Juan Soto, what that matchup is like, and how you go about trying to attack one of the great hitters of his era at this point. Gore, a regular with us, will be on the show every single week for the remainder of the season right here on Grant and Danny, which we're fired up about.
It's awesome.
Chuck's in Chantilly. Chuck, can you be okay with Jaden Daniels not throwing a pass this preseason?
Not really. And it's not so much about the. Well, first, I do thank y'all for taking my call.
You bet.
But not really, because it's not so much about the receiver. It's more about the defenders. To me, I would feel better if he actually threw some passes against different defense than the ones that he's been practicing with every day for the last 6 months. You know, we need to play against some different players and some different schemes and stuff like that. I think that'd be valuable to him. That's just my little 2 cents on it.
Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, anybody giving you different looks, different tendencies. I mean, the same way defenses are always ahead of offenses in training camp, right? Because they kind of know your formations and your play calls and everything else, and they can kind of cheat on it a little bit. It takes a while for that to get up to speed. Once you start getting up to speed, then it would behoove you to find a totally different set of defensive linemen, for the offensive linemen to go up against different guys with a different set of pass rushers, cornerbacks with a different set of press techniques or bail techniques or coverages or the way certain teams play. All of that experience going into the data bank is invaluable, for sure.
Let's go to Will, who's in Stafford, wants to hop in on the fan.
Hey, Will.
Hey, Grant and Danny, how y'all doing, man? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
You got it.
Hey, I was thinking about what we were talking about McCaffrey, and I don't think McCaffrey can live off his brother's name. I think McCaffrey needs to start catching some passes and show us why he's still on the team, because he really didn't catch a lot of passes last
18
year. You know, when you really think about it.
Yeah, most of those came earlier in the year. I mean, as the season went on, he was essentially just used on special teams.
Exactly, man. It's almost like him and Ben Sinnott. Neither one of them really showed me much of anything last season. So I'd like to see something from them. They're going to still be on the team. And one last thing I wanted to say, man, I'm really disappointed in Hartman, man, because, you know, all this hype around Hartman, he hasn't showed me anything.
I don't know how much hype there was about him. I mean, they brought him in here, you know, with very
There's some
little
stories because he's handsome.
Yeah, there's very little fanfare. This was a guy that was not. It's not like he was, you know, a draft pick where there were high expectations, right? I mean, Sam Hartman came into the NFL as an undrafted free agent in 2024. So I think he's got a good relationship with Daniels. He's good in the quarterback room. They view him as a bit of a project who they could turn into a long-term backup quarterback type. He's got some Heineke traits to me. I think his arm is problematic, you know, in the sense that the arm strength is going to be below average. But when he gets out of the pocket and makes plays and he extends and creates, he looks like a frisky athlete. You know, he can be an NFL quarterback, kind of like Sam Ellinger, Taylor Heineke. You know, those guys are Colt McCoy light, those types that are maybe physically they don't have all the same traits that you're looking for. But, yeah, it hasn't been a great preseason. He was competing with Josh Johnson. Clearly, Johnson's going to be the third quarterback. And the question is Hartman on the practice squad or not? But as far as McCaffrey goes, he mentioned Sinnott as well. Look, it's true. Those guys have not gotten a lot of chances. I guess my question is, at what point do we say there's a reason for that? I wasn't doing this last year. Last year, I was just saying, hey, you can't throw yourself the pass. Like, at some point, you got to get an opportunity to get the ball, and that has to be earned. As a tight end, you got to block. You got to do the dirty work. You got to do whatever they're asking you to do. As a wide receiver, you know, McCaffrey proved himself capable, willing as a physical guy, doing some of that stuff, cleaning things up and out, you know, down around the line of scrimmage. But when now we're into the end of preseason 2, and we're just waiting for any signs, it's like we're staring at the machine and we're just waiting for beep, beep, like something to show us that there's life here coming. It just hasn't happened.
6 catches over his last 9 games last year. 6.
Yeah, they opted out of the McCaffrey business in season for Jamison Crowder and some of the other dudes that they were bringing in.
So, like, it wasn't if he was on a 100-catch pace to start the year. It was 11 through his first, I think
But he was on the field
6
a lot.
games. But he's on the field,
Week
getting
3,
snaps.
4th and 2 against the Bengals. He catches and runs from 40 yards.
Exactly. Big
Whatever.
catch against the Eagles, too, I think, in one of those games. I think may have been a 4th down or a huge 3rd down play for 20-some yards. So at one point, it was like 2 catches a game, which is a nice base to begin kind of contributing. That changed, and it hasn't come back.
Mackenzie Gore of the Nationals. Next, we get out of here for pregame at 6:15. We'll take you up to that on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for their final preseason game on Saturday at noon at Northwest Stadium as they'll take on the Ravens. Today, the Commanders are back out on the practice field. Brian Robinson was excused from practice today. Terry McLaurin not on the field for practice today. Trey Amos was back at practice after missing Monday's game with a hamstring injury. And Brandon Coleman was able to get some work in on the field for the first time since August 2nd. Also, the Commanders released guard Julian Good-Jones. In baseball, the Nats getting set to take on the Mets for Game 2 of the three-game set. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 3-6 with a 3.26 ERA. He'll take on Kodai Senga, who is 7-4 with a 2.35 ERA. Nats on deck gets underway in just a couple of minutes at 6:15 following Grant and Danny right here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Pre-game ahead of Nats baseball with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler coming up at 6:15, and the first pitch of that ball game slated for 6:45. You've got post-game tonight.
Indeed, this evening. I pretty much only do Brad Lord starts now. That's kind of my exclusive agreement.
That sounds about right, because I've missed the last couple Brad Lord starts at home.
I have had nothing but Brad Lord starts lately. I had a UK trip in between, still doing Brad Lord starts.
We've got Mackenzie Gore, member of that rotation, coming up on the show in just a couple of moments. He'll be joining us here in less than a minute. So looking forward to seeing what he has to say as we get ready for the Nats and the Mets Game 2 of 3. But Lord has been a revelation. You know, in that rotation this year, a lot's gone wrong. Mitchell Parker's gone in the wrong direction. Jake Irvin has massively regressed. Lately, Cade Cavalli's become a huge story, and he's pitched very well. But Lord has been the guy really circuit to circuit this year who has been the most excitable and maybe projects ahead positively. Let's get to the Ruud guest hotline right now. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And we are joined by Mackenzie Gore, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Put their team in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com for more information. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Mackenzie, last time out, you took on one of the better lineups in the National League, and you give up just the 4 hits and the 2 runs over 6 innings, strikeout 7. First inning, you ran into some trouble, but this is the kind of outing early in your career maybe that you might not have had, where you lock it in. I think you retired 15 of the final 17 batters you faced, something like that. How were you able to get on track after the slow start and have a really good outing?
The start was a little shaky. It started we didn't win a couple pitches. We got back to 2-2 on trade, and we didn't locate a changeup great, and that was a hit. And there was some certain pitches in the next few guys that we just didn't win, and then but then we were able to start winning the counts, and we got going there, and we were able to get through 6. And you kind of understand going in, if you're facing Wheeler, that it's going to be tough to score. So I think we faced each other 3 times. They're all very similar games, and you kind of just knew it was probably going to be like that going in. So you just tried to hold them at 2 and give us a chance.
Mackenzie, I always wonder for, not that there are that many guys like you with the kind of world-class stuff that you have, but how much are you focusing, paying attention to scouting reports versus, he may hit most fastballs well, but he doesn't hit mine. You know what I mean? Like, what's that push and pull for you like in terms of kind of being strict to the scouting reports versus your stuff and how you feel that day?
Well, I think just knowing what the hitter's trying to do just makes you feel prepared and gives you some more confidence going in. But you got to know what you're good at. You got to try to repeat that as much as you can. That's what good players do. Obviously you know what guys are good at and what they struggle at. And you use that when you need it. But you have to be really in tune with what you're good at as a pitcher. And so I think there's a good mix of both.
Nats all-star lefty Mackenzie Gore back on track. 12 innings, dominant, 17 strikeouts, 7 hits last couple of times out. getting ready to pitch against the Mets tomorrow, which we'll ask him about. I know you're at the ballpark at like 1:30 in the afternoon, 2 o'clock most days before your starts and leading up to the outing. Can you just take people through the routine as a starting pitcher, like between outings and what that looks like?
Yeah, there's a lot of work that nobody sees for a starting pitcher just because, it's every 5 days. And, but, the day after you start, you got a lot of work to do to get your body ready to go again for the next one. And, you go with workouts and getting your body throwing, working on things you need to work on for the last one. And then there's, the part of getting ready for the team that you're about to face. So, which is it's the cool part of being a starting pitcher, but there's a lot of work that nobody sees. And the ones that have a consistent routine and know what they need end up being probably the best pitchers. And it's all about trying to figure out what works best for you. And you kind of learn something new each year.
I remember talking to Max Scherzer, and after some of his outings, like he would be having the wife open the ketchup bottle for him or whatever. Like he would have, an arm that was fatigued as the year went on. For you, the day after an outing, what's your arm normally feel like?
Yeah, not great. It all depends. If you a night game into a day game, you're obviously not going to feel like you do a night game into a night game. If you jump on a flight right after a start, you typically feel worse after that too. So there's all the things that kind of can change how you feel a little better or worse. But you don't feel very good the next day. You need the day to get your body moving, get some recovery, and that's why we don't pitch every day. So.
Mackenzie Gore with us here on Grant and Danny. Are you a got to play catch the next day, or I got to rest the next day? I don't even want to hold a pen.
Yeah, I don't throw. I played with some guys early in my career, and they just talked about how if you don't throw the day after a start, it's like a month off once the year's over. So obviously there's a lot of arm care and, getting the full range of motion the day after that you do to strengthen, just because you do need to move your arm, but I do not play catch the day after.
What's the part between starts that you actually kind of enjoy, and what's the part that you're like, God, this is a chore, this is painstaking, this isn't fun, but you got to do it?
I think by this time of year, nothing feels great in between starts, but preparing for a team's always fun. If you face them a few times, kind of seeing what you've done, what's worked, what hasn't worked. And then side days are kind of your day to really go work on some things. So that's always a big day whenever you throw your bullpen in between your start. So that's probably the biggest workload day in between, and that one's always fun.
Mackenzie Gore of the Nats joining us on Grant and Danny. So you're getting tuned up for the Mets, which will be the finale of this 3-game set, day game, matinee style. For you, when you look at that lineup, Juan Soto went left on left, prodigious home run last night. What is that matchup like? And as far as facing Soto, what are the things, having done it as much as you have probably now in your career, that come to mind when you got to take on a hitter like that?
Obviously Juan's a really good hitter. He's one of the best hitters. And he knows what he wants to hit. He's got a really good plan up there, and I think that's what makes him so good. He's not just going to go swing at a bunch of stuff that's, out of the zone. He's a really good hitter. He's got a really good idea of what he wants to do, and you just have to be kind of relentless of attacking him and getting him off of certain things. And if you do that, you can get him out. But like I said, he knows what he wants to hit. So if you throw it where he wants it, he does some damage. So.
Are there guys? So I'm thinking of David Peterson last night, who's just been terrific over his career against the Nationals. Sometimes those kind of matchups just happen. Do you have a team like that, or maybe a lineup or two where you're just? Obviously you're good against everybody, but where you just sort of feel extra special?
I'm sure there's lineups I've had success with. The crazy thing is it can change. That can look a lot different after one start. I'm sure there's lineups I've pitched well against. He has been really good against us. So it's kind of crazy how, he's had a great year. But when they flash the numbers of his career against us, it's impressive.
Yeah, the Mets are 13-1, I think, in his 14 career starts against the Nats at this point. Mackenzie, what do you make of what Cade Cavalli's done since he's got to the big leagues?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's worked hard to get back here. He's always a guy. He's also a guy we wanted to see up here. Obviously the injuries, and he's got real stuff. But he honestly just needs to pitch, figure out how to use it. And he's been great. He's kind of gotten better each start. I think the first one, he went 4 1/3 or so. His first one in however many days. So that was really cool for him. Kansas City, it looked as hot in Kansas City, and they're a good team. And a couple big swings kind of made that outing not look quite as good. Then he pitched great against the Philly team. So he needs to keep pitching. He's got a great arm, and just keep learning about himself. And I think he's a real piece. He's got great stuff, and he just needs to pitch. So I'm looking forward to watching him.
Are there things that you've picked up over the years from teammates that you are kind of implementing today? Just thinking about watching the way, maybe Cavalli holds his breaking ball, or, Trevor Williams is throwing his sinker, or whatever. Do things like that kind of come up for you that you're tinkering between starts and trying out?
I think especially if there's a guy that's similar, from who I played with in San Diego, there's things that I've, like, as in, for example, the not throwing the day after.
Mm-hmm.
There's kind of small things you take from guys, just that it's almost watching them. I think you can learn from them. How Corbin was able to make every start. I think our staff has done a really good job of watching how he took care of his body and how he was able to take the ball every 5 days. I think that's a real, that just doesn't happen. That takes a lot of work. So yeah, there's always things you learn from each other, and it can be something small as a arm care thing or exercise in between, or it can be, like you said, a grip or a thought process of when you're throwing a certain pitch and stuff like that.
Thanks, Mackenzie.
Yep.
Mackenzie Gore of the Nationals, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Put their team in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com for more information. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. With Nats pregame looming, let's keep the content coming. The leadoff is brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. It has been a tough season for the Nationals and certainly been a rough season from the pitching staff's standpoint. Not on the Brad Lord front. He has been outstanding, and the upstart arm is back on the bump tonight.
His stuff plays up, GP. Now, I'm old enough to remember when if you told somebody he throws in the mid-90s with a breaking ball and a changeup, you'd go, man, that's a front-of-the-rotation starter. That now today is just sort of an everyday Eddie. But there's something about it. Hitters don't look comfortable against him. The ball jumps at you a little bit. It kind of plays up, a la Sean Doolittle's fastball with a little carry, a little ride, etc. He hides it pretty well. He's kind of in the middle now of an extended audition to have a shot to be in the rotation next year, and he's run with it so far. It's been really impressive.
Kodai Senga on the bump for the Mets, which means a chance for Miguel Cairo to get his young lefty outfielders back into the lineup. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler have pregame coming up in moments right here on your flagship home for the Nats, 106.7 The Fan. Big thanks to the guys behind the scene, Darius Dameron, Ryan Clary, you know him as Corporate Clary, and Toby Toki Altizer. For Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. Enjoy Nats baseball. We are back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.